Greetings, folks. Hello, hello. It's nice to see everybody here. My name is Dustin Cormier, and it's a pleasure to be hanging out with you guys live for another live discussion on my channel. Today we are going to be discussing Libra Rising. I have much planned. This is, of course, another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Welcome. If you are looking for information on your rising sign or the rising sign of another friend, you've come to the right place. I am, of course, what's called a tropical Vedic astrologer. So if you haven't heard of tropical Vedic astrology, it has a little bit of a different take on how astrology rolls as a whole. I've got all sorts of fun pictures to show. One of the big things that we do in tropical Vedic astrology is we use the whole sign house system. So this would convey, for example, for a Leo rising is the example I like to give. We can see each planet rules a different chakra. It's the sun and moon at the Ajna chakra. Mercury would rule Gemini and Virgo at the throat chakra. Venus rules Libra and Taurus at the heart chakra. Mars rules the solar plexus. Jupiter rules the Svadhisthana. Then Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius at the root chakra. Of course, Venus, and this isn't just for Leo rising, for everybody, Venus rules the heart chakra. And so Libra is very much a heart chakra centric sign. The rising sign is operating through the heart chakra. Now there's many ways to convey the chakras in astrology. This is kind of just one of them, but it's a big one in Vedic astrology. So I'm a tropical Vedic astrologer. Vedic astrologers convey things in a certain way in astrology. We like to use yogas. We use something called karakas, which are like signifiers for a planet. The planet itself is a signifier for different things. Certain planets are karakas for certain houses. And here in this video, we're going to describe Libra rising, all about it. What is its ruling planet Venus, all about in astrology? What are its deity? What are its avatara in classical Indian Jyotish? And most importantly, Vedic astrology shows us the importance, because we use the whole sign house system. This means that each rising sign has a certain whole sign perspective on all of the house lords. For example, for Libra rising, Scorpio in the whole sign system is always the second house. Sagittarius is always the third house for Libra. Capricorn is always the fourth house. Now the cusps can fall into this, and the cusps do give extra information. But here in this class, we're going to be discussing what is Mars. What does it mean that Mars rules the second and seventh house for Libra? What does it mean that Jupiter rules the third and sixth house? What's it mean that Saturn rules the fourth and fifth house? There are better auspicious lords and inauspicious lords. So we're going to be talking about all of this as we go along in our video today. Of course, being a tropical astrologer, I would usually convey that astrology is something that is tropical. It uses the same measurements as most typical Westerners. But if you're a Vedic astrologer, no matter what, whether you're tropical or sidereal, you're going to get something out of this video. So I hope you guys enjoy. Let's get started by digging into our course today. Now, I'd like to begin by discussing a little bit about the symbol of Venus. Every planet has its basic building blocks for the symbol that we see, especially in Western literature. And they're all basically made up of a circle, crescent, and cross. So the circle represents that which is boundless, eternal, infinite. The circle is like the sun, the soul. It's the infinite soul, the Atma, the timeless self. The crescent is the personality expressing, it's the jivatma. It's the personality expressing itself in this life. And the cross is the karma between the two of them. It symbolizes earth living. Now, of course, our planet today, Venus, is only making use of the circle and the cross. So this is beauty and love in a lot of ways, is what Venus is all about. The circle of spirit is standing above the cross. And this represents spirit overcoming matter, the cross, through love. This is what Venus is all about. It's interesting that, I wonder if I've got a picture of it. Probably not. Yeah. When I look in the Mars sign here, you'll notice if you've ever played Worms, there's this little holy hand grenade. That is the symbol, that's the ancient symbol of Mars. It's an upside down Venus. That's when the cross of matter and manifestation stands above the circle of love. So Mars says, I need to manifest what I need for myself, even if I have to go against the eternal circle of love and soul bonding. Venus is, of course, the opposite. With Venus, what we have is, again, the circle of love is overtop the cross of matter. So I'm going to clean up my thing here a little bit. So this is how Venus rules, is the circle is above the cross. Venus is the power of cohesion and attraction that draws things together in a synthesis. Venus draws itself through the magnetic attracting power of love. It is a feminine receptive force, and it never compels issues. Venus uses the power of persuasion in a quiet, gentle way. It rules personal affection, where the higher octave of Venus, Neptune, rules divine compassion. So Venus is personal love, Neptune is a more divine, loving all things for the sake of the love that loves to love, that loves to love, the love that loves to love. To quote Van Morrison, who I'm a big fan of. So this is Venus is the personal love. But of course there is a connection. The personal love still reflects divine love. It's partly why Venus is exalted in Pisces. In a personal chart, Venus represents all of these things. By the way, this comes from Isabel M. Hickey's Astrology, a Cosmic Science. It's a favorite book of mine. I can't find my copy of it, unfortunately. I haven't been able to find it for a bit. It's in my life somewhere. I will find it someday. I've got 2 of them. I've lost them both. Maybe I've lent them out. Hello, Stephen the Jupiterian. Hello, Old Shop Blues Boy. Nice to see you guys here. So in a personal chart, Venus represents social urges, art, affection, attraction and cohesion, beauty, melody and song, values, it's what we appreciate. There's a natural love of luxury inherent in Venus that is natural and a healthy part of our human reality. It's interesting that we hear from Isabel Hickey that Libra, Venus in particular, rules the venous blood, venous in the veins. And it's in the blood that's in the higher creative centers, the throat and the larynx. In general, the higher creative centers, the throat and the larynx, are what Venus is representing. That reflects on Taurus. That's why there's many ways to convey the chakras. Some people say you can also convey the body by Aries being the head, Taurus is the throat, Gemini is the arms, Cancer is the heart, Venus is the solar plexus, Leo is the solar plexus. There's many ways of conveying how astrology works. So there's much to be said about Venus. It's a very important planet. It is my Atmakaraka, which Vedic astrologers will know what the Atmakaraka is all about. So Venus plays an important role in my life and in my existence. And of course, today we're talking about Libra in particular. It's the masculine manifestation of the Venus area of the chart. That being what we would call the heart chakra again. You know, so I know I've got a picture in here somewhere just for the heck of it. And so this is a dimension of Vedic astrology that I often like to convey. Right? We can see here the chakras. In the winter solstice in the northern hemisphere, we have the sun moving through Capricorn and Aquarius. Then it moves from Aquarius up to Pisces, the Svadhisthana. Then it's Aries, the solar plexus. Then Taurus, the heart chakra. Gemini, the throat. Cancer and Leo at the Ajna chakra. And then Virgo's the throat again. Now it's going down. And Libra is the heart chakra. So Venus represents, Libra rather, represents the masculine, right? Because there's a masculine and a feminine for each of the chakras. Taurus is the feminine, Libra is the masculine. So Libra is the masculine side of the heart chakra. Really, all of the planets have a masculine and feminine manifestation, except for the sun and moon. The moon is purely feminine, and the sun is purely masculine. So, for some reason, I'm losing my chat here. Let's see if I can keep my chat going on. Why? If I can't get my chat going on, then it's just gonna have to be what it is. So Libra is always important to the whole chart, because as I always like to say, you know, even though you might not have any planets or ascendant or whatever in a sign like Libra, it's still going to be important for everybody. Hello, everybody. Robin Scott, Stephen the Jupiterian. Nice to see you guys here. So now let's take a quick moment. For those watching, it's always nice to get an overall picture of the rising sign that we're dealing with here. Now, I usually use Isabel M. Hickey's book, and it's sad because that book has such great things to say about each rising sign. But Stephen Arroyo's Chart Interpretation Handbook is also good. He comes from a psychological place of just telling us what to expect at a practical therapeutic level from each rising sign. It's still great. It's a book that I've gotten a lot of good from. So you'll notice that this book, what it often does is it conveys the difference between the rising sign of this sign and the sun in this sign. Of course, Libra rising is very different from the sun in Libra. You know, if you've got the sun in Libra, if you were born between September 21st and October 21st, that's the autumn time, the onset of the autumn equinox, where the sun shifts to, well, the days begin to get shorter after Libra, right? So Libra sun is actually considered one of the weaker spots for the sun. It's the sun's debilitation point. Libra rising carries a little bit of that with it. But Libra rising has a neutrality that's much more natural and neutral than Libra sun. The main reason is because whenever you have a rising sign, it's the same thing with the swamsha. You know, I'm Virgo swamsha, so my swamsha is where Venus is debilitated. So that's something I got to carry with me. The rising sign is the same. Since Libra is where the sun is debilitated, Libra rising does have a little bit of difficulty with the sun. And we're going to talk about that. But difference between Libra rising and the sun in Libra is that the sun is in Libra. It's debilitated. But Libra rising, while the sun is debilitated there, Saturn is exalted in Libra rising, in the rising sign. So Libra rising actually has some a positive relationship to Saturn. Anybody who's got an emphasis of Saturn in their chart, Libra rising will help them a lot, and they will help Libra rising a lot in mutual cohesion. So Libra rising is more neutral than Libra sun. All the rising signs are more neutral than the sun in that sign because the sun is a masculine planet. So let's read a bit about Libra rising. Although Libra rising often tends toward a somewhat narcissistic self-centeredness, more often than is the case with Libra sun, believe it or not. Libra rising is still, it's interesting that Leo rules the 11th house for Libra rising. So there is a personality that seeks expression in a way that is healthy and natural for everybody's 11th house. Everybody's 11th house needs to express itself with a bit of self-interest. And Leo, wherever Leo falls in the chart, is an important center of a person's ego. So this sign of ego, Libra, is in the 11th house of gains and accomplishments. So that's where we're getting the sense that Libra rising can have this narcissistic quality to it more than the Libra sun. But it's mainly more than that. It's because Libra sun is debilitated. So it actually puts itself down in a way that's not good for it. Libra ascendant doesn't do that in the same way. And in fact, it must be stated that the Libra ascendant person is sometimes genuinely kinder and sweeter than Libra sun. Libra sun relates to others in a more detached way, realizing that life is not all sweetness and light. Libra rising, as an ascendant sign, lends a personal tone to the way all the other energies of the chart are expressed. Although, yeah, that's interesting to say because there's the self, there's the soul, and then there's the astral karma. Aries rising almost bleeds beyond the astrology. They bleed beyond the planets. Libra rising embodies creation because the sun has traveled in Libra, the sun has traveled west. It's away from the east where it rises from the soul, falls west where it becomes manifest in material creation. So Libra rising lends a personal tone to the way all the other energies of the chart are expressed. It's interesting to think about. Now, although close relationships are of central importance to those with Libra sun, the need for the other is sometimes even more crucial for the Libra rising person. It's like more of a load-bearing wall in Libra rising's life, whose entire life often seems focused on the primary relationship of their life or the lack of such a relationship. When there's no partner or partners or friends or whatever, the Libra ascendant person sometimes loses all sense of direction, and they can feel a serious lack of initiative and physical energy. More details about their relationships needs to be understood by evaluating Venus in the chart. However Venus is doing is going to say a lot about the Libra's relationships and therefore its own vitality, whether you're a man or a woman. But for a woman, Jupiter also plays a part in Libra rising's vitality and strength, because typically in Vedic astrology, Jupiter is the planet of relationships for a woman, of marriage and the deeper soul connection that they seek. I always have to preface that with, if you identify as a woman, if you are a lesbian, Jupiter will tend to still be that deeper relationship planet. The Libra ascendant individual often at least appears more superficial than the Libra sun, who's usually much deeper than they let on. Also, Libra rising seems to retain a romantic view of life longer than the cynical Libra sun. Libra sun can lose its overall sense of that romance and enchantment with life because the sun is debilitated there. And the sun While it's a key part of who we are, it is only one of the 7 planets. The rising sign orients how we experience all of the planets. So a Libra rising is always going to have a bit of this magical enchantment with how it experiences life, which is beautiful. I have a person in my life who is on the cusp of Scorpio and Libra. We're trying to work it out whether they are Libra or Scorpio. We've been thinking lately that they're Libra rising because they have this enchantment. It's such a beautiful energy, really, all things considered, with Libra rising. They're just sweet to a fault. But we're going to discuss how that sweetness to a fault, especially for men, can be something that Libra has to deal with. But again, Libra rising is not going to have the same softness and, self-effacement that Libra sun does. So Libra rising, after all, is an air sign, which is masculine. The air and fire signs are masculine. Water and earth is feminine. So men with Libra rising are not pushovers like we might typically think of Libra energy. It's a masculine expression of Venus, and it's just Venus operating through a male sign. Hello, Anana. Nice to see you. So let's start digging into all of this. Now, something I want to do here, that's Pisces rising. How do I take that off? I'm just going to quickly add one little source here. So this is what we know of Libra rising. I'm sorry, I know I'm going to be, I'm off right now. You guys can't see me, but that's just because I want to add this in here. Right, so watching as Libra sun. Very cool, Anana. Hopefully you're still getting some information out of it, some interesting stuff. Now I feel like I'm a little too dark here. Got to add some Libra dimension. Accentuate my attributes, as it were. Highlight your attributes. So now let's start digging in here in general. So now we've talked about Libra rising. There's lots to discuss in this video. We're going to get into the guts of what Libra is all about. Now it looks to me like, yeah, we're not quite here just yet. Before we get into what I usually get through in this video, yes, so at the moment Venus is transiting, so Pisces would actually be Libra's 6th house. It's nice that I'm doing this video right now, and Venus is transiting Pisces. I think that's some, I didn't even think about it, Stephen, so thank you for pointing that out. So all those watching have got a little bit of Venus and Pisces pop in this video for all the future people who will watch it, and that's cool. Now, there are 2 aspects of Venus that we want to dig into before we dig into the more mathematical dimension of this video. I like to discuss a little bit of some Vedic Jyotish background on how the planets work and what they are. And there's a few ways to describe this. In Vedic astrology, avatars, here we go. In Vedic astrology, all of the planets are given, Graha Sutras by Ernst Wilhelm is a highly recommended book for anybody who wants to know all things related to the planets in Vedic astrology. And this comes from Vedic astrology's deepest natural proponent, some of the earliest writing of astrology. It's said to be, like from 3,000, 4,000 years ago. It depends on how you convey it. Like many things in Vedic, all things Vedic, the root source of this literature, written by Parashara, written by the sage Parashara, is possibly 3,000, 4,000 years old. It should be like 2000 BC, possibly more. But, of course, writing wasn't invented till a certain time. So a lot of these Vedic scripts were just were spoken by a rishi, a sage, and then people memorized the words, held onto it, and eventually, like 2,000 years later or whatever, it was written down. And oftentimes it could be like a game of telephone. Whatever the original rishi said, everyone held on to the most important bits that they're for sure know they could hold on to. But a lot of it's corrupted. Ernst Wilhelm, the writer of this book, is great because he has found the key points that are the least corruptible, and he describes it throughout this whole book. So there's a lot there to be said there. Now, one of the things that are given is avatars for the grahas, for the planets. Whenever I say graha, it means planet. The avatars are going to tell us a key dimension of the nature of each planet by telling us a little story. And I love these stories. There's such good stuff in here. The story that we tell of Venus is called Parashurama. So this is the avatar of Venus is called Parashurama. It's Rama with an axe. We're also going to go through a deity. The deity is different from the avatar. Avatars are manifestations of Vishnu. Parashara gives a avatar. He points at a manifestation of Vishnu and says, this manifestation of Vishnu correlates with this planet. So Parashurama is Rama wielding an axe. So Parashurama was the son of Jamadagni. Due to some misbehavior of his grandmother, Parashurama, though born in a Brahmin priest-caste family, he had the qualities of a kshatriya, and that's the fiery warrior. In the Vedic cosmology, there's Brahmin, which is water signs, kshatriya, which is fire, the Vaishyas, I think, which is the merchant class, and then there's which is earth, and then Shudras are the air. And all four of these have their own importance. So Parashurama was a mixture of a Brahmin and a kshatriya, which is very interesting because Brahmins are kind of beyond human life. Kshatriya stands on top of human life and organizes it. So Venus is kind of like this. It's transcendental to human life, but it is also the planet, the guru of the asuras, the guru of the earth life, of earthly enjoyment and pleasure. So once upon a time in the early life of Parashurama, Kartavirya, a powerful, arrogant king, came to the ashram of his father. Now this arrogant king was impressed by Jamadagni's divine cow of plenty, so much so that he stole Jamadagni's cow, and Jamadagni is Parashurama's father. And this cow was just able to give infinite amounts of milk. So Parashurama found this out and pursued this guy and killed him and his entire army single-handedly. And he returned the cow to his father. His father was disappointed in him, scolded him for his impatience and the sin of killing a king. He requested Parashurama to go on a 1-year pilgrimage to the sacred rivers to purify himself of this sin. A year passed, and then he returned home. Shortly thereafter, his mother was fetching water on the banks of the river. She saw a demigod playing in the water and thought of how handsome he was. When she returned, Jamadagni, her husband, saw in his mind's eye the thought she had. The thought that a man other than her husband, him, was handsome, like a sin. And this was a sin at this time. Some of these stories can be a little like that. So the king Jamadagni called his sons and commanded they kill her. They didn't want to kill their mother at their father's angry command. So Jamadagni called Parashurama, who is his youngest son, and commanded that he should kill his mother and brothers. Without hesitation, Parashurama did so. Jamadagni was pleased with him, told him to ask for any boon. Parashurama asked that his mother and brothers be returned to life and that they not remember what happened. It's super messed up, but this is conveying the nature of Libra, of Venus rather, as the one who returns people to life. There's a vitality principle that is always spoken of with Venus. You know, the Bible is full of stuff like Abraham was going to kill his own son, but then God grabbed the knife. It was like, no, stop. And we're all like, wow, this dude was going to kill his son. That's super fucked up. But there's a mythos and a story behind it that's supposed to give some kind of creation mythos. These stories are like that, right? And the point here in some ways is that Venus will do what it has to do on the material plane to do what it has to do, but it also loves, it feels compassion, and it has this ability to bring people back from the dead. We'll hear a bit about that. So now, the dude that Parashurama killed, the king who stole the cow, his sons were nursing their hatred against Parashurama for killing their father. Once Parashurama was out hunting, they came to his father's ashram and murdered his saintly father. Parashurama heard the cries of his mother and saw his dead father. He left everything in the hands of his brothers, grabbed his huge axe, and ran from the ashram, and he decided to kill all kshatriyas, the fire king, the fire caste. He killed the 10,000 sons of Kartavirya, but this did nothing to appease his anger. This is kind of like Anakin when he goes and kills all those kids. You know, Libra Rising can have these dark sides, and Venus can have this taking things personal, because that's the type of love that Venus has, is this human love. But it can come with this energy. With his pride as an excuse, he ran around the world 21 times, killing kshatriyas. He performed sacrificial rites to purify himself of the sins of killing so many kings. So he was a Brahmin who punished kshatriyas that disrespected Brahmins. Now, I want to go through and get to the guts of this story here. So when Venus is the planet of loyalty and devotion. If Venus is well situated in the horoscope, a person is capable of great loyalty and devotion. That's part of what we're hearing in this story. Now, there's fights due to pride, and this can be a characteristic of Venus, who's the most proud amongst the grahas. Libra rising, Libra itself as a sign is actually considered a war sign in a lot of ways. Has to do with autumn, has to do with metal in Chinese astrology in a certain way. They're different, so you can't completely correlate them, but it is autumn. It's this sharpening blade. It's the blade that carves out material love. If I only love these people, it means that I don't love these people as much. That's how the lines are drawn. This is how Venus operates. The pride of Venus is the pride that knows that all people are created equal and should thus receive equal treatment. The scales. So being insulted from the evil kings of his day, Parashurama would instigate a fight. Now, if Venus is well disposed in the horoscope, a person has a proper sense of self-worth, of inherent pride, that is self-dignity. It can be evil, but sometimes this is how the planets operate. What seems like evil in some hand can also be regarded as divine in another hand. Now, especially individuals with an afflicted Venus suffer from a lack of self-worth, and they often find themselves in insulting or degrading circumstances. They can't stand up for themselves, they get insulted. It's hard to imagine gentle Venus being associated with this ruthless Parashurama character. But Venus rules the water element, which is responsible for providing growth. Death of one thing naturally leads to the growth of another. I've got to fix my thing here. Oh, sorry, that was bugging me. So for that reason, Saturn, who is death, is exalted in the Hart chakra ruled by Venus, where Libra is. The many deaths caused by Parashurama allowed for the upward mobility and growth of others, who were more deserving than the evil kshatriyas that Parashurama was born to kill. The highest use of death is growth. Saturn being exalted in the Rashi, the sign of Venus. And likewise, in nature, death makes the best fertilizer. There's a real connection of Venus and Saturn by Saturn being exalted in Libra. So Parashurama purified himself of these sins that he was doing. Venus is the planet that rules this kind of cleansing, and all those rituals and rites with which we may cleanse the stain of our actions. So Libras they justify things, and sometimes this can be a gross thing, but sometimes somebody has got to, take care of business. I don't know about you guys, but there's been times in my life where I'm a pretty non-violent guy. I have a little bit of a dinged up Venus, if you have to know. I've got Venus debilitated, although it's with Jupiter, so it depends on how you look at it. And there's been times where people have stuck up for me and been even chest out, puffy, kind of tough about it. And you appreciate it when you're on the side of being defended. So there is something to one who cares enough and loves his friends and people enough to show up in that way. Venus is the defending warrior, whereas Aries is the attacking warrior, right? So Parashurama, it's Rama with the axe, is the avatar that represents and signifies Venus. There's a lot of depth to, when you understand that character and that story, to understanding the nature of Venus as this personal love. I love this person more than everybody because it's an affection. It's Libra and Venus have this sort of personal affection. I love and want to be loved by this person specifically. It's not this transcendental love. Although Venus, when it's at its best, will express that because Venus is exalted in Pisces. Venus in Pisces shows that there's an ease in one finding a harmony with one's own soul with everything else and everyone else in reality. But Venus in Pisces still knows what it likes and doesn't like. It does have good, refined taste. That's part of the nature of it. Venus in Virgo can like anything. It can eat dirt and say, it's not that bad. Venus in Pisces is like, why waste my time with that when I can find something that makes more sense to me? So now we're still going through Graha Sutras. This will be our last bit before we kind of move on. This is the deity of Venus. Now, this isn't an avatar of Vishnu. This is going to be a deity. And this deity is known as Sachi, Sachi Devi. So she is a deity who is considered to be the consort of Indra, Indra's lover. Indra is in a way, it represents Jupiter. It is the thunderbolt that moves through the spine. It is the spiritual, true soul, king's soul. It's Aishvara. It is the evolving soul. And Sachi is the abundance that really comes from listening to your soul. And despite all things happening in the material world, the soul shall win. And Indra operates through the Indriyas, through the senses. Spirituality moving into the senses with firmness and devotion. So when we devote ourselves to something, we use our senses to take us there at all expenses. That's what Indra represents. Sachi accompanies Indra in all of his exploits, though more so in spirit than in body. She's very much the woman behind the man, who is Indra. She places talismans upon Indra, and that's what allows him to become victorious. So her charms, her enchantment, her Venusian magic gives Indra power. She empowers him and is inseparable from him. And this is Venus empowering the soul. So Indra represents the active divinity that succors man. Sachi is the passive divinity who heals, nourishes, and satiates without her presence even being known. It's Divine Mother. If she's scorned, if the good she has to freely offer is rejected, she quickly becomes angry and jealous and withholds her gifts, to which man succumbs to illness and ill fate. So there's the masculine side of the soul, which looks within and says, I have to endure no matter what. But there's also the feminine in us. There's the water. It's like I always say, if man's walking up that mountain, it's Indra, come on, honey, we got to go up that mountain. We've got to get those objectives. Sachi is the feminine that says, honey, the journey is a part of the destination. Let's enjoy the way. Let's dress nice. This isn't just something to get through. Life isn't something to just get through. The experience of divinity is right here and now. The joy of holding one's hand on the way up the mountain is the now. And it's just as pertinent as what we do when we get up there. Because what we're going to do when we get up there, we're going to hold hands and keep doing what we're doing right now. And just go to the next mission. Cool. Sachi is the object of well-being and satiation. Sachi is the rain which Indra's lightning bolt brings. And this is also an aspect of Ambu, which is the moon and the water of the soul. Now, there's a relationship between Indra, Jupiter, the lightning bolt, Sachi, Venus, and Ambu, the moon. Something very deep there. You know, it's revealed by the fact that Jupiter's exalted in the moon's sign, Cancer. The moon is exalted in Venus' sign, Taurus, and Venus is exalted in Jupiter's sign, Pisces. These are all the feminine portions of all these signs. There's something very psychedelic and special going on there. For anybody who's interested in Vedic cosmology, you would do well to really digest what I just gave there. A little bit of secrets there. Sachi gives the healthy pride that empowers man to live virtuously. Indra is virtuous action and moral deeds, but Sachi empowers man to live virtuously. If Venus is afflicted, a person does not have the self-respect necessary for good actions to feel worthwhile. It's hard to feel like your good actions are worthwhile if you're not enjoying the water that comes from your virtuous action. And you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Having a good Venus says, I'm allowed to drink. I'm allowed to enjoy the goods, the love that I have in relationship, for example. If you're all Indra, you're all Jupiter, I've got to do this virtuous action. And your wife comes and puts her hand on your chest and says, honey, you're just so good. I love you so much. You're like, this is not virtue, woman. Get out of here, woman. I need to go and eat some dirt and be dry and not experience love. And then you're not drinking the water on your way up the mountain. Experiencing the love that we have for each other in this human Libra way is actually a healthy thing that gives us the empowered virility to carry us on our virtuous moral actions. So Sachi Venus represents the devotion which motivates the spiritual seeker and the satiation that comes from the performance of the practices. So there's something very special about that. Something very special about this in enjoying and being with the human nature of the joy that we experience in life on planet Earth. When it stems from our virtuous action, when it comes from a place of divine truth. Marking out lines in what serves us is something very special. Knowing that you like this music instead of this music. Knowing that this food is better for your constitution than this food. Venus relates with taste. Ayurveda, you know, not just eating dirt, not just eating any old thing, not just eating McDonald's, but feeding your soul when you eat food. Not just your stomach, but your soul. This is the positive aspect of Venus, saying, I love myself, and I radiate a love that empowers me and carries me on my way up the mountain. This is the tortoise and the hare mixed together when you add Venus and Jupiter. Jupiter's like the hare. I'm just going to run there. I'm just going to go there. I'm going to get there. But the tortoise is like Venus that says, I'm going to enjoy the journey along the way. I'm going to go at my own pace. I'm going to drink lots of water along the way. And the tortoise and the hare, when they come together, they're like a tortoise with rocket boosters on. It goes at the exact perfect pace that carries farther than either of the two by themselves. Beautiful. That's Ernst Wilhelm's Graha Sutras. It's a book I highly recommend if you want to get the guts of the meanings of these planets. So Libra Rising has this very earthly, human self-enjoyment. Divine self-enjoyment is what Venus is all about. And it does serve us to be in good stead with the principle of divine self-enjoyment. Because God, divinity, the cosmos, is like any creature who enjoys joy and bliss. Our bodies are something we've borrowed from Vishnu. And when we treat our bodies well, Vishnu says, I feel that. We are the dream. We are Vishnu's dream. Vishnu is the dreamer, and we are inside this dream. And when we experience joy, the dreamer says, keep doing that, and I'm going to keep helping you out, because this seems to be a good thing we got going on. Right? It's okay to enjoy ourselves, to enjoy pleasure, to enjoy love, and to love certain things, knowing that it's good for our nature. Venus is close to the sun for a reason. The sun is our inherent nature. Venus draws the lines where we know that this serves my nature well and this doesn't. Something we all would do well to learn. So let's keep rocking and rolling here, folks. Now, we've given a good sense of the mythos of Venus. Let's start digging specifically into Libra Rising. Now, this is going to be coming from my little course that I have planned here. We're going to start getting into the mathematical reality of Vedic astrology now. And this is what we see often in all these videos that I do. So we have two groupings here. We've got the spirit, the inner soul. It's the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. And then we have the material embodied soul. This is Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. Have you ever noticed that there's a split in the zodiac? The sun and moon, Mars, and Jupiter rule the fire and water signs. And then Venus, Mercury, and Saturn rule the air and earth signs. What does Venus rule? Libra, Taurus, air and earth. What does Mercury rule? Gemini and Virgo, air and earth. What does Saturn rule? Aquarius and Capricorn, air and earth. Sun rules Leo, fire. Moon rules Cancer, it's water. Mars rules fire and water. Jupiter rules fire and water. So there's a split in the friendship groupings of astrology. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn tend to do well with each other by aspect and by falling in each other's signs. There are somewhat general, these aren't hard, fast rules, but this is the general way things are. Particularly the moon and Mercury that play around with this basic thing. We're going to see that when we get into friendships, but probably not with Venus. So there are the fire lords, which is Jupiter, Mars, and Sun. Rules Aries, Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo. And then there's the water lords, which is, of course, Jupiter and Mars again, but with the moon. Now there's the air and earth signs, which is the earth signs are Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, and then the air signs is Aquarius, Libra, and Gemini. That's all Venus, Mercury, and Saturn. And of course, as it happens, most of the friendships of planets kind of reflect the schema. Saturn, Venus, and Mercury are grouped together and are generally friends. The only exception here is that Mercury doesn't have Saturn for a friend, but Saturn has Mercury for a friend. So these rules, there's a little bit of bendiness in here, but Venus is an example of the natural, obvious thing. When Venus falls in Capricorn, Aquarius, Gemini, or even Virgo, yes, then it's in the sign of friends. And there's a delight that Venus gains there, even in the sign of Virgo. Venus is funny because its debilitation sign is still in the sign of a friend. Makes sense because Venus is this harmonious planet. So there's some good that you get out of Venus and Virgo, even though it's debilitated. Jupiter and Mars are neutral to Venus. So when Venus falls in Sagittarius or Pisces, it's neutral. It's not delighted and it's not starved. Same thing with Venus falling in Scorpio and Aries. It's only when Venus falls into Leo or Cancer that it feels starvation or thirst, in the case of Cancer. And when the Sun or Moon aspect Venus, Venus tends to be getting harmed by its enemy. So the Moon, so Venus in particular has trouble with the Sun in the Moon. We're going to talk about that as we go along. These are the most difficult planets for Venus. The sign of Leo rules the 11th sign for Libra rising. We're going to discuss the difficulty that comes from that. So let's get into a little bit of how we understand Vedic astrology. This is by understanding the planetary lords, and I'll just say this before we get into this. The planetary lords are this thing here that I've described, which is such a key root to understanding how we convey the rising signs in Vedic astrology. What is it that makes Libra? Why is Libra somebody who puts such material emphasis on their relationships? Because Mars rules the 2nd and the 7th house. Why are Libras so rooted in their personal lives in a creative way? It's because Saturn rules the 4th and 5th house. Why do Libras have such a tricky, difficult time with self-glorification for the sake of its career? It's because the painful planet, the Sun, rules the 11th house. The Moon is sort of neutral, and we're going to see why that is. But the Moon is sort of a neutral planet ruling the 10th house, but ultimately a tough planet still. So why when we think of Libra in all of its qualities, why is it the way it is? It's because of the planets that are ruling the whole signs. So this is how Vedic astrology logic works. If you bear with me, we're going to dig through and see how and why all of this stuff operates the way it does. So let's dig in a little bit here. The first thing to be understood is that every ascendant has auspicious and inauspicious house lords. This is something in Vedic astrology that we don't often hear in the West. It's because they don't deal with lordships. And there's no friends and enemies in Western astrology either. But in Vedic, it's a bit more what you might call fatalistic. Although we have to understand that even with whatever is said in astrology, in Vedic astrology, there are negative and positive things that can happen in a chart, but it's how we deal with them that defines whether they're really bad or not. So there are good planets and bad planets for every rising sign. For every light, every natural talent or skill we direct our attention towards, there must be a shadow. That's why this dude is super strong on one side and super skinny on the other. There are good and bad planets for every rising sign, but they balance out. So don't fret or feel defeated when you're learning about your inauspicious planets, because everybody deals with the same cards in the deck. You know, I often say, like, if you're ever playing like Pokemon or something like that, someone just come in the old Pokemon, they made it kind of unfair. If somebody has a Charizard, remember that card, Charizard? It was shiny, and you could bust out a Charizard, and it would use its Fire Blast, and you would just always win, and everyone would be like, well, he's got a Charizard. God, why are we even playing this stupid game? You know? So that's kind of an unfair thing. Astrology doesn't do that. Everybody plays with not necessarily the same cards in the deck, but everybody has the same points of strength, the amount of strength in the deck. No rising sign is weaker than another, right? Even though some signs are better in one area of life than another. In fact, the sages consider their worst karmas as the most satisfying to release. This is the gift that being an astrologer can give. Is that when we see something negative in the chart, it's, that's going to be, it's like when you haven't done yoga, haven't opened up your hips for a long time, feels stuffy. Oh, there's some stuffy stuff down there, but it's that much more satisfying to release it when you finally get to. So, what do planetary lords mean to the ascendant? So planetary lords are the lords, they're the houses. They're the planets that rule the houses in the whole sign system. Libra is the first lord, and so Venus rules the first house and the 8th house. It's the first and 8th lord for Libra rising. Do you guys see what I mean by that? We could see Capricorn and Aquarius rule the 4th house and 5th house respectively. So that means Saturn, which rules Capricorn and Aquarius, is the 4th and 5th lord. That's what we mean by the house lord. It's essentially the dispositor ruling a house in the whole sign house system. So that's what we're discussing here. The planetary lords, which is defined by the ascendant. That's why the ascendant is so important in Vedic astrology. So what do the planetary lords mean to the ascendant, which we call the lagna? The ascendant, the rising sign, it is the life path. It's numero uno. It's the path of the self's basic identity in this lifetime. It's the first cosmic glimmer of light in the chart. It's the thing which translates, the sun is there, but from Earth, we have to experience the angle of Earth to what the sun is. That we are experiencing life from planet Earth. So all the planets in the galaxy, the sun, the moon, all those planets are getting filtered by the rising sign, by the Earth sign. The rising sign is like the Earth sign. It's Earth spinning on its axis. That's what creates the rising sign. So the rising sign is this filter for how we experience the planets in the galaxy. That's why two people can be born on the same day, but if they got different rising signs, the sun in Scorpio, Mars in Capricorn, all the planets are the same positions of the planets in the signs, but each rising sign is going to translate them differently, and they can be completely different, as we're going to see. So auspicious means good for a planet. So the auspiciousness or goodness of a planet depends on the nature of the soul intention of the consciousness using it. So we can see here we've got a Cancer rising. So it's going to perceive some planets as good, some planets as bad, and some planets as neutral. That's for Cancer rising. And this tells us that even cruel or malefic planets are useful in their own ways. Sun, Mars, and Saturn, sometimes Mercury, sometimes the moon. These are all considered cruel planets. They're tough. I often like to say to people, our malefic planets are very important. Mars and Saturn is what, if you're walking on the street of New York at 2 a.m, and some beefy dude comes along and says, hey, that's a nice purse you got there. You take out your pepper spray and say, I don't think so. back the fuck up. Back up, back up, back up. Yeah, this ain't happening today, sonny boy. Nuh-uh, not today. And that's our malefic planets that are holding it down. I'm ready, I'm ready. So, you know, our malefic planets, to that guy, he's like, oh, wow, what a bitch. But that's our malefic planets are protecting us. Malefic energy is neutral, really. But they can be tough. And if a malefic planet is with another planet, it harms it. It can be deleterious. It can cause damage and difficulty. So, especially, even our malefic planets can be useful. And it depends on how the rising sign conceives of these. Especially for Libra rising, for example, Saturn, it needs Saturn. Because Libra rising can be so diplomatic, so strategy-based. It uses Saturn to fight for its friends and enemies in the word of justice that it is given. So Saturn shows up and works hard and defends the things and alliances that it's built up. And people love Libra for that, even though it can make Libra seem tough. It can make it seem very bitchy or whatever. You know, it's because it's showing up for its alliances. So Saturn, as a malefic, can be a very positive thing and auspicious. Because auspiciousness is different from malefic. The planets themselves don't change, but each person's nature wields it differently. And each person expands their life force through it differently, according to the instincts of the rising sign. So what defines the relationship of the ascendant to these houses? What defines these positive relationships with one house over another? It all comes down to the intention of the rising sign. And there's a formula to this. And this is what we're going to see in this page here. There are these general rules of planetary lord auspiciousness. Now, every ascendant does modify these rules slightly. An example for Libra rising, we know that Cancer is considered to be neutral. Usually, there's no neutral houses. But for Libra, that's one example where there are exceptions to these rules, but the rules are always still there. Even for the moon for Libra, you guys are going to see what I mean. So here's an example. The lords of the 1st, the 5th, and the 9th house are basically always auspicious. They can be tied in with another house to make it less auspicious, but these houses are houses of purpose, inspiration, and grace. The 1st, 5th, and 9th house carry the elemental nature of the rising sign. They're very important power players for every rising sign. We're going to see for Libra rising how Saturn is an especially important and powerful planet ruling the 5th house and being the Mula Tricona. We're going to talk about that. Now, that's always the case. The 1st, the 5th, and the 9th are the Kona, the Tricona. They're the trine houses. They're always auspicious. Now, the lords of the angles, what we call Kendra houses. These can be auspicious depending on the gentle or cruel nature of the planet. And it's not what you think. Again, this is showing up to show us how malefics can be a good thing. So these are the general rules for defining the auspiciousness of a house. Remember, auspicious means just good for the rising sign. What we read is that generally, when a benefic owns an angle, it's considered to be inauspicious. It's considered to be not a good thing. These planets are not discerning about the opportunism represented by the angles. They don't deal with confrontation and opportunity in a strong, rigid fashion. We don't have to talk about this too much, but this is the reason why Cancer can be difficult for Libra and for its career. Of course, you might ask, Libra, we see Libra for some reason is auspicious, and it rules the 1st house, and it's ruled by Venus, which is a benefic. But the first rules cannot override, you see. Libra is the first house. So no matter what, a rising sign's own sign is not going to be inauspicious. It can't harm itself. The nature of diplomacy cannot harm the diplomatic sign of Libra. But for all rising signs, just a good little bit of theory for you guys. It doesn't apply too much to Libra except for Cancer. When you have, okay, so the angles, I often describe the astrology chart as like the square. And we're all moving around this square. Imagine like somebody wearing a two-dimensional square as like, I don't know, like a Halloween outfit. They're surrounded by a square. And they're trying to walk through a room full of objects and furniture. And the corners are, oh, excuse me, the corners of the square are bumping into the objects in the room. Those are the angles. The angles bring opportunity. The angles are pushing into the world, like the cardinal angles, the cardinal signs. They're pushing into and against the world and bumping into things, and this is what brings us opportunity. Now, for every rising sign, if you have a malefic ruling an angle, it's like having a good guard at the gate. The malefics, Sun, Mars, and Saturn, guard the gates of the rising sign. And those three planets are well placed when they are on the angles of any rising sign. So this is an example where Libra actually gets it pretty good because most of its angles are considered to be malefic planets ruling the angles. Now we're going to talk about how Mars represents another exception here. Mars as the seventh lord is still considered inauspicious for Libra, and we're going to discuss it. But there is a goodness to having Mars ruling the seventh house. There's a fieriness that makes the seventh house difficult for Libra, but Libra rules relationships with a fiery iron fist. And this is how the malefics work. You know, we can see it better at work with the fourth house in Libra. Since Saturn is such an important and good house for, planet for Libra, Saturn rules the fourth house. It's not going to take anything into its personal life that it knows is going to poison it. So Saturn ruling the fourth house is standing guard at Libra's basic soul emotions and acting as a filter for anything that could come in. And it's hard and real, and it just knows what is good for it. Libra just knows what's good for it in its personal life. Saturn's a great blessing for the personal life of Libra. So Mars and its relationships, marriage, and business, Mars is a hard malefic planet there. Even though it's inauspicious, there's some positivity that comes from Libra, who is usually this Venusian diplomatic planet. It can still rule with the sword and the pen when it comes to laying out lines in its diplomacy. Libra is diplomatic overall. In fact, that's partly why having Aries, which is not diplomatic, on the seventh house is a bitch for Libra, because it wants to rule by diplomacy, by serving its friends. But when it deals with anybody, it's a little testy because it has Aries on the seventh house, and that harms the overall diplomatic identity of Libra. But Libra kind of needs it at some level too. That's why it's a bit of a mixed bag. But this is the general thing. It's good to have malefics ruling angles, right? And this is what we read here. A malefic, like Sun, Mars, and Saturn, that owns an angle is considered auspicious generally, because they've learned the hard way to constructively maintain whatever comes through the gate of the angle, because the angles bring confrontation and opportunity in the world. They're what we bump into in the world. When you've got something like Saturn and Mars ruling an angle, it's an auspicious thing. The moon with Libra, the moon ruling the 10th house, shows that there's a little bit of squeamishness when it comes to holding its own career. Because of course we know for Libra is diplomatic, but the career is something that you have to be a little bit harmonious with and amenable to others, but you also have to hold what you know is good for your career. The moon, being a soft planet, makes Libra's grip on its career a little too soft. But that can be useful in career. This is why the moon is neutral in this sense, right? So this is just examples of how Vedic astrology conveys the rising signs. Now, the lords of the 2nd and 8th and 12th are generally considered neutral. They get painted black or white, meaning if the 2nd, the 8th, and the 12th are tied in with the 3rd, 6th, and 11th, or a malefic planet or house, that is an inauspicious house. Excuse me. The lords of the 2nd, 8th, and 12th are tied in with an inauspicious house, then it's going to be painted that way. I often think in electricity, you can paint the white wire black. In the same way, you can paint a neutral house to become auspicious or inauspicious. In the case of Libra rising, we have the example of the 9th lord is Mercury. And that's obviously, it rules the 9th house, which we've learned is one of the most, it is actually the most auspicious house. The 9th is the most auspicious, the 5th is the 2nd most, and the 1st is the 3rd most auspicious house. So anything tied into the 9th generally tends to be okay, tends to do well. So in the case of Libra, Mercury is Venus's friend. It rules the 9th house. The 12th house is neutral, usually. But since Virgo and Gemini are both ruled by the same planet, the 12th house is painted auspicious because it's associated with the 9th house. So Mercury is a very good planet for Libra rising. Makes sense because it's one of the 3 trines, right? Venus, Saturn, and Mercury. The 12th house is painted auspicious. So Libra's ability to serve and get out that 12th house energy of existential meaning and purpose comes when they find their dharma, their purpose in life. They serve through their dharma. And this alleviates their 12th house. Libra's got a lot of blessings, actually. It's a very blessed thing for the 9th lord to be tied into the 12th house like that. Huge blessing. Aries has the same thing with Sagittarius and Pisces. So that's a very nice thing. The 2nd house is tied into the 7th house, which should be auspicious. But Vedic astrology conveys that Mars is still a rather difficult sign. But it's not as difficult as it could be. Jupiter is really one of the harder planets. Really, Leo is the toughest planet for Libra rising. And the moon is also tough too. Lastly, so the 2nd house, the 12th house, and the 8th house get tied in. And of course, the 1st and the 8th, right? The 8th house for Libra is Taurus. Taurus is ruled by Venus, and Venus is, of course, tied into the 1st house. So, of course, Taurus is not going to be that bad. So this paints a little bit of positive energy for the 8th house for Libra, which is a nice thing. Libra's got a lot of blessings. Now, the lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th house are particularly difficult for everybody. These planets that rule these houses cause us to lose our inspiration, they cause us to lose our wealth and our enjoyment. They cause us to waste power and activity in the world. And these are also considered yoga breakers. If you have a positive yoga for wealth, desire, purpose, etc., but it's tied into one of these house lords, then one of these could break it. You guys will often hear me talk about, for example, mutual exchange. If you have Jupiter tied in with Saturn, for example, would be a great example. We have Libra rising. Let's say you've got Jupiter and Saturn are together in, let's say, we've seen them get together in the sign of Capricorn. We've seen them get together in the sign of Aquarius. We've seen them recently they came together in Aquarius, but they've also been together in the sign of Libra. So let's say Jupiter and Saturn are together in Aquarius. Jupiter is going to really frustrate the nature of that Saturn. So thankfully, Saturn will be in its own sign in Aquarius. So that's doing okay for Saturn. Libra rising with Jupiter conjunct Saturn is not too bad because Jupiter's delighting that Saturn. But that Jupiter is still harming it because Jupiter rules the inauspicious 3rd and 6th house. Especially for a Libra, having the Sun conjunct anything is going to bring difficulty. Especially the Sun combusting anything for Libra rising brings lots of trouble. The Sun is conjunct the Saturn, especially for a Libra rising, can really fuck up a lot of the good that's supposed to come from really Saturn's most important planet, which is Libra's most important planet, which is Saturn. The Sun conjunct Mercury, which is also, well, conjunct Mercury is not so bad. But if it's within 15 degrees or so, then it's combusting Mercury. When the Sun combusts Mercury, that's when Libra loses its 9th and 12th lord. It has a loose grip on its dharma, its purpose, and it gets really anxious. It loses its sense of purpose. The whole world pushes Libra around, and its own desire to shine in the world, because the world's always pushing Libra around, because it's so sensitive to it, you see. The world doesn't actually really push Libra around per se, but it feels like it does because it's so sensitive to everybody's vibrations. So it has an 11th house. The Sun rules the 11th house to shine and say, this is my way of showing to everybody that I'm not a pushover. And when the Sun is conjunct something like Mercury, it's going to, in order to show everybody that it's not a pushover and gripping its own kingdom, as the Sun does, gripping its own destiny, it's going to blind Mercury in the process and cause the person to get ahead and to prove to everybody I'm worth something in ways that make them look really bad. And it causes them existential anxiety. That's if the Sun is combust Mercury. So that's some fun little keys and secrets that we can kind of talk about there. So ultimately, the lords of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th are considered these yoga breakers. They can break any yoga, a positive yoga that is happening, if they are tied in with any sort of yoga. There's lots of yogas. That's something I'm going to talk about on my channel at some point. So each rising sign brings different modified results to this general formula. As we've seen with Libra, we can already see Aries is a cruel planet, a malefic planet ruling an angle. And the 2nd house is neutral, so it should just be tied into that. That should be a good thing. But this shows that there are exceptions, different modified results to this general formula. Now, I've got all this, by the way, everybody. Vedic astrology runs very deep. I've learned all this through RYAN KURCZAK from his teaching course known as Asheville Vedic Astrology. And you can see more of each ascendant and how their specific results play out in a chart. Ryan's channel is great. And if you ever want to get into tropical Vedic astrology, I highly recommend that you check out Asheville Vedic Astrology because it's still going. Right now it's run by a lady named Fiona Marks. She has a great patient self-paced course on Teachable that Ryan created. And she's just running it, doing the homework, talking with you throughout the whole thing. It's really great. It's still running. I highly recommend it. So we're going to talk a little bit more about Libra now, and we're going to discuss from this point on. We're going to start looking at the whole picture of Libra rising. But first, I think I got to go to the bathroom. So let's take a quick break here, folks. If you got any questions, let me know. You know, I always enjoy moving through this stuff with you guys, and there's lots to go through here. So I'll be right back. Quick bathroom break, and then when we come back, we're going to start getting into more of the depth of each planetary lord for Libra rising. Okay, see you guys soon. Okay. Our journey continues. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you. Welcome. So, we just got into the beginning of how we can understand Libra rising. Let's go further and deeper into today's reading. This next bit is one of my favorite things that I do. Hey, Silber. Nice to see you, buddy. This next bit is one of my favorite things that I do during these rising sign readings. This is Light on Life. Hello, Venus. This is Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. Nice that we have Venus here for our Libra rising video. Venus itself, Sachi. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm glad to have you here on my channel. And I'm glad that you're enjoying talking about you. So, this book is called Light on Life, an introduction to the astrology of India. It is the Vedic astrology text. I almost want to read it again. I'm going to go through it again at some point because there's just so much in it. Like it's the one. This is the other side of my Vedic reckoning. I get so much from Ernst Wilhelm. I get so much from RYAN KURCZAK'S. I get so much from Vedic Astrology. But this book is the ground, the philosophical ground for learning about Vedic astrology. I should do a book report thing on it at some point because it's just so good. It goes through so much juice. Now, in this book, we have a section talking about the rising signs. Here we have Libra lagna. Make it so you guys can kind of see it. Might be a bit blurry, but that's okay. And this is going to give us a little impression of how Libra rising operates and why it operates the way it does based on the houses that it rules. Again, this is like I was saying, like, you know, why is Libra rising so diplomatic? Why is it so pushy in relationships and harmonious at the same time? Why is it so interested in marriage and blending for the long haul? You know, having its first and eighth lord ruled by Venus at the same time. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through this. I'm going to put my camera or whatever on this same page that we're seeing here. So essentially, for those who follow Vedic astrology, you would recognize this diagram. This is the signs in the South Indian diagram. The signs are always fixed, so you can see the mutable signs are on the corners. Saturn rules that would be the north. No, south, I think, actually. My brain is melting on it. Aries is east. Yeah, Aries is east, and then the sun moves to the north. No, that'd be south. So Aries is east, then Cancer and Leo is south, Libra is west, and then Capricorn and Aquarius is north. Don't quote me on it. My brain, I have directional dyslexia. But this is the diagram that you'd often recognize. Now, it's the same diagram that we can see here. And this is what we're going to use as we are going through and discussing Libra lagna as we know it. So again, this comes from Light on Life by Robert E. Svoboda and Hart to Fauw. This is their take on Libra rising. What we read is Libra's symbol, the scales. And this is not necessarily the scales of justice, as it is often conveyed. We've already heard that there is something to the scales of justice in the way that Parashurama, the deity, the avatar of Venus, went around and dealt out some justice to all of the evil kings for the sake of goodness and justice and liberty. But there is really, in Libra symbol, because it's a Shudra sign, and Venus rules an air sign, Shudra, which is an artisan, a craftsman, who weighs the true value of things, as well as an earth sign, Taurus, which is the Vaishnava, which is the Vaishya. It's the merchant class. So Libra's scale, the symbols, which is a shopkeeper's weighing scales. It makes natives of this mercantile sign less likely to be lawyers than retailers or merchants. And this is a predilection which is reinforced by Libra's position as the zodiac's natural 7th house. They're retailers, they're merchants, they're businessmen and women. So Librans do particularly like public professions because the moon, which is a public planet of the masses, is lord of the 10th house. And this indicates both the public and one's profession. So Libra risings, you'll find lots of them on social media, online, as a big a person who knows how to use promotion, advertising, market, networking to get their name and face out there. If they don't have a grip on that for themselves, you'll also find that they're good at doing it for other people. They're good marketers and promoters. Can you guys see me here? Looks like you can. Yeah. Let me just check if we got any comments yet. Since Venus, so this is something that's interesting. This is how these guys, their brains think, and it shows just incredible depth. Venus rules the rising sign. Now, we have to ask, for each of these house lords, it's often useful to ask, where is it exalted and where is it debilitated? For the first house, which was Venus, which rules Libra, Venus is debilitated in Libra's 12th house. The first lord is debilitated in the 12th house. So since Venus is debilitated in the 12th house of a Libra rising, Librans often have difficulty controlling their expenditures. They tend to waste their resources, both physical and financial. They kind of put more energy into things without really accounting for it. This debility may lead them into sexual escapades, which they may live to regret. Especially because the 12th house is the house of bed pleasures, of existential bed pleasures, of sleeping with somebody in order to rid yourself of existential feelings. So Librans tend to not be so discerning about where they put their existential crises energy. And they would do well to learn some discernment from that. This is why Mercury, ruling the 12th and the 9th, is very important for Libra, because the 9th house makes them attached to a dharma that forces them to not, it forces them to conscript their 12th house existential crisis energy to something meaningful to them, something that will ultimately bring them deeper soul happiness in the long run. So Mercury is very important for Libra. Now, again, these guys show lots of great little things here in this reading. So we've learned that Jupiter is not an enemy to Venus. Jupiter is neutral to Venus. If Venus falls into Sagittarius, it's not in an enemy sign or a friend. It's neutral. But this is how it works, is that there's a reflection both ways with everything in astrology. Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. If Jupiter falls in Libra, or if Jupiter falls in Taurus, or if Venus aspects Jupiter, then Jupiter is starved. So this does show some antagonism here. Now, Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. So Venus is disinclined to accept any well-intended advice from Jupiter, the Lord of wisdom and intuition. And thus, in a similar way, Librans have difficulty accepting wise counsel. Now, this is coupled with the fact that Jupiter owns two what are called dasthanas, which are these difficult houses. Now, there are also upachayas, which we're going to talk about, how upachaya houses, which are the 3rd and the 6th, as well as, I think, the 11th? Or maybe the 8th. I got to figure that out. While we're here, let me just take a moment. It's worth it. It's in this book. Marikas, dasthanas. Yeah, so the 3rd, the 6th, the 10th, and the 11th. Cool. So the 3rd, the 6th, and the 10th, and the 11th get better over time. But the 10th and the 11th are not technically dasthanas. The dasthanas are the 3rd, the 6th, the 8th, and the 12th. So those 4 houses, the 3rd, the 6th, the 8th, and the 12th, even when they're auspicious, they always have a little bit of difficulty, a little bit of damage that them and their lords can cause. So the fact that Venus is Jupiter's enemy means that Jupiter has a hard time with the way Libra rising operates. The Lord, the guru of spirituality, is not, like what we talked about with Parashurama, is that he goes against typical spirituality in order to fortify his tribe, to fortify his group, to be diplomatic and serve the people who serve him. And Jupiter is beyond groupings. It's beyond diplomacy. It's your sole joy that you need to do for yourself. So oftentimes Libra rising will find that Jupiter is knocking on their door and saying, hello, is anybody there? Hi, I'm God. And Libra says, sorry, God, come back when I'm less busy. Right now, I'm busy helping my friends. So the Jupiter guru will knock on Libra's door and say, hello there, there's a higher destiny. There's something that you could gain greater soul happiness in the long run of your whole life's soul purpose through. Hello. And Libra says, sorry, God, bug me later. Right now, I'm busy helping my friends because they helped me, because I've got that word. There's justice. I'm tied to the bonds of my word, which is beautiful. But Libras have to be aware that Jupiter, even though it's a painful thing that can ruin a lot of the ties that you've bonded through, that you hold to for security, as a part of who you are, it's not good to go against your word. Really, what this is more to the point of is that Libra will give out its word, say, I will love you forever. I will serve you forever. You saved my life. I will serve you with whatever you need forever, no matter what. If like a rapist, molester, murderer saves Libra's life, and Libra didn't know any of those things about that person, then it comes that person did a whole bunch of bad shit. Libra's brain is like, but this person saved my life. This person helped me. I've got to be able to help them. And that's where the Jupiter stands on top, is like, it doesn't matter what this person did for you. You would be not helping the world by helping that person. It's the devil's in the details and things like that. But this is the funny thing between Libra and Jupiter that happens in charts. Beautiful, Inanna. So Inanna's making a great point here. Venus is the guru of the Asuras, which are the earthbound delights and fancies. Jupiter is the guru of the Devas. So Jupiter is a guru for more spiritual, disciplined, austere, deeper soul joy, meaning, and purpose in the life. Again, Venus is the water that carries us up the mountain. It says, honey, let's relax. The journey is part of the destination. But Jupiter has to ultimately say to its wife, I know that, honey, and let's hold each other's hands. Let's dress beautifully. You're right. The journey is the destination. But we do got places to go. Come on. I've got a destiny. You've got a destiny. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And it's good for everybody not to let their desire to comfort and to be good in their relationship override the bigger picture, which is that ultimately the soul's truth is more important even than our relationships. And sometimes Jupiter will tug on us, woof, and our relationships, if it's a good relationship, will carry each other, give each other the space to go a little further sometimes, to catch up with each other. I'll catch up with you later if this is what's got to happen. We got to give each other the space to do what our soul needs to do. That's why Jupiter's the true marriage planet. Libra risings, the Jupiter, that instead of going for what they need to do, they'll say, oh, okay, honey, what is it that you need? And then they'll even be bittered about what they got to do with their relationship and let an opportunity for their soul joy pass by because the partner had a need in a moment. It sounds hard, but this is, of course, we all can empathize with Libra wanting to help out its partner, but we all have to, in a way, take care. If we all take care of ourselves, then our partners will learn to take care of themselves. And then when we meet each other, we will not be codependent, but interdependent. So I often say a true relationship, most people think relationships are, you take two incomplete circles, two half circles, you bring them together to make one circle. That's not what a relationship is. A true healthy relationship is when you take a complete circle and another complete circle, bring them together, and you make the infinity symbol. One whole person and another whole person coming together in an interdependent wholeness. But when you're both codependent, then things can happen that are not conducive to the soul destiny and true ultimate joy of both. So you got to be happy with yourself if you truly want to be happy with your spouse. If your happiness comes by you only making your spouse happy, then you're going to miss out on your own joy, and they're going to sense that, and they're if they try to fix that, they can't. You have to do it for yourself. And this is, again, more of the difficulty that Venus and Jupiter have with each other. So Venus is Jupiter's enemy, and Jupiter rules the 3rd and 6th house, Sagittarius and Pisces, for Libra. So this tendency causes a Libra's wisdom to become somewhat clouded. This is partially true for Taurus rising as well, who are stubborn bulls. But it's less pronounced for them because in a Taurus rising sign, Jupiter owns the 11th house of friends. Also, Libra is a fierce, active sign, which ignores advice actively. Tauruses is merely passive ignorers of good counsel. Libra rising will say, well, here's why I think your advice is stupid, Mr. Guru. And the guru, they'll fight, get in a sword fight, and all the energy of sword fighting. You've really got to prove to me why this wisdom is good for me. Here's why I don't think it is. And they'll make a whole huff about it that just the talking, you can't necessarily talk about guru wisdom. You can't talk with somebody who's giving you good counsel about it necessarily. There's a level where you should, but you have to trust good counsel when it's come to you, and you have to learn to hear it and apply it in your own life. But if you have to sword fight with them right from the source of the wisdom, it's going to mess with their ability to just give you their intuitive message for you. And Libra has to learn this. I guess I'm going to do this way. It'd probably be better. Yeah, it looks like you guys can see me here. The sun rules the 11th house. That's Leo. So the sun rules the 11th house for this sign. And because the rising sign lord Venus is a social planet, the 11th house relates with this social reality, and Libra is an air sign. So friends, clubs, and societies are important to the Libra. But Libras are often led astray by bad company, since the sun is debilitated in the first house. And over-concern with their social lives may cause Libra rising to permit their friends to waste their time. They also tend to be fashion conscious because Venus is a flashy planet. And that's cool. That's either a good thing or a bad thing. That's mostly a good thing for Libra rising. But this flashiness can get you attracted to people for the surface. And Libra can see the best in people. But sometimes by, even especially Libra, since Saturn is exalted in Libra, Libra will spend time associating from the heart with people for the sake of it, but Libra is also very aware of whether their friends are helping them or not, or can serve them or not. So Libra, it will use its flash to attract people who appreciate the flash, the aesthetic, the vibration of positive attraction and magnetism. And this can attract powerful people, but sometimes those powerful people won't have the Libra's true interests at heart, but Libra will entertain them because that's the sun in Libra, sun ruling the 11th house and the sun debilitated in Libra. Might ultimately bring the Libra's deeper purpose down, because the Libra is not thinking about their deeper purpose when they align with people per se. They're just looking for possible strategic contracts. Now, thankfully, that's especially when the Libra is using its social contacts to get further in its life, career-wise and standing-wise. And there's, again, an ego in the Libra that says, I need to prove everybody that I'm smart, I've connected with the right people in order to strategize, spent time with the right people, helped them, and it's gotten me further in my life. Which can get them involved career-wise, ego-wise, in some seedy situations. But thankfully, when they come home from all of the socializing that they've done for their career's sake, they're going to have an actually really deeply cut, value-driven, personal social life. And this is because Saturn rules their 4th and 5th house and is exalted in the rising sign. Saturn is a friend of the rising sign lord Venus. So this gives Libras a pronounced interest in politics, because Saturn rules both the 4th house, the masses, and the 5th house, the formation of governing bodies. The 5th house, like Leo, like the sun, the 5th house relates with government agencies and being in good stead with the government. Libras will often have government jobs that they serve the whole community through. There's a creativity applied to community that gets Libras very far. Saturn's a yoga karaka. It rules the 4th house of opportunity and the 5th house of that trine power. So the opportunities that Libra gets for its personal community and the work that it does there and Saturn is a planet of career too. So oftentimes Libra will find themselves having these connections creatively with people in community whom they actually love, whom they're actually good friends with. So Saturn being the 5th lord, ruling the 5th house, it being exalted in the 1st house, it also might indicate children for Libra rising, but does not do so here to any great degree, because Saturn is a dry planet that doesn't necessarily indicate children, typically. But Saturn's mula tricona is Aquarius. So it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of children. Libra can take it or leave it, but when they do take it, they really run with it. When they do children, they love their children and they go hard on it. It's a beautiful thing. So as for Aries, for a Libra rising, the Lord of the 7th house of relationships is identical with the Lord of the 2nd house of family. This situation can make marriage more likely to endure for Aries and Libra, because Aries is the flip of Libra, and they have the same thing. For Aries, Venus rules the 2nd house and the 7th house. But in this case, Libra, marriage is more likely to endure for Libra rather than for Taurus. Libra being the 7th house of the natural zodiac reinforces this likelihood. There's the enduring nature of the 2nd house is tied into the marriage. And so Libras will want to get into marriage in order to have the experience of a family, a wide social circle, a life that it can connect with its marriage partner through. It also shows that one's personal finances can often, it's interesting that one's personal finances through the 2nd house get tied up in marriage. And this reflects on the fact that Venus rules the 1st house and the 8th house. The 2nd applied to the 7th is the same theme of the 8th house. And the Libra identifies with that because the identity of the 1st house is tied in with the 8th. So there's definitely a real connection there, and it does show the importance of marriage and connecting with people, connecting its resources to another person for Libra rising. That's a really deep and important theme there. I want to have my phone here just so I can see our comments. Kombucha. Bubbly. A little sour. Soft. Perfect. I'm such a Venus Atmakarika. I could sell, what's that say? I could sell snow to an Eskimo? Maybe, I don't know. I like this sort of promotional voice. My market radio voice. Well, folks, we've discussed lots about Libra so far. Now, let's start to dig into what we see with the next section of our reading here. We're going to get even deeper into everything that we've already talked about. And this is going to come from our keynotes from Asheville Vedic Astrology, as well as from Ernst Wilhelm. So let me just get that ready here. So this is what I do on this channel, is that I take a few of these lessons that I've gotten from various people and I display them for all to see here through this channel, through this way that I do it. So we're going to be discussing now Libra rising as it is given in the ancient texts. And we're getting it from two different places. One of them is going to be from Ernst Wilhelm, who gives us a nice little snippet of the nature of each rising sign lord. From the nature of each planet lord for the rising sign. And also we're going to be hearing from the notes that I took in my class with RYAN KURCZAK. So we're kind of getting them from two different places here. I wish I could make this. Can I not minimize this? Darn. I'm hoping that maybe... Alright, I'm just going to do one little thing dingy here. And for the sake of it, what the heck. If anybody has been enjoying how I do this stuff, you can reach me at astrology@dustincormier.net, and it's there that you would find me capable of giving you an astrology reading. I love to do real astrology. I do it with people all the time, and it's part of what I do with my life here, folks. It's part of what keeps me going, part of what keeps me coming on here and teaching astrology as I do. Now, I love to do this in general, but again, if anybody should feel like it, you can find my PayPal here on my in the chat, and you can go on that PayPal, and if you feel like donating, donations are never expected, but always appreciated. Really, I just love doing this stuff. You know, I love being able to teach astrology, to talk about all things astrology, and to have a scene of people who kind of hang out with me and do it with me in this way. Master Notes, astrology. If I can't find this particular thing that I'm looking for, I'm not going to chase it. I got way too many career apprenticeship, astrology master notes. I got way too many things on my email. But it looks like I've got it here. 6 Mercury, essay. Bhavas, Rahu quiz. Quizzes and essays, give me a break. Master notes. If this is going to take too long, then we're just not going to do it. Mathematical yogas. I'm sure that it's supposed to be in here. Patience losing. Well, I thought I was supposed to be in here, but I don't care. Looks like we're just going to do it this way. So thanks for watching, everybody. So now let's start digging into the real depth of what I have to offer on this channel here. This is the true guts, the real nitty-gritty of digging into the planetary lords for Libra Rising. That's what we're discussing here. So we're going to begin first by going through these notes that I've taken on RYAN KURCZAK'S school from Asheville Vedic Astrology. It'd be really nice if I could open this with some... Oh, maybe I can. You'll have to excuse me here, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm really trying to... What I'd love to do is open this in a way that I can take away the top bit. Yeah, here we go. Whatever, same thing. Okay, very good. So now let's get into it, folks. This is Libra Rising, coming from my master notes that I've done with RYAN KURCZAK. We're going to begin by looking at Libra Rising, and this is the notes that Brihat Parashara Horashastra gives us on Libra Rising. We read that... I'm sorry, my brain has to just try one more thing. It's just bugging me that I can see the header on that. Said mathematical yogas. It is just not going to give it to me. can't believe I can't find this thing that I'm looking for. It's kind of bugging me. How was I doing it before? All right, whatever. I'm going to say it one more time, and then we just got to rock and roll, folks. Kind of sucks for the aesthetic here. Aesthetics are important, but you guys can see the information, so I have to do this little introduction one more time. So, thanks everybody for watching. Now what we're going to get into is the master notes that I have taken from RYAN KURCZAK'S Asheville Vedic Astrology Course on the nature of Libra Rising. And this is discussing Libra Rising as it's given in Brihat Parashara Horoshastra. So, Parashara Horoshastra is what I mentioned is the rishi who wrote the original course textbook possibly 4,000 years ago. It's hard to say. Historically, it's hard to exactly define. But it's him who gave these very deep ideas. He was a mastermind of all things astrology. It's him who gave this discussion of how the planets operate for each rising sign. So we read that Jupiter, the Sun, and Mars are considered evil for Libra rising. This is one of the reasons why Mars is considered inauspicious and difficult for Libra rising. It's considered by Parashara to be an evil planet, along with Jupiter and the Sun. Of course, this is, oftentimes with astrology, they'll use a hard word like evil. That's a little much, but this is how these things are conveyed. Evil just means the opposite of auspicious, whereas Saturn and Mercury are auspicious. It's interesting that he doesn't say Venus is auspicious. And this shows you the hard mathematical reality that Parashara gives, because Venus essentially rules the first house and the 8th house. So Venus can get, even with its own planet, can get itself into trouble because of that 8th house is a Dastana house. Venus can be a bit unstable for Libra rising compared to Saturn and Mercury. Saturn and Mercury are purely auspicious and good. Now, productive of Raja Yoga are the Karakas, the moon, and Mercury. And this is especially together when you have Mercury and the moon together for a Libra, or an aspect to each other, or involved in some kind of yoga, involved in a mutual exchange yoga. Oh, it sucks because Mercury would be thirsted in that case. Generally speaking, combinations for a Libra rising involving Mercury with any planet can have this Raj Yoga quality. And the moon with any planet can have a Raj Yoga quality too, but especially when they bring them together. It's like a high royal yoga. Raja means royal. And so this is what Parashara tells us, is that the moon and Mercury as yoga producers are just specifically powerful for Libra rising. And there are many ways that that can manifest itself. Now Mars kills. Mars is the true killer with the Marika quality. So Marikas are planets essentially that rule, usually it's the 2nd house and the 7th, but sometimes there are other planets that can have this Marika quality. Now, usually there's 2 Marikas and that's it for most rising signs. Libra, for all its goodness that we've seen, it's the planets that are difficult for Libra can be really difficult. Mars especially can kill. And what this actually means is that if you are older in your life and, Venus spends its whole life carving out diplomatic lines, making alliances, and serving those people who are on the positive side of its alliance. Years later, especially during the Saturn Dasha, because Mars is an enemy to Saturn. So whether that's the natural dasha of each person has their mahadashas, which is their planetary internal clock. And then there's the planetary periods. So Moon is from 0 to 1 years old. Mars is from 1 to 3 years old. Mercury is from 3 to 12 years old. Then Venus begins at puberty at 12 years old, from 12 to 32. Jupiter is the mid-young adult from 32 to 50. Then the Sun is from 50 to 70 years old. That's the fruiting of the whole chart of the life, those 20 years of the Sun period. And then at 70 years old, we all experience the Saturn period. So at 70 years old, Mars, everybody has a bit of difficulty with Mars because their bodies have become frail. So if there's any diplomatic, like if you're a mob boss and you've been doing good for your mob boss buddies your whole life as a Libra rising, and then at the end of your life, you're in the Saturn period, you're frail, and especially if you don't have a good Saturn, Mars could be the one who comes along and, it's like in The Godfather, when the Godfather is like dying in the hospital and the young Al Pacino, the new Don, he's got to protect his father in the hospital because guys want to come and kill him because they know that he's weak and frail now. So Mars, old things, old diplomatic enemies, or even just holding whatever, just what Mars does to apply itself to its friends, can end up being what kills Libra rising at the end of their lives. So this kind of thing can happen for Libra. It can even be something where, you've been working on a pension your whole life, and then as time goes on, for whatever reason, the union or whatever company you were working for is not serving pensions anymore. So Mars can kill a Libra at the end of their lives. Now, that is the greatest marika for Libra rising, is Mars. Now, Jupiter and other evil also have marika qualities. So Jupiter, the Sun, and Mars all kind of have this marika quality, but especially Mars. So you have to understand it this way. All planets usually have two marikas. It's the second house, because that is our essential resources. And when we don't have our essential resources, it can kill us. It's like it's a vital organ that if anything messes with the second house, it's our resources that allow us to restore ourselves when necessary, and that can kill us. It's that critical to our vitality. The seventh house is the furthest house from the first house. So the seventh house can be so alien to the nature of the rising sign that it can be a marika too. So for most people, those are the two marikas, the two killer houses that actually usually are described as the planets that will probably end up killing you when you are older. Because everybody's going to die at some point, and usually the reason why you die is because of the marikas. So it'll probably be Mars for Libra rising. But in particular, while Mars is the heaviest marika, there's also lighter marika qualities applied to Jupiter and the Sun. So Jupiter and the Sun can also cause Libra rising this kind of marika difficulty as well. Hello there, Matthew Smithson. Nice to have you here. Thanks for hanging out with us. So this is how it's generally conveyed. And of course, Venus is neutral. Venus itself is neither evil nor auspicious. It's technically auspicious. We could definitely say Venus ruling Libra, the planet that is of its most own nature, is going to do well for itself. But it's still interesting to hear how the identity getting wrapped up in the unstable 8th house can actually cause Libra difficulty. So Libra wants to put in energy to its friend groups that's going to bring it wealth, bring it power, bring it energy through group diplomatic Saturn and, Saturnian collective union mentality. But with that, you're also putting your power in the hands of the group. And if that group goes south, then all that you've invested into that group also goes south with it, and that damages the first house. Libras will probably find that. We're going to talk about that as we get into Venus. So that has been the nature of all these planets on the whole. My funny little note there. So we're going to take one more bathroom break. I feel like we might as well while we're here before we start the next section. And then we're going to get into how to look at each of the individual planetary lords. So this is my favorite part. This is the big section. There's a lot to say. Let's take a quick bathroom break again, and then we'll come back. I'm drinking too much kombucha, I guess. And then we're going to get into this next important section of the video. See you guys in a sec. Okay. Yes, folks, believe it or not, we are probably not even halfway through this video. We're already 2 hours in. That's how it goes with these videos. So, let's be patient. Let's move through this with clarity and positive intention. It is good in astrology to invoke the energy of Ganesha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Ganesha as the lord of resonating with Thoth, of Mercury, of knowledge and truth and clarity beyond all perceptive perception. May Ganesha bless this next part of our reading today, because there is much still to go through. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Let's start digging in here and discuss our first planet in this next section, describing the planets as lords in great detail. And we shall begin with the Sun for Libra Rising. So we've read that the Sun strictly ruling the 11th house is evil. Now we've discussed how the 11th house is one of the Maraka houses. Not the Maraka houses, but it is the 3 inauspicious houses, the 3rd, the 6th, and the 11th. The 11th is actually the most inauspicious. The 11th house is the most difficult house. The 6th house is the 2nd most difficult, and the 3rd house is the 3rd most difficult. So the 11th house, you have to understand that it's an important house of dharma. And it's a very blessed thing to have the 11th lord well placed in the chart, because it is essentially taking care of and allowing to have the least possible damage occur through this potentially destructive, inauspicious planet. So what's the big deal with the 11th house? Why is it so difficult? We could even use any of our books to kind of give us a little extra information on why this is and what's the nature of it. Essentially, it is the house of gains. And it resonates with Aquarius in a way, of course. The Aquarian pot implies a free flow of what it stores. So a strong 11th house, which is a comma house of enjoyment, indicates the acquisition in plenty of one's desires, including beautiful ornaments and the paraphernalia of luxury. When gains are profuse, what is extra can be stored and utilized in dalliance, including especially the enjoying of playful sexual acts with many partners. It's because the 11th is the highest of the relationship houses, and as a reflection of the 5th, it represents playfulness. It's important to look at it in terms of illness. You know, it's cool. All the information in this book is great. But this playfulness, this desires, the house of gains that the 11th house represents, it's essentially an egotistical thing. This is what's tricky about inauspicious houses, is that it's one of those things where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. We all have to deal with all of the houses of astrology. In fact, what I often like to say is that all these 12 houses of astrology are essentially inherently neutral. As in, even when they're inauspicious, even when we're talking about if there was no planets, just the houses by themselves, even when they're inauspicious, there's just a naturalness to them. The 11th house is a natural phenomenon of human consciousness. And it's only when we have karma with any of these houses that it causes undue resistance, stress, and difficulty. Undue stress. The 11th house is always going to cause stress. But if you have a well-placed sun, it's still going to cause stress. But that stress is going to be soulfully aligned. Thank you, Silber. That's a sweet thing for you to say. The 11th house will always bring stress. But if the sun is well placed for the Libra rising, if the 11th Lord is well placed, then that stress and difficulty is going to be soulfully aligned. It's a great blessing when this house that can cause such difficulty is auspiciously aligned, and it's aligned in a way that mitigates the damage that can be caused. So the 11th house is the house of gains. It's the house that essentially it wants to win. It wants to accumulate, and it wants to enjoy. It's a comma house, one of the air houses. The 3rd, the 7th, and the 11th all can really have to do with using our Venusian enjoyment in a way to get us further in our lives. And that enjoyment allows us to not only enjoy getting further, but it gets us even further as well. You connect with people and party with them, and you network in a way where you just, it's like bosses. Sometimes they'll hang out with their employees, but like if a boss owns a restaurant, most of the time that boss of that restaurant is hanging out with other buddies who also own restaurants. And all of them together, they hang out, they go on skiing trips in Aspen or Quebec or Vancouver, and they clink their wine glasses together and they shoot the shit, like, how's your business going? What are you doing about this recent debacle of food where there's sweet potatoes that are extra money coming in? Like, what are you doing about that? Oh, well, I'm taking them and doing this with it. Oh, I've never thought about that. That's genius, Like, I got a lot of sweet potatoes right now. Like, how about when we go back home from our ski trip, I'll do this for you, and I can do these sweet potatoes for you. Yeah, I'll do that if we go skiing on run 6, because I know you like 5, but I want to go on run 6. If you'll do the potatoes thing, we'll go on run 6. The ski run number 6, because I know you like that one. It's a deal. Slap, slap. That's like 11. They're enjoying this vacation, but it's getting them farther. That's like 11th house stuff. The big wigs and fat cats in the world do this kind of shit all the time. So this kind of enjoyment can be good and auspicious and bring us farther. But what the deal with the 11th house, why it's so evil and inauspicious, is because it represents desiring to gain something, to get somewhere, to be seen in glory. Now, for Libra rising, there's two things worth saying here. Number one, the sun is debilitated in Libra. Number two, the sun rules the 11th house, which is inauspicious. And number three, something that has to be said here is that for any other rising sign, there's two rising signs that have a bit of funky difficulty. Let's see, I think it would be... yeah, it's Virgo and Libra. Virgo and Libra have this particular situation with their 11th house, where the planet that rules the 11th house only rules one house. I'm going to just for the heck of it, let's just do a quick example here. Let's look at, sure, what the heck. Let's look at Aries rising. Let's look at the 11th house of Aries rising. You'll notice that Saturn rules the 11th house, but it also rules the 10th house. It's inauspicious, it is, but the Saturn is a malefic ruling the 10th, so there's some goodness there. The point is that there's not just one planet ruling the 11th house. You can look at it with any rising sign. If you were to look at Gemini, we look at the 11th house. We see that Pisces is at the top. So Aries rules the 11th house and it rules the 6th house. That's actually a tough one. Gemini rising is a tough example because it's Mars is not a great planet for Gemini. The point is, though, is that for a Libra rising, for most of the rising signs, the damage of the 11th house is kind of spread out between the 11th sign and the sign that the planet also rules. But Leo, the sun only rules one sign. So Libras have only one planet ruling the 11th house, which means there's no other sign that the sun rules. So for any other rising sign, the 11th also rules another sign. And that other sign helps that planet's tied into the 11th and that other sign. For Libra rising, the sun just rules the 11th. So the sun is very focused in this sort of exacerbated way of, again, as we've been saying with Libra gets pushed around by everybody. And the truth is that Libra doesn't actually get pushed around any more than anybody else, but Libra feels like it does. It feels like a Muppet or the language I've heard it from another book is that it's this foppish Muppet who people see it as this being this kind of this pushover. And so everybody kind of grinds out its I'm on top of the world by Libra, who's just like, shucks, that's kind of an asshole thing that you did to me just now. that was not very nice of you. They kind of laugh at other people bullying them, and they're kind of have a nervous way of getting past it. And that's of themselves. Now, what Libra does is that it doesn't fight for itself. Typically, it's not natural for the Libra. What it does is it uses its Saturn to develop deep relationships with the people whom will advance the Libra farther and whom they love in a deep way, in a soulful way. And they will fight tooth and nail for those people. A Libra rising will fight more for its friend than an Aries rising will fight for itself, if you could believe that. Because Aries rising's first and eighth, Mars, which rules the first house, also rules the eighth house, and that's the main connection there. For Libra, Saturn being exalted Saturn being a communal planet, being exalted in the first house shows that Libra needs other people more than it needs itself. And it's a primal thing that Libra Again, will fight for others more than Aries rising will fight for itself. So what Libra does is it fights for others and then hopes that others show up for it when it's getting made fun of, or when it's getting splayed or whatever. And so when there's no support to the Libra, when it's by itself, that's why it likes to hang out with friends and people and associations, that it can build on those associations so Libra can be regarded as a nice guy. So when someone comes along and says, wow, you're kind of a pushover pussy, aren't you? And then Libra can say, well, I'm very important to this organization, so you better keep quiet because you're on my payroll there, my guy. And I got big hands that can make you disappear, So every Libra rising still has to defend themselves, but they'll lean on other people to help defend them. Thank you, Luciano. I'm just realizing the phrase that you put there. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Now, this is why, because Libra feels like it gets pushed around, that it's so important for the ego of Libra to show everybody that I have done something. Because it doesn't fight the battle. Libra looks to win the war. Libra's not a battle winner. Aries is the battle winner. Aries will win every little battle. But whether they're laughing at the very end of it depends on all the things going on in their chart. For Libra, they don't care about winning the battle. They don't have time to deal with somebody who's, especially Libras. What often happens with Libras is they get people who are jealous of them. It's because the world is still got a lot of lower chakra stuff to work out. And Libra is operating from a cerebral higher chakra place. So Libras will connect with women. Libras will connect with important people, and they'll be regarded as they'll support the people who support them, and they'll get onto a high roster of things, and they'll be seen in the spotlight, and they'll look great doing it because they got the flashy clothes and they know how to look and taste and smell and speak the part. And people, and they often do it with less work. They know how to use the system to fight against the system. And if they are a martial arts person, if they got a good Mars and a good Saturn and they're into martial arts, they're not a Muay Thai kickboxer who uses a lot of energy and will kick you and they'll keep kicking you until you go down. They are the ones they're like Wing Chun people. They'll take your pinky finger and go up, bend it backwards and go, you shouldn't have done that. Ow, 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 let go, let go, let go, let go. Like Libras use the anatomy of the body in a fight. They use the anatomy of a system in the fight. They strategize. And because of this, they get to these high places and they don't put off the attitude of being a strong lion person. So people will see them in the high sphere of things, and then they'll go out the doors of the ceremony, and some dude who's just saw him climb so quickly up the ladder takes him to a back corner and says, hey, small guy, hi. Grabs him by the scruff and says, yeah, you don't have your friends now. And the Libra can get really spooked in moments like that because they got high up by wheeling and dealing. So people can get jealous of the Libra and try to take them down a peg through martial force. And they can get really agitated in these moments when these things happen. They're not used to defending themselves at a lower chakra way. And this is part of, Libra, because they don't work on the sun as much, although they can have a good sun and work it out. But the Libra is always making sure of what everybody wants, not necessarily what their soul wants, and then applying themselves to what the company needs, what the organization needs. And they can, because of this, the sun inside of their chart can be kind of mitigated in a way as well, where they feel like these people don't love me for who I am. These people love me because I'm towing the line of the company. And there can be a lot of truth to that. So they have to make sure, if you have a good sun, you're going to make sure that you pay yourself first, that your bread gets buttered while you're busy buttering everybody else's bread. And that's what having a good sun in Libra won't feel like they have to compensate. The sun strictly ruling Leo as the 11th house for Libra rising shows that Libra has a pained need to prove to everybody that while everyone's been pushing me around, even though, again, nobody really does, it's just they feel like everybody does. When Libra rising does something great for itself and it shines, the sun says, I still haven't made up for all the times where people said I was a weakling or an insignificant person. Even though it could be years, and years since they've been bullied in high school, and now they're in this company, and the company loves them for what they do, and they're fine, and they're doing very well, and they don't need to compensate. But Libras remember the insults to them and forget and don't hold on to the compliments to them. They don't like to receive compliments. I mean, they do, and they're like, thank you so much, but they don't hold on to them like they hold on to the insults. And so the Leo compensation is proving to those people who insulted them years ago, and it doesn't even matter anymore, that I am something. And that's part of this strange nature with Libra, is that when the sun is well placed, essentially, they're going to lose that. There's not going to be that much of that. But it's always going to be a little bit there. The Libra likes to live large and be reputed for it. It's not a bad thing wholly and completely, because that is your 11th house. Libra wants to attain things. Libra wants to make attainments that people see them and know them for. And that's where their Leo is. So at some level, it's not that bad of a thing. Depends on what's going on with Leo. There are Libra risings in the Pluto and Leo generation who really got great renown, and people loved them, and everybody wanted to be the Libra rising with Pluto and Leo. But they still didn't feel happy and satisfied with who they were. They feel that with Pluto and Leo especially, they feel that everyone loves them for what they did, but not who they are. And that's always a crippling thing for Libras. Do all these people who I get accolades from really love me for who I am or what I've done? Because all I've done is catered to a system. And so it's always a frustrating thing for them. That's why it's malefic. But it's still your 11th house. It's still important. It's still your sun. It's still an intrinsic part of who you are. So just because it has this quality doesn't mean that it's bad for you to shine. Just always, and even when you're shining, in order to prove to everybody that you're shining with this compensation, even that is part of the karma that Libra has to move through. And I want to say this at this point because this is what astrology teaches us. If you hear all this and go, oh, I have to not have this compensation energy when I try to do anything, you might find it's kind of A, impossible, and B, you've already got a weak sun. You've already got an ability to lose your intrinsic sense of what you are and fight for it. Fight for yourself. So don't hear all this and think, oh, there's a psychological compensation that's not healthy, and therefore I shouldn't fight to attain anything. That would be me ruining your 11th house energy. Listen to your heart, and if you want to attain something and prove to everybody that this is what you are, do it. Listen to your soul, and don't be attached to the fruits. Come from the action. Because as the Bhagavad Gita says, we are not entitled to the fruits of our action. We're only entitled to what is within our destiny and our soul. If you follow your destiny and your soul, and it leads you to great action that people give you reputation for, that's part of who you are. That's part of your soul. Don't be attached to the accolades. Just do what your soul tells you. That will get you where you want to be. It'll help mitigate the negative aspect of that 11th house. But don't stop yourself from following the 11th house just because these thoughts go through your head. It doesn't make you evil. It doesn't make you anything. It just makes you a Libra rising. God bless you for it. The soul karma of all of us is beyond the astral karma. Remember that. So the 11th house is wonderful for gains, status, getting recognized, achieving one's ideals, ambitions, and goals. But to the extreme, ruling the 11th, the sun leads Libra to focus on dharma and purpose because they want to be known. They force the issue, forcing their idealism, will, and a high status power onto others, and they manipulate others because of that status. Sometimes just to whip people around because they got whipped around when they were younger, and now they're in a high spot where they can give it back to the universe for what it did to me when I got bullied in high school. And that gets them into trouble. They'll abuse people below them because they've earned the cosmic right to do it. We consider the sun mostly inauspicious for the Libra ascendant. The sun is debilitated in Libra, showing the 11th house fixation leads to their ruin. But the sun is exalted in Libra's 7th, showing that the ability to direct and inspire and to do what the sun does best, to care for and guide others, is what a Libran is really all about. It kind of makes sense, that the sun is exalted in Libra's 7th house. So it leads others and guides others. And that brings Libra its best quality. It's not to put others underneath it. It's to guide and inspire others through its example. And that's really what gives Libra the best of this sun energy. So when used to help and inspire and exalt others, it's great. But when it's used for itself, Libra's sun can generally bring detriment to the Libra. It pushes down others in order to get higher. And if it does, it doesn't always, but if it does so, this is going to undermine what Libra Rising is all about, which is helping those, supporting those, being a stepladder for those who will eventually also be a stepladder for you, and vice versa, through communion, through love, through helping each other. When Libra drops the whole thing of especially what happens with Libra is, if I step on these people's heads, I'll be able to exalt the people who deserve it. And these people don't deserve it. These people are assholes. They were assholes to me. So now I'm going to climb higher, and I'm going to help the friends that helped me, and I'm going to step on the people who stepped on me. And that's not very Venus and Pisces. That causes the Libra to rub other people the wrong way, and this is what ends up making the Mars that the Libra has to fight later on in life as the killer Marika, right? So keep that in mind. Now this comes from Ernst Wilhelm, and this is going to give us a little bit more detail here. Libra rising, the sun as the 11th lord. The sun is the gold that is in the scale. The sun as the 11th lord of Libra is what Libra rising natives desire to gain in this life. As the 11th lord, the sun is a temporary malefic, meaning it rules the 11th house, which is an inauspicious house. So that's what it means by the sun is a temporal malefic specifically for Libra. And it indicates those desires that the native thinks they are in most need of fulfilling, in which they may pursue to the exclusion of all else, to their relationships, to their healthy relationships, which is why the sun can burn Libra's ass. The need to chase some dream, some job, some position, some role in the company at the expense of everything else, especially wherever the sun is. This conveys this. If the sun is especially in any negative aspects to Venus, since the sun is Venus's enemy, this will really hurt the rising sign. If the sun is combust Venus especially, it causes the job that they're seeking to get to ruin everything that makes the Libra what they are. As a loving, communal helper person, the need to get ahead at the expense of others will take over that. Now, ultimately, what Libra hopes to gain is the self, spiritually speaking. But they first must trample through a world of desires. That's a very deep phrase for Libra rising. Ernst is so good. This comes from Ernst Wilhelm, remember. So what Ernst is saying here, this is a bow that ties around the complete energy of what Libra is. Because remember, the sun is the center of everybody in a lot of ways. So wherever Leo rules is going to show a deep, key, secret essence of the rising sign. And this is this deep, secret essence of Libra. Ultimately, they hope to gain themselves, the true nature of who they are. That's what they seek with this 11th house energy, to get that job, to get that particular type of woman or man, to get what they think their ego wants. They're hoping to gain the self. But first, they must trample through a world of desires. They have to get what they think they want, then they realize that they didn't actually give a shit about that thing, and that's when they start to find what their true desires are. If you have a very good sun as a Libra rising, you can have some of the greatest satisfaction out of any sign. But you're likely going to learn what doesn't satisfy you before you finally focus on what does. It's especially when you're 50 years old. 50 is the age of the sun, and that is when a Libra with a good sun is going to have the greatest satisfaction than anybody could ever have. On the other hand, for a Libra rising who has a weak sun, it's afflicted, it's debilitated in Libra, it's got its enemies are starving it, it doesn't have good Shadbala, it's not in a good sign. If the sun is really afflicted for a Libra rising, the age of 50 to 70, where all of us are, that's the cream of the life. That is the natural sun period. During that period, the person will feel like their life is a waste. They'll gamble, they'll wander, they'll mope around thinking I'm a victim of circumstances that didn't support me attaining my desires. It's because of my childhood, it's because of what my father put me through, that I have this compensation complex to work some job that's probably what they'll do, is they'll work a job with a pension that they never gave a shit about, and when they're 50 to 70 years old, they are feeling like their life was a waste. So Libra can either be the most satisfied person in the world or the least satisfied, depending on how the sun is, very much. As a natural malefic, the sun may separate the person from the areas that the sun affects due to other more desirable goals. So wherever the sun is, right? If the sun is in, there we go. Whatever house the sun is in, if the sun is in the second house of Scorpio, then this will cause the person to separate the person from the second house due to more desirable goals. They'll separate themselves from their vitality, their food, their healthy relationships, their erotic psyche, brushing their teeth, making their face look good, buying nice clothes for themselves. They'll neglect all this second house resources, their own financial wellness, in order to do the 11th house thing. If the sun is in the whatever house, the 8th house, the sun is in Taurus, that's especially tough because the sun would be in an enemy sign of Taurus. It's going to lose its intelligence of working with other people, its diplomatic power capacity, just in order for itself to get ahead. So wherever the 11th Lord, the sun, is for Libra rising, it's going to separate that house in learning about that house in a healthy way in order for the Leo in this person to satisfy their desires. Yeah, that was a lot, but Leo is very much an important sign for Libra rising. Now, let's dig next into our next sign, folks. Our next planet. I often will go like this because I need to do chapters, and so I need to find the chapters, so I go like this, and action. We've got our next planet is the moon for Libra rising. Now, there's a reason why we're going in this pattern. I should have mentioned it at the beginning. It's kind of too late now, but whatever. Sunday, sun. Monday, moon. Tuesday, Mardi, Tuesday. Mars. Mercredi, Wednesday, Mercury. Jeudi, Jupiter, Thursday. Vendredi, Venus, Friday. Samedi, Saturday, Saturn day. Right? So this is where this order comes from. I should have mentioned it before we got into it. No big deal. So our next planet is the moon. So the moon is the next planet we're talking about. Of course, it rules the 10th house, and it's considered to be neutral. Now, Brihat Parashara Horoshastra doesn't say anything about the moon other than that it is productive of Raja Yoga. It's a karaka of Raja Yoga. Just the moon and Mercury tend to be that. So the moon has the capacity for some powerful yogas for Libra rising as the 10th house lord, which is an adaptable planet. So when the moon is tied in with any other planet through any kind of yoga, it is going to produce a powerful, passionate yoga combination where the moon adapts to the nature of that planet and allows it to assimilate the nature of that planet as it applies it to Libra's career. It's neutral because the moon is technically really a benefic, although it can be a benefic or a malefic. But when Cancer rules an angle, it's generally, we mentioned how the angles are, the angles like to be ruled by a malefic because the malefic stands guard, because angles bring opportunity. The world impresses itself upon us through the angles, and we work into the world through the angles. The fixed signs are something that we do of ourselves, and the mutable signs is a fusion, a harmony of the self with the outside world. But the angles are like the outside world. So the moon is this adaptable planet that is working through the 10th house of Libra and is very adaptable in its career. This can be for better and for worse. Sometimes Libras will do things in their career that don't necessarily serve the soul, that don't necessarily serve the joy that the Libra feels comfortable with. So it's very important for a Libra to have a good moon, because it's going to really, ruling the 10th house, the all-important 10th house, the crown of the chart, it's going to show whether Libra has the capacity to understand its own nature, its own what makes it feel comfortable. And whatever makes Libra feel comfortable is going to be a great asset when it's moving into its career. It wants to feel good about doing it. It wants to do something it likes. So if the moon is harmed in the chart, then the 10th house will very strongly adapt to essentially being able to endure. It's like Venus, if you're living with people in like a hippie commune and somebody has got to change the toilets, somebody's got to do the latrines, somebody's got to take it, put it into take the methane from all the poop and pee and put it into a methane chamber, and that methane chamber can be used for fertilizer and gas and all these different things. So you're in this hippie commune. Nobody likes dealing with the latrines. Nobody likes to deal with the shit. Libra says, well, if this will, if someone's going to butter my bread for me doing this, and I'm getting my hands a little bit dirty and doing the work that nobody else likes to do, but it'll, what am I going to get for it? Right? So the moon, like, that's a very ill dignifying thing. It's like only Tom would be, we could almost say, like, it's not the right language to use, but some people would say, like, only Tom would be pussy enough to go and do this latrine thing in order to proffer favor diplomatically. And there's power to this. There's looking beyond ego, because this is Libra. We just talked about the sun for Libra. If Libra can do stupid shit like this to ultimately get it farther, again, Libra doesn't care about the battle. Libra is strategizing for the long game of the war. Libra wants to win the war of life, not just the battles. It can dip and dive, and the diplomacy of winning, you know, the honor of winning every battle. It doesn't give a shit. What it wants is what's going to get it the safest, most comfortable stead in the long run. Unfortunately, my dog is barking at the door right now, and that means she's got to go pee. My dad's not here to help her. I gotta go let the dog out, folks. So let's just take a moment, and then I'm going to be right back. We got to do it for my Poochie. It'll just be a moment. Oh, it's a little bit annoying and scattering, but I'm going to have to go up there in another 3 or 4 minutes and let her back in. That's okay. She's a sweet little puppy. So this is the moon, can blend and adapt and do the work nobody wants to do, but the moon should ultimately learn, if it's a good moon, it'll always be able to do these things. Libra will always be able to do the work that nobody wants to do. But if the moon is good, you know, my brother can be so funny. There's something my brother tells me all the time. He works in construction. He's a union laborer. And there's something my brother taught me that has served me very well. This is Libra wisdom. He says, when you're working any kind of job, when you're working with other people, don't get caught being good at something that you don't want to do. If everybody knows that you clean the latrines better than everybody else, then they're going to be like, let's get Tom on the latrines because he seems to do the best job. And Tom's like, what? You know, Tom just wants to do the best job that he can. That's part of the Libra consciousness. So I gotta listen for my dog. She's probably still okay for a little bit. So the moon for Libra rising is an important player in defining the happiness that Libra gets at work, in the job that it's doing, the comfort that it experiences at its job. And it even identifies in a lot of ways, at least especially emotionally, you know, with what it does for its work. So let's start discussing a little bit about what we can expect from the moon for Libra here. The moon for Libra rules the 10th house, and it's functionally neutral except by situation. The moon doesn't rule any other houses. It's strictly the 10th house. That's not common. It's only Scorpio and Libra that have only one planet ruling the 10th house. Most people's 10th houses outside of Scorpio and Libra rising also rule another sign. So the moon, especially being an adaptable planet like it is, it really gets, the 10th house gets, it doesn't have anything to tie itself into. That's why it's not exactly firm. And that's why Libra can, you know, the thing is that because Libra's moon ruling the 10th house is so adaptable, it's a jack of all trades, master. And by being able to work well enough for itself, it learns quickly, it learns how to get higher up so it can be a boss. Learns the job, just like how every conductor has played the saxophone. They've played the clarinet, they've played the violin, they've played the drums and the timpani. They've played all the instruments. So that's why they can be a conductor, because they know how to conduct everybody. Libra in the same way will learn all the jobs, get used to them all, and then go to the boss and say, I know all these jobs, I've been in this for a while, I can start to lead everybody. And that takes a whole new set of skills. You're not just digging holes and listening to somebody. Now you're the one who's telling everybody to dig those holes, which is a whole different way of operating the job. But Libra can do it because they are a jack of all trades. They didn't get so focused on their main skill that they have to invest all their time into develop only one skill or talent. They can adjust and adapt and climb up the ladder in this way. But it's also jack of all trades, master of none, which means they never get fully, deeply talented or skillful at one particular thing. Typically. Depends, right? It can depend on a lot, depending on their intentions with the job. But usually this is how Libra works, is that they're not getting amazingly skilled at one thing. They're learning the system in order to climb it by getting a little bit good at everything. So because on their own, it is considered like an ascendant. Hold on. The moon doesn't rule any other houses. Some schools of thought say even if the moon rules a good or bad house, it's still considered neutral. Because on their own, it's considered like an ascendant. Right. So the moon being a benefic, ruling the 10th house, it has this slippery infirmity. And this takes away from the moon's strength as the 10th house. But because the moon is like an ascendant, it has this strength. It can't be inauspicious on its own. At least that's how some schools of thought claim it to be. Now let's get into the rest. I got to make sure my dog is at the door. She's probably cold. So let's take one more second and we're going to continue with the moon here, folks. Oh, God bless her. It's a little bit annoying. Usually my dad's there to let the dog out, but he's out today. So this is the nature of the moon for Libra rising. Let's continue. Brihat Parashara Horoscope says that the moon is one of the prime figures of good experiences for a Libra ascendant. This is why Venus ruled Libra tends to appeal to the masses, the moon. The moon relates to the masses. The moon gives fame and influence because it can emotionally relate to others. So Libra risings love to be politicians. They're in good stead with Saturn. It understands the masses, just like, again, it's the same thing with the conductor. The conductor of a nation has played every instrument of a nation. They've been the laborer. They've been a mother and a father. They've been a CEO executive. They've been in every part of the nation, and that's why they can conduct the nation. That's why Libra risings tend to make good politicians who speak with understanding to all people. So the Libran can be political and can be successful in politics because they know what goes on in the minds of others and they can tap into it, whether consciously or not. Overall, the moon by itself is generally neutral. What is the person doing with the moon? How is it situated? How does it actually look, practically speaking, in the person's natal chart? So that's my notes from RYAN KURCZAK'S. We can dig a little bit deeper into this with this article from Ernst Wilhelm. Oh, I wish I hadn't done that. Oh, no. Now I've got to see if I can zoom this in a little bit. Right. So the moon as the 10th lord is what we're now looking at. Again, this is an article written by Ernst Wilhelm. You can find it by going to the print function in his Kala software. The moon is the bazaar. You'll notice that there's a little image for each planet that relates metaphorically to the nature of what that planet is to the rising sign. The moon is the bazaar. I wish I could zoom this in even further. I'm gonna be picky and do that, do, do. Right. So Libra has this bazaar, and they are well known in the bazaar for knowing everybody. When they're selling their product, when they're talking to the bosses, they know all the bosses personally. They're a networker connecting all the bosses. They know what the boss likes. They know exactly what they like in their coffee. They know exactly what Tom at the bazaar, Tom's walking around and he's a peanut farmer, but he always needs prunes. And Libra Rising knows that he needs to bring his prunes on Tuesday because Tom's going to be there and he's going to be looking for prunes. He knows Tom, and this is the moon personally knowing everybody in order to be good as the 10th Lord, as the career person. The moon is the 10th Lord, inclines the Libra native towards a career that is somehow of social benefit. The moon also gives a changeable profession that has the flexibility to change as the times and needs change. The career life is also generally comforting to the native, although if the moon is afflicted, it may indicate imbalances in their work, burnout, workaholic, etc. So they want their career to be comforting, but because it's comforting, they can put a lot of energy into it. And if the moon is debilitated, if it's starved, if it's malefic, especially we're going to see by being dark, these can lead to imbalances. They push themselves very hard to work because if the moon is positioned in a way that shows that they don't listen to the limits of their work effort. It's like there comes a point when you're not making as much out of your work. Now, it's an angular lord. The moon rules the 10th house. So as an angular lord, it's really temporally neutral. So other factors that influence the moon will determine the manner in which the native fulfills their career objectives. Whether it's good, whether it ultimately serves the person, whether it's not good. So a Libra with a really good moon is going to have much more energy to do what they do in their career and to climb the ladders that they want to climb. Excuse me. Now, everybody ought to know that the moon is one planet that can be benefic or malefic. It's when it's bright or dark. So essentially, a bright moon is technically a moon that is 7 days after the new moon and 7 days before the new moon. Sorry. Is that right? No, 7 days. Yeah, it's hard to explain, but there's 4 weeks in a month. The first 7 days, the moon is still kind of dark. Then for 14 days, the moon is becoming full, and then it's coming out of full. Then the last 7 days, the moon is dark again. So it's the last 7 days and the first 7 days of the moon cycle, the moon is technically dark. When it's closer to being full, that's when the moon has benefic energy. And as a natural benefic, the bright moon is a performer of good karmas that flows with the light of the soul and allows for the flowering of those areas it influences. It supports the areas that it's in. So we could say that, first we'll go through this. As a natural malefic, the dark moon causes the person's actions and the lack of, it causes them to lack the care necessary to maintain or produce those things that the moon is influencing. And this indicates as well that the career may drain the other areas of life that the moon is influencing. So we can see this, if the moon is bright, and let's say it's in the 12th house, then the bright moon is going to find relaxation and a release of angst by doing the work that it does through the 12th house. So if the bright moon is in Virgo for a Libra rising, the work that it does is going to give it a little bit of a relief. It's going to help people, or it's going to do something where it's allowed to get massages throughout the day, or the whole job is a simple service-oriented job where they get to relieve themselves of the existential pain of existence. And the bright moon will serve that. It'll actually make them feel better, not just about themselves in a moral way, but it's like the 12th house is a Zen house. It's like somebody who knits, somebody who just does simple work like cutting, like a chef who makes food for people and watches how they do it, they eat it. And chef jobs can be very stressful, but this is like a chef who's on top of things and is doing things in a way that's enjoyable, truly enjoyable for the person, for their own neurological peace. Neurology is the 12th house thing. If the moon is dark and the dark moon is in the 12th house, that would be somebody who can push against their neurological peace as a value, as an asset that they use in their job. So this would be like a cook who you can yell at and they're constantly there. Yep, chopping the carrots, and someone comes along and says, hey, this soup is garbage and my steak is uncooked. And they're like, okay, I'll just do the whole thing again. No big deal. I got that. And then they'll have to do all this frustrating work. They're laborers. A dark moon in the 12th house for a Libra can be like a laborer who works in ways that hurt their back, hurt their spine, cause them bodily injuries. And they'll put in a lot of that effort to possibly get them out of that career or just get the money to stabilize their finances. Either way, neurological peace with the moon in the 12th house is going to be aided by a bright moon and mitigated by a dark moon. And that's an example that you can use in any of the houses, right? That's what's kind of going on there with the moon as the 10th lord for Libra rising. Wonderful. This kombucha's got me electric. So let's do one more, and then possibly we'll take another bathroom break. I've had a smoothie and this kombucha, so the bathroom breaks are a thing. You guys have seen me doing this on my channel. You guys know what it's about. I'm also going to start nibbling on my chocolate. I don't know if you guys can hear it. My stomach's rumbling. I only had a smoothie today. Usually does me okay, but should have had something more proteiny in there. I'm not dying, but if anything, this is like a fasting consciousness pushing me to stay tight. So, as I often like to say on this channel, I love teaching this stuff, folks. So, if you are enjoying it as well, then I am getting what I want out of my life. But I always like to show that if you're interested in a reading, you can catch me. Email me at astrology@dustincormier.net. And as well, if you're enjoying the work that I do, there's also a PayPal link in the chat that you can go to. It's paypal.me/DustinCormier91. And as I often like to say, tips are appreciated but never expected. Me doing this, it gets my name out there, it gets people seeing my face, it gets people seeing how I do astrology. So it's good for everybody. And that's the center of why we're doing this. Now, let's go to our next planet, folks. We are now going to be looking up. Let's do this so I can see it when I'm cutting into chapters. Check marker, scene 3, number 3, planet number 3, being the Karaka of the 3rd house, the one and only planet Mars. What is Mars like in the chart of a Libra rising? So Mars is neutral to Venus by enemies. Mars and Venus are neutrals to each other. They're not enemies. They're opposite each other on the zodiac wheel. Aries is opposite Libra. Scorpio is opposite Taurus. Mars is considered by Brihat Parashara to be one of the big evils in the big Marika in Libra Rising's chart. As we've discussed in the beginning of this section, Mars kills when it comes to Libra Rising. And Jupiter and other evils also have Marika qualities. That's Jupiter and the Sun. But Mars is the planet that could actually end up being what kills Libra Rising. And as we've talked about, it's because you've been a mob boss your whole life, serving the people who serve you, and you've drawn diplomatic lines where these are the people who are helping each other, and these people don't help me, so I'm not going to help them. And by serving your allies, you're also insulting your enemies. Libra has to learn this. And so Libras can have enemies. It can be it's the autumn sign of the sword. You know, there's an ancient correlation of Libra, it's the autumn sign, where there was a time when the cold weather was coming in the northern hemisphere, which means that when the winter came, you wanted to be connected to a flag, to a citadel, to a town, to a country with countrymen who all share the same citadel. We're all under the same religion. You're our allied forces. And you want to come into the walls of a citadel, go by the rules and laws of the king, and don't get caught slipping up and saying that you're also an ally with this, or this people, because back in those days, war was much more rampant than it is today. So when autumn came, the cold weather was coming. During spring, and even a bit of spring, but in summer, fruits are falling off the trees. There's just grain everywhere. Like, everyone can just survive just by going out and catching some fish in the water, you know. But the grain, the fruits, all of the goods that we would need throughout the winter, salt, all these things that keep us well and healthy throughout the winter, you would need to be attached to a citadel, and you would need to be aligned with the citadel in order to gain those things. And so, are you us or are you them? This is autumn. This is Libra. These are these diplomatic, Republican, liberal, conservative. You know, Libras tend to draw their lines. Even though they can always see both, they'll usually pick one and have an alliance with it. But that's politics. Everyone takes to politics differently. But Libra has this quality, and so they will fight, and they'll fight for their side, which means that they will fight against those who are not on their side. They'll fight against others who are fighting against their team, and this causes them to get into kerfuffles, legal battles, you know, and fights that they didn't ask for. Libras will deal with these kinds of things. So this is why Mars can be a killer for Libra at the end of their lives. Especially, you know, people will let the Libra die through attacking their vital resources, their family, the people who are most close to them, their resources. They'll, you know, kill the factory that is Libra's main financial wallet, profit, entrepreneurial venture through the second house. They'll do something to cause trouble to that factory, and that makes the Libra have less resources, less capacity to do what Libra does, serving its side. So, you know, Libra's got to take care of their vitals in this way. And, you know, in any case, Mars for a Libra is an important planet for all of us. Mars is the planet of digging into the material world in order to get our needs met. It's showing up for ourselves, putting energy into what the sun wants, making connections. And Mars as a manifestation planet, as the third planet, Sun, Moon, Mars, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Marti, Mars. Mars as a manifestation planet is a key player in developing on any desire that Libra has, and they'll be pushy with it. They're not used to fighting for their own needs and what's good for them. And relationships for them, the seventh lord being connected to the second house, they are going to be testy with money, how they share money with their partners, and always making sure that they have to fight to recognize that I have my own resources. Libras can ironically be the ones who will often sometimes go Dutch in having a relationship with somebody. They'll probably, you meet somebody on a first date. I'll pay for it. Don't worry about it. But as time goes on, I think it's good for us to, if I'm going to pay for dinner now, then there might be, our wallets are not that merged, honey. So let's remember that I've got my resources and you've got yours, and that we don't want to go too crazy with burning each other's wallets out. So Libras can be like this. They're testy when it comes to holding their own finances, depending on the type of relationship that they're in, especially in business. The seventh house is truly a business house. And the Leo, the sun, is exalted in Libra's seventh house. And Saturn is debilitated in Libra's seventh house. So Libra, really, when it is doing business, it has a way of making sure that its own second house, the Scorpio, its own bottom line, is being protected. Libras are good business people, actually. This is actually a good practice. This malefic energy of the second house is good for Libra to protect its own principle, its own bottom line. Some sad sap comes along and says, hey man, I really need some money because I've got this business idea, and just trust me, man, just trust me. I've just been dreaming about this my whole life and I really need the money right now, but trust me, you're going to get the money back. I've got these beans from a magic beanstalk, and I just know that they're going to make a beanstalk, and this beanstalk is going to produce so much beans, we're all going to be rich, man, and you'll be able to get your money back, I promise. Just do it for me, man. It's a business proposition, but then it's like swipe, and then it's like, now it's emotional. Come on, man. I've been your friend since first grade. We've been friends our whole lives. Just give me the money, and, I know it's going to hurt your principal a bit, but not only would it be good for your best buddy here, but you're going to get money for it in the end. The emotional mixing in with the business. Libra is very like, look, man, I know we've been friends for a long time, but business is business. I've got to protect my bottom line here. I'm going to give you a little bit to help you, but I'm not going to take all of my principal, all of my wealth, all of my assets, my bottom line, and I'm not going to put it all into your magic beans. Sorry, my guy. Not going to do that. And then his buddy will get, come on, man. Come on. You of all people, I thought you would help me out on this. So that is Mars frustrating the diplomacy that Libra is known for. Mars, by protecting its own principle, its own bottom line, is going to rub people the wrong way, when Libra is ultimately in any other way except for money. Libra will do anything for you. I'll invest my time into you. No problem. I'll struggle, and this is Venus ruling the first and the eighth house. I'll put my time into you. I don't mind investing my time into you, and you'll remember that I put that time in, and I helped you out for years doing those magic beans with you, dude. If you go out and get a loan and put it on your bottom line, and your bottom line is at the expense, I'll come and I'll help you sow those beans. Sure. Yeah, you can be there. Expect me to be there every day after work. I got my own job. Remember that. I have boundaries. I have my own job. But when I come off work, I'll sacrifice. My wife wants to hang out with me on Thursday, but instead, every Thursday and Friday and on weekends, I'll come and help you and sow your magic beans. And I'll do this with you. And as long as the principle is figured out on your end, you can deal with it. I'm fine with it. So Libra is not one to invest that much of its money into businesses in ways that don't protect the Libra's better interests. But this can make the Libra testy when it comes to dealing with business with people. It's exacting. It's saying like, I invested this much of my own money into this thing. When can I expect to get a return? And what's ironic is that Libras ultimately are good businessmen. This is the shrewdness. This is Saturn being exalted in Libra. It's a good thing. We have to understand it as being good. But we can also understand how this can frustrate Libra a little bit, because when you're doing business with somebody, you want to make it smooth. You want to make it wry. Shrewd is not conducive to greasing the wheels of business partnership. It is in the long run. Saturn will serve Libra a lot more than Mars will in business. And by Libra, when a whole bunch of business people see Libra being shrewd and saying, no, I'm not going to put my money in there just to grease this wheel, powerful people see the Libra and they say, I want you on my team, because you're not fucking around. You're holding down the line of what's ultimately looking down the line. And Libras can be conservative in this way. But in the short game, again, the battle, Libra is interested in winning the war, staying the test of time, protecting its own assets, and surviving the longest. But when it comes to the battle and short game investments and this kind of thing, Libra's a bit more shrewd, and this can turn people off. And this is partly why Mars is inauspicious for Libra. And furthermore, short game investments is also not Libra's strong suit. That's another reason why when Libra gets married, when it gets involved into business, it can harm their second house, because they do in business listen to their partner, and they, ironically, depends on the type of relationship in business. Marriage, a Libra will put its assets, its principle in with its partner, and is antsy about it, and it can cause them second house trouble, especially if Mars is very ill placed. They lose this grip, and they will put their principle and their nutsack into whatever is going on with the partner, and it can cause things to be volatile and frustrate their own sense of personal resources and vitality. And this includes time. Their partner can cause them to lose vitality because they put so much into them. But if Mars is well placed, this inauspicious Lord Mars, it can be a wonderful romantic way of them showing how committed they are to investing time and energy into their partner and into their business partners, right? But overall, this diplomacy of my time and energy and money with another person is a sensitive, testy point for Libra. And this is shown by the 2nd and 7th Lord being inauspicious for a Libra, and it being capable of killing them even, especially once they're older. Particularly once they're older. It's not necessarily going to kill you when you're younger, or else every Libra rising would be dying every time there's a transit over Mars. Now, let's take a look at our notes from RYAN KURCZAK'S. Mars rules over houses 2 and 7, and these are the two traditional Marika houses. The Marikas, as we've said earlier, are like the killers. The 7th house deals with other people, commerce, and business. So the 7th is a wealth-related house, and so is the 2nd. The 2nd and 7th are really wealth-related houses. Relating especially, it's interesting that Taurus and Libra are the natural 2nd and 7th houses, signs of the zodiac. So with Libra, a lot of their wealth is associated with relating to others. This explains Libra's focus on trade and commerce by being the 7th sign of the zodiac itself. Now, since it's Mars that we're talking that rules Libra's 2nd and 7th, There can often be conflict with other people over finances and how businesses are run. Because again, a business, businesses do well with a bit of Saturn sense of how the market works, how the system works. This is how a restaurant has always worked since the beginning of time. Libras are traditional and conservative. This is how a restaurant is supposed to work, Timmy, my business partner. And Timmy's more of a Leo rising or some kind of fire or water energy that says, yeah, man, but our business is going to be different from the traditional thing. We're going to allocate our resources in this way, which makes us different from traditional restaurants. And Libra's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's a good idea. But since they're diplomatic, since they'll humor people in business, which can be a dangerous thing to do, learning how to humor business partners for their brilliant ideas, their possibly brilliant ideas, versus fighting for what's traditional, tried, and true. This can make Libra seem like a bump on the log. If a Mars is really well placed, then they know how to invest well with businesses, with partners in a business. But it'll always be a testy subject. Libra with Mars difficulty are deeply opinionated about how things are or how things should be run. And they can be difficult to work with when Libra has Mars afflictions. Even though Libra is ruled by Venus, there is an aggressive energy in regard to relationships for Libra rising, as well as a lot of passion, because passionate Mars rules the 7th house, and Venus rules the passionate 8th house. The 8th as the first lord shows adaptability. Libra can put itself out on the line in something that is risky and unstable if there's, like Libra can take a risk. We know this. We're going to talk about it when we get to Libra, when we get to Venus for Libra rising. Libra can take a risk, but it has to be a very calculated, meticulously worked out, numerologically safe risk. There just has to be some promise of that this isn't just, they don't gamble. Libras don't necessarily gamble. That's really not their thing. They got Saturn ruling their 5th house. What they do is that they learn where the money, or the numbers, the statistics are going to serve their gambling or serve their risk. Because risk isn't necessarily gambling. It's not the same thing. But if there's trouble with Libra, Venus, or the 8th house, this is the type with a lot of drama or conflict and edginess with them, as they can't manage changes and risks well. So when you combine this 7th, 8th tones, it gives us a bit of insight into, Libra having its lord Venus ruling the 8th, which is an unstable house. The instability of the 8th is tied into its basic identity and capacity to go out on a limb. And when it goes out on a limb, it deals aggressively with its partners, partly because it knows that it's out on a limb, and that's not conducive to business. So it's a bit of a tricky thing. Libra is smart about business, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be agitated in business. It's just how it is when you're dealing with a Libra. Ruling the 2nd and 7th reflects a dual Marika, Karaka, Marika being that killer. And also the 7th lord is malefic Mars, which is potentially good, but it's canceled out by the 2nd lord Marika rulership. So, there's a potential goodness to have the malefic Mars on the 7th house, which is an angle. But the 2nd house, involving your own assets and your own bottom line into Mars's business, is what makes Libra, what makes Mars volatile for Libra. It's that going out on a limb with your own principle, which Libra won't typically do, but it will if things seem to be aligned properly. And it needs to be a good researcher. It needs to be smart. It needs to know the nature of these magic beans that they're buying. It's just like anything. What makes a good investment? Is it because you heard from your buddy that this company is going to shoot through the roof? If you put your money into crypto, put your money into this stock, trust me, man, it's going to go up there. You can trust me. Look at my portfolio. But Libra says, yes, I will. A Libra with a good Mars is a good researcher. They will check his portfolio. They will check the stocks that have done well for him and why. They'll ask them, why did you choose this stock? And it's, oh, well, because I've researched that this reason and this reason makes this stock. Vegetables in this country are eternally necessary, and it's a very solid, stable stock, and it's been that way forever and for a long time. And I know people who run that thing. This person who operates this company is in with the government. It's a government-operated vegetable thing. You know, I'm thinking like it's like Ireland and potatoes or something like that. You know, like potatoes are in the bloodline of Ireland, so they're always going to be in a proper thing, even though there was the potato famine. I don't know. Just showing you guys an example of how the Libra will smell. If it's got a good Mars, it'll really smell what is the reason for investing my bottom line into something that's going to possibly get me something in the long run. And it's ultimately conservative. It doesn't like to do that, but it will use Mars and research and apply itself intelligently if Mars is well placed and there's no afflictions. And furthermore, if Mars is well placed, then the afflicting, intense nature of Mars as this passionate, malefic planet will serve it well. It's not going to burn its business associates too hot. Although it will kick everybody's ass, because this is my bottom line that we're talking about here, so you better not fuck up. It's going to have this sort of like, let's all stay tight here. Let's all call each other when we say we're going to each other. Be there for the business meetings. If you're not there for the business meetings, I'm going to call you and ask you why not and kick your ass. We're a team here. I'm going to pull it together for the team. Libra has this quality, especially when it has a good Mars. And it'll do it in a way that's diplomatic but firm. But it will still always be a bit frustrating for everybody. It's the nature of Libra Rising's 2nd and 7th Lord being inauspicious. Now let's dig into some Ernst Wilhelm here with Mars as the 2nd and 7th Lord. What we read is that Mars is the merchant's possessions, which others consider valuable. Mars as the 2nd and 7th Lord inclines the Libra native to be possessive of their partners, but not necessarily in a negative way. And the linkage of the 2nd and 7th houses is good for marriage. Mars gives passionate tastes and shows that wealth may come from partnerships or after marriage. So Mars, the 2nd and 7th theme can combine together for tastes, which really reflects on the 2nd house. And they also know how to dress their own taste to match the partner. They're actually great gift givers. I have a person in my life who I think is a Libra rising. We're not sure if they're Libra or Scorpio, but I think that they're Libra rising. They've got a very good Mars. It's in its own sign of Scorpio. And they're one of the best gift givers because they have good taste in themselves. They've tasted the good wine. They have an incredible taste in clothing, this particular person. And so not only do they know what looks good on them, but they'll often buy me, this isn't a good example of a shirt that they would have gotten me, but they have bought me clothes that perfectly fit like my soul aesthetic. You know, some of the best clothing I have comes from this person. And so they know how to dress the partner or their business partners or the business itself in a way that has taste. And they are frugal with spending on clothes. They'll look for deals. They'll make their own clothes sometimes. So this is also interesting that they can be possessive of their partners, but not necessarily in a negative way. And linking the 2nd house of the fixed house, really taking your marriage seriously for your own self. It's like the marriage, the bonding of money, all the governmental fusion that happens with marriage helps the Libra get a sense of their own finances, their own bottom line, which is actually healthy for them. Them working out finances with their partner will get the picture that your finances are important to you, so be careful and frugal with them. And Libra needs objectivity in business. So Libra will literally talk with their wife about what's going on in their business. And the wife will help them to firm up where they need to firm up or soften up where they need to soften up, especially when they have a good Mars and a good Venus. Mars and Venus are important for Libra rising for these reasons. So in any case, Mars inclines the native towards productive partnerships, whether romantic or business in origin. Mars is temporally neutral because it rules the 7th and the 2nd. That's not technically what we would call a temporal malefic. It's not actually going to cause deep separation, although it is a natural malefic. But in this case, it's temporally neutral. So other factors influencing Mars are going to indicate whether the native's pursuits in relationships and wealth are achieved in a more self-centered manner or in a nobler manner. I wonder if I hit the 11th house. Okay, that's the way to do it. All right, now I've got this figured out. So the context of Mars in the chart is going to show whether the pursuit of business, the pursuit of love, this pursuit of merging their resources and time and energy with anybody is going to ultimately be noble, whether it's really going to serve them or whether it's going to kind of be deleterious and harm them, harm their own energy, and be difficult and have tension. Even though Libra is this great diplomat who's really the best person to go out with in relationships. They're not stupid. They have incredible intelligence of themselves and the partner and the relationship. They're tantric masters. You know, there's the three, right? There's me, there's you, and there's us. And Libras live in the us pocket. And they're very smart with that. They know how to compromise their own things in order for the basic necessities of the partner to be met. And they also know how to convey their basic necessities that the other partner, they have to compromise. You can't compromise. You have to compromise on these things for me. And they'll even work it out so that, you know, like it's not too painful on the other person when they demand these things of such high importance. They're careful with it. They're aware of it. They're aware of the other person's needs and their needs, and they live in that us pocket. And using Mars can be a great way for them to convey that. And it'll always seem a bit testy. They've got their handle on how the relationship is supposed to be going. In a lot of ways, that's good. But it can still, you know, just because they're a Libra rising doesn't mean that the partner, doesn't mean the Libra rising has to handle the full relationship for everybody. Especially for a woman Libra rising, she wants to be the goddess, and the goddess, the woman in the relationship, is usually the one who's paying attention to the relationship. Women look within the circle of the relationship, men look outside of it. Women have the inverted genital, and then men have the outgoing genitals. So women are looking in the relationship. So a Libra rising woman especially is going to be the one saying, this is what we need to do. We need to, every month or so, we should come together, talk about what's bothering you, what's bothering me, talk about the good things in our relationship too. Why are we still together? What's bringing us happiness? What are the more good things we can do? And how can I stop doing bad things? And here are bad things that you can stop doing that bug me. Like when you leave your crumbs on the counter before you go to work, honey, you're still doing that. Please stop. What do we have to do to make you stop? Do I have to text you when you go off to work and say, honey, and to show a picture, you forgot the crumbs again? Do I have to stop giving you the juicy sex that we both love in the nights that we do, you know, because you're not listening? So pay attention, honey, to these things when I tell you them. You know, Mars can wheel and deal with these kinds of things in relationship and in business. and it can be testy. And when Mars is really afflicted, this causes more destruction than good. So it's something to be aware of for all Libras. Libra being the diplomatic sign that it's supposed to be, right? Wonderful. Okay, we're almost halfway through this latter section of these readings. I've gotten an email from somebody who is interested in an inquiry about astrology and doing a chart with me, so I'm glad to see that. I don't know if maybe they came from here. Hello to you if you are that person. Oh, hi, Oma. Zubair. Nice to see you. And as usual, you guys can see in the chat box here, if you ever want to email me for a reading, you can email me at astrology@dustincormier.net. And you can also check me out at paypal.me/DustinCormier91 if you'd like to donate to my channel. And I would appreciate any support that you decide to give, but it's, you know, it's sort of an extra thing that I like to throw here for people who are interested. Because ultimately, I just love talking astrology with you guys. So I don't got to pee yet. Let's do one more probably, and then we'll do another little bathroom break. Yeah, I've been doing these videos. I love doing them. I'm so fired up when I'm in this one video energy. It looks like my thing might have skipped at some point, but you guys can still see me, so that's good. It's weird that, I don't know, but for you guys, no, 3.5. My computer says I've been on here for an hour extra. I don't know what that's about, but it looks like we're good. I've been doing this series for a while, the Rising Sign series. Probably after this, we're going to do either Aries. We've got 3 left after Libra. I wanted to redo Libra because when I first did it, it wasn't as good. So we've got Aquarius, Aries, and Taurus left. So I hope you guys are enjoying them. Now, next up, scene marker, check. Rolling, camera rolling. We are now coming into our next planet in this series, which is, of course, going to be Mercury. Now, you'll notice that there's a sequence of the planets. Sun, Sunday, Moon, Monday, Mars, Mardi, Tuesday, Mercury, Wednesday. So Mercury is planet number 4. It's a Karaka for the 4th house. And Mercury is this balancing factor in between. It's in the middle. That's why Mercury is partly the manager that it is. It's managing the soul planets, Sun, Moon, and Mars, and the material abundance planets, Saturn, Venus, and Jupiter. It's in the middle. It's the 4th planet. It relates in a lot of ways, again, with the 4th house. So Mercury is one of the, some might say it's the most important planet for Libra. I think most people would say that Saturn is probably the most important planet for Libra rising, especially because Saturn is exalted in Libra sign. It rules the angle of the 4th and the trine of the 5th, so it's a yoga karaka. Saturn is very important for Libra. But it should also be known that the 9th house is considered to be the most auspicious house for every rising sign. The 9th lord brings the most luck. It is the most good. It is the house, it is the lord and the house that connects us to our dharma, which pulls us out of our karma. It's especially important for Libra, as we're going to talk about, because Virgo rules the 12th house of bed pleasures, of ecstatic existential anxiety. And sometimes that ecstatic existential anxiety that we all get through the 12th house can come through Libra in ways where the escapism that it wants to experience will get it through the tensions that Libra takes on as the Libra, as the person who's carrying the load, carrying the bottom end for so many people. And Mercury is playful about its responsibilities and its inspiration and its desires. This playfulness, this explorational nature comes through with Libra as being explorative with its dharma. They say that we're going to talk about how Jupiter has its troubles in Libra's, in the rising sign of Libra. Jupiter can be a bit difficult for Libra rising. It rules the inauspicious 3rd and 6th house, and it is an enemy. Venus is an enemy to Jupiter. So the soul joy of a person, they playfully compromise it for the sake of, maybe I'll get more soul joy if I play around with this. Even though my guru, my instinct, my gut, my deep destiny, I often say about Libra rising, is that God will often knock on Libra's door and say, hello, Jupiter is here, Gurudev, the greater soul joy that's within your soul purpose and meaning for your whole existence is here, hi. And Libra will say, sorry, I'm busy proffering connections with my friends right now. My friends are God. Vishnu is in everything. So the people that I'm working with and for, my friends, my relationships, I'm kind of busy catering to them there, whoever's at the door. So you'll have to excuse me while I stay busy with the commitments and the word, the sacrifices that I'm currently making. And usually Gemini, Mercury, will find playful ways of dealing with the word that it's given, with the people that it enjoys being with, the social life that it builds through. And thankfully, Mercury being tied between the 12th and the 9th shows that the 12th house is bonded to the 9th house, which means the bed pleasures of the 12th, the things that Libra does to decompress with friends. It likes to take vacations. It likes to enjoy things. It likes to take its friends playfully along for the ride. And by doing so, by serving others with the joy of the money that Libra gains, because Mercury is one of the power money planets. It rules an earth and air sign, just like Venus and Saturn do, right? So Mercury will be playful with its money and gain finances. It's financially savvy, especially, all Libras should be financially savvy, know how to make their money make more money through investments and this kind of thing. It is financially intelligent, looks out for its bottom line, and makes these assets and things that they can enjoy with other people and share with other people in a way that provides for them a 9th house sense of dharma. I need to show this person that there's more to life than just working hard or suffering. So Libra will use Mercury to playfully share and explore their money and their time with others, and that's part of their dharma. So they're playful, even though God's knocking at their door. Jupiter, God, is knocking at their door saying, come and do this instead of what you're doing. Venus through Libra says, no, I've got to build what I'm building with my people here first, because they've helped me and I'm helping them. And there is a dharma wrapped up in there. They have the ability to share time and manage their time with friends and loved ones. And that is their dharma in a lot of ways. Libra really is truly the one who is the water that we drink on the path up the mountain. Through the Libra risings in our lives, you'll find that they're the ones who analyze you, see that you're working too hard, and say, we gotta go out for a night on the town, you and me. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna pay for it. You need a break, dude. You need a break. You need to relax and come with me. Just shh. I'm going to pay for it. We're going to have some nice meal, a light meal. Then we'll go for some bowling after. We'll go and just hit the street, see some clubs, dance with some people. Like, you need it, dude. No one else is telling you this. You deserve it. And of course, Libra does these things to people who are in those dire moments. The person gets a breath of fresh air and says, that was a playful thing you did for me in that moment. You really helped me there, and I'm never going to forget it. You really thought of me there. So Libras, that's a 12th house thing, that the Libra's just doing it kind of out of the kindness of their own heart. But it's also their dharma. They're being playful with their dharma by doing that. It's a release to everybody, and it's a nice position, nice setup there. What's interesting for Libra rising, hi Lucas, nice to see you. For Libra rising, you got to dig that every sign has, so every planet rules 2 houses except for the sun and the moon. Of those 2 houses, there will be 1 house that's called the Mula Trikona. The Mula Trikona is like the root essence energy of a sign, of a planet, excuse me. The Mula Trikona is the root essence energy of a planet. And whichever of the 2 signs that a planet rules is the Mula Trikona is going to be more of the essence of that sign, more of the essence of that planet. So what I mean by that, Virgo, like, it's obvious with Mercury, with Virgo. Mercury's Mula Trikona is also the sign that's its exaltation. So Mercury is exalted in Virgo, and that's its Mula Trikona, which means that of the 2 signs that Mercury rules for Libra, the 12th house is actually more loud, more true to what Mercury is for Libra, which means that it's kind of really a nice thing. Libra has this 12th house energy that's really strong, and the 9th house is tied in with that 12th house. So Libra basically is willing to surrender its precious time for what it knows is right. And it looks to do this. It's beautiful. Libra rising is one of those signs that can make me cry. It's like Virgo rising. It will just do things because it knows it's right. And it won't really count for how much time is lost. It's like, in The Incredibles, where Mr. Incredible is like, he's getting married today. So at the beginning of the movie, he knows that he needs to get off work and put on his suit. He needs to prepare his tuxedo. He needs to send out invites to the wedding and all this stuff for him and his wife who is so important to him, and she is. But he's a superhero. So he puts on his mask and he's like, I got time. That's what he says in the movie. I got time. He listens to his police radio or whatever it is, and there's some big bad thing happening. I don't remember what it is in the movie, but he's like, I've got this wedding. It's in like an hour. I got time. And he goes and he does all these things to save the day. And there's also a lady, and then he's like, okay, now I can rush to the wedding, but hold on. And he looks over, and there's this poor old lady and her cat stuck up in a tree. And he's like, yeah, I got time. And he goes and climbs up the tree, and the cat's like, scratching at his face. And he's like, ow, 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 ow. Brings the cat down, gives it to the old lady, then rushes into his wedding. Just as his wife is walking down the aisle or whatever, he's like, oh, hey, honey, how's it going? Grabs his hand. Okay, all right, let's walk. His wife is like, where the fuck were you? He's like, I'm sorry. There's a lot I had to do. So that's Mr. Incredible. Libra is Mr. Incredible. We love them. It makes me want to cry. Libra is very much this person who will sacrifice themselves endlessly because they just know it's the right thing to do. And it's the connection of the ninth lord being really focused through the 12th house. That this is something that, the 12th house is it's a make or break planet for a lot of people, because we all need to relieve ourselves of the tension and stress of being a human. And for a lot of people, the 12th house is a meditation planet, and Libras can be very good at meditating, finding something that gives them this neurological peace. That's why they're good at like the lighting, getting the right lighting for a room, nice quiet music, being that zen moment of just like letting all the hard, tough, tense edges of the world drain away while you sit cool and calm in your blissful meditation posture. And they'll do these things as an air purifier for themselves, and they'll also invite others to do it, or they'll just do these things themselves after helping all their friends. The 12th house is the management of your own neurological tension. And the 9th house of Libra loves to do things for themselves that relieve that so they can do more work for everybody. They're Mr. Incredible. They do all these things for everybody and then show up and they make sure they get a good sleep usually, because they've got an auspicious Mercury. They're good at managing their time so that they can do everything for everybody and still have time left over to rest and to give themselves their own neurological release. If Mercury is not well placed for a Libra, it's a load-bearing wall. And the 9th house is not as strong as the 12th house for Libra. So when Mercury is really afflicted, they lack dharma. They lack the sense of, I've got to do this because it's the right thing. They lack purpose in life because they're already got such a bad relationship with Jupiter. And they'll do things, they won't listen to what they truly desire or what's right energy to pick up for. See, Jupiter is amazing because, this is worth saying, when you let Jupiter is the lighter of the keeper of the flame of the fire that lights us all up and gives us an abundance of soul energy, because you're doing what you want to do. You're doing what you want to do with your life. If you want to be a firefighter, you want to be Mr. Incredible in your life, and you go and do that thing, everything else becomes easier because this is the luck of the 9th house, is what you want to do. So Jupiter, Guru, and the 9th house, they all have this theme of when you're having a fire, fires are a bitch. They're super hungry. So you'll make sure that you have a whole bunch of logs cut and prepared, and you'll spend a lot of time cutting them, slicing them into shims, getting that fire, all the ingredients necessary for a fire you've prepared, and you constantly work at carving into them so that there's more fire, more heat, which releases more energy, which gives you more abundance. And when you don't have when Libra in particular has a gummed up Mercury, they won't know what fires them up, won't know their purpose in life. They don't know what they're trying to serve. And so what ends up happening is that their 12th house becomes more in effect than their 9th house, and they become like, the tension. The 9th house is more of us in service of having a dharma that grips their ability to have a reason to decompress and do the good 12th house stuff. So a dirty Mercury for a Libra is a really fucking bad affliction, especially having the sun combust Mercury. It's a really bad thing for Libra rising because they don't have a grip on something that basically pulls them out of the egotism of Leo for Libra that we've already talked about, and they don't have anything to pull them out of also feeling like a piece of shit because they work so hard for everybody else and don't give themselves a break. They don't know they're Mr. Incredible, but they don't know, it's like a bad Mercury for a Libra rising is like them being lazy and doing things. It's like, Mr. Incredible fixed he was a hero for whatever was going on. He found the old lady's cat, brought it down, And it was a thankless job, and they said thank you, and then he changed his identity so no one even knows he's truly Mr. Incredible. Now imagine somebody doing that, and they're late for their wife's wedding, and before going to the wedding, they're like, well, fuck. My wife's wedding, it's important, but fuck, I gotta go have a drink. Goes to the bar and sees his old buddy. He's like, hey, man. And his buddy's like, dude, I gotta tell you this story. It's only gonna be a half an hour. And Miss Libra's like, and he already just starts talking. And he's like, well, fuck, I'm helping this guy, so I'll have a beer. I'll have another beer. And Tommy, you know, maybe I'll buy you a beer. Great, I'll buy you a shot. Great. Ends up getting 4 drinks into him. Shows up late to his wife's wedding, hammered. And everyone's like, what the fuck is going on here? This is like a Libra rising who loses it. Who loses the management of their time and energy and loses the sprightliness that we all love Mr. Incredible for. And it becomes Mr. Not So Incredible real quick. So this is something to keep in mind for Libra rising and the importance of Mercury, knowing which side its bread is buttered on, knowing what is important to the Libra, knowing who is important, what responsibilities are important to its spirit that prepares the fire, the logs, so that the fire of their, at the center of their being, can keep them lit up through all struggles and difficulties. Managing this properly so that they don't go too crazy on their vacations, on enjoying things, on drinking, on liaisons with people, being flirty, and getting all this 12th house sort of stuff that overtakes them and stops them from having a purposefulness to it and a purposefulness in their whole life. Mercury is very important for Libra rising. So keep all these things in mind. Mercury is also a Raj Yoga Karaka for Libra rising. So just like the moon, what this signifies is that Mercury has a way, it's a little bit adaptive, and when it combines with planets, that planet gains the auspiciousness of the 9th house. Not every rising sign has a Raj Yoga Karaka like this. You know, with Libra, its bigs are bigs, its big goods are big, and its losses and its mistakes and its aggressions are, and its misaligned things are also big. Mars is a real problem for Libra. The sun is a huge problem for Libra. The moon is a tricky thing for them too, and Jupiter's is also evil for them. So their difficulties are big, but their joys are also big as well. And Mercury, in this way, it has 2 Raj yogas that are capable of some big energy, which means that Mr. Incredible is good at managing their time to put into businesses, entrepreneurial ventures, helping their friends out, taking that extra time to be there for everybody and keep everything going. And there's always, in any situation where there's a lot being managed, you'll find Libras are often the people serving their time through that 12th house to do what's right in order to keep this operation going on. It's the Libra that everybody knows is the glue that's holding the whole operation together. And this is partly why when Mercury has this attitude and combines with another planet, especially one of its friends, if it's trine to Saturn, if it's getting an aspect from the sun, if it's in the same sign as the sun but not combust, then Mercury can have this great Raj Yoga quality, especially when Mercury and Venus are conjunct for a Libra rising. It's a very powerful thing. The 12th house damages because there's a waste of time. There's a malusage of time for Mercury for Libra rising when it combines with anything. But that's it being willing, again, like Mr. Incredible, to shave its time off on certain things in order to put it into what it knows is the most pertinent thing. And that's usually whatever Mercury is in some kind of yoga with, whether it's a mutual exchange. You know, mutual exchange is, for example, if Mercury is exchanging with Saturn. So let's say Mercury is in Aquarius and Saturn is in Gemini or Virgo. Then there's a mutual exchange happening. Mercury's in Saturn's sign, Saturn's in Mercury's sign. Mercury will apply itself with this Raj Yoga quality to perfectly manage everything. It's like you invest properly time in things that you're not stupid about. Libra's good with investing time where you plant one seed and that seed pops up a fruit that gives you 100 seeds. You got 100 seeds out of that one seed. That's a good investment. That's when you put in $2 into something, into a mutual fund, and you find the right one that has a 10% turnaround. You leave it $10,000 in there for 5 years, and it turns into compounded interest, which gives way more. You keep putting the dividends into that well thought out investment, and it explodes with money way more than the initial investment, and you didn't even lift a finger. So that's like an example of that kind of thing that can happen, especially with Mercury and Saturn as the most auspicious planets for Venus. So those kind of exchanges, conjunctions with Mercury, can bring this kind of positivity in this way. So let's see, for Mercury here. Oh, would you look at that? For some reason, I do not have I didn't write out an article on Mercury for Libra Rising. Well, that's okay, because I feel like I've already talked about it quite a bit. So we're going to roll with the flow here, folks. What we're going at now is so this article comes from Ernst Wilhelm. And we're looking at Mercury as the 9th and 12th Lord for Libra Rising. Mercury is the priceless, exotic, and rare items that the merchant has for sale. Each one of these little articles here has an image. The sun is the gold in the scale. The moon is the bazaar itself, the public, where Libra is seen. Mars is the merchant's possessions, which others consider valuable. It's its actual own home valuables and possessions. Mercury is the exotic, priceless, rare items that the merchant actually has for sale. The time, the value, the role that Libra plays and serves others through is Mercury. That is the rare items that the merchant has for sale. This whole thing of this merchant scale, of really in a lot of ways for Libra, all comes down to Mercury and what it's willing to give. And part of this is that it has spiritual knowledge and practical faith that understands the benefits of surrender when necessary. See, Ernst is such a good writer. He brings it all together here. Mercury is the 9th, the lucky 9th, and surrendering 12th Lord. Mercury indicates spiritual knowledge and practical faith that understands the benefits of surrender when necessary. Can you guys see me here? I better check. Why? Yeah, you can. So this is part of what's so great about Libra, is that when it knows that something is right for it, that's something that aligns with its deepest soul purpose, and when Mercury's strong, it'll do things because it knows it's what's right. And that is the one thing when there's a group that's trying to get together, when there's a monetary investment, when Libra has an investment in something that it truly believes in. It's this spiritual quality and faith that allows a company, an organization, a group to lose all its assets and all of its profits, and because the market fluctuated and something happens to really kick the company's ass. Why hasn't the company gone bankrupt yet? It's because Libra believes in it. It knows it's just been this one thing. It borrows money to get the thing back going again, uses its resources to hold this thing, and then that thing all of a sudden comes back with a vengeance and with a bang. That happens all the time in business, is that, companies take hits and losses, but there's one person holding it together because they believe in it, and all of a sudden the right amount of resources come in. It's been out for long enough that people have heard by word of mouth that this is a great product, that this is a great service, and now finally it stood the test of time, and now it's a profitable business venture that is actually doing good for the world because it is connected to a ninth lord and a 12th house who's willing to surrender to it and invest time playfully into this thing. Mercury also gives talent for foreign commerce. That's the ninth house talent, and the 12th house has to do with foreign places. So that's like investing in foreign things, you know, GICs and a lot of financial things that I'm still learning about at the present time. Now, due to its ninth house lordship, Mercury is a temporal benefic. Anything ruling the ninth house is always going to have a temporal benefic quality. For this particular rising sign, Mercury is a positive auspicious planet. So it gives the wisdom and discrimination to know what to hold on to and what to let go of. Mercury being a natural benefic, it turns a bit malefic when it's conjunct a malefic and only malefics, especially when it's hemmed in. But even then, Mercury is considered overall a natural benefic in most of the ancient Vedic texts. As a natural benefic, Mercury gives skills and intelligence with which to make their fortunes. This is what Mercury can gift us with, can gift the Libra rising with. Skills and talents, and that's just how Mercury really works in a lot of ways. Focus too much on Saturn, which happens to be my Makaraka. So enlightening. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Omar. Yeah, and Saturn is a big planet for Libra too. It's probably even a good thing to be a Libra rising with Saturn on Makaraka, because it goes to show that having an Makaraka, if your Makaraka is any of these planets, it's going to be a part of the theme of the planet. I should even mention that as we go on. So thank you, Omar. But I'm glad that reading satisfied what you're looking for in understanding Mercury. Now let us have a piece of chocolate. We got 3 planets left. Probably about an hour and a half left of this video. We've already been going for quite a while. I'm assuming we're going to go till... This will probably be a 5.5 hour long video. That's how it often is for these rising sign videos. So, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm also going to get a bit of ghee because I'm suddenly starving. Chocolate is helping. And then when we come back, we are going to get into Jupiter for Libra rising. This is an important one. So see you guys in just 1 sec. It's the best. I said to Dan, I said, oh, Yum, yum, yum. I'm Vata in Ayurveda, and Vata is the airy energy. So I'll occasionally have a bit of ghee. It's clarified butter. Brings me right back to where I need to be. It's kappa. It's good for me. We're doing well here, folks. And as usual, everybody who's watching and who might be interested in doing an astrology reading with me, you can catch me at astrology@dustincormier.net. Or you can also donate to me on PayPal to give me a little respite for doing what I do on here. But again, I love to do it. So let's keep rolling here, folks. Our next planet in this series, we're going to be discussing Jupiter for Libra Rising. So let's do a little one of these. Check, marker, next scene, so I can see it when I'm breaking this video up into chapters. Our next planet is Jupiter for Libra Rising. Jupiter is an important planet for everybody. And it's interesting, for Libra has more trouble with Jupiter than anybody else. It's probably the one sign that is most has the most damaging relationship with Jupiter. Jupiter rules 2 inauspicious houses. That's the 3rd and the 6th. And there are other signs that have similarly tough placements. Some fixed signs have Jupiter, like Taurus has Jupiter ruling the 11th and 8th. But Jupiter has its own difficulties in the sign of Libra. Venus is an enemy to Jupiter, which means what Libra is and does as a diplomatic person whose bread is buttered on the side of helping others, of proffering diplomatic relationships and serving others. Jupiter serves others in order to relieve itself of the pain of being. Really, Jupiter's joy is the best way to serve others is when your own cup is abundantly full, with the love of doing something that comes from your nature. This is Gurudev. This is something inside of us all, which is our inherent essential nature. You know, even the sun is such a key part of our nature, but again, the sun is like the fire, and Jupiter is the person who's caretaking the fire, nurturing the fire, preparing the logs, cutting the logs so that the fire can be sustained infinitely at a constantly hot pace. If you only focused on putting your hands on the fire and feeling the heat, and you didn't prepare wood for the fire, then you wouldn't ultimately keep the fire going as long and as warm as you could. Jupiter is what we do to just selflessly serve the fire at the center of our being that fires us up. Jupiter actually is the reason why the sun spins on its barycenter. When scientists are looking for life on other galaxies, there's so many suns out there. How do they know that a galaxy is probably going to have life there? The first thing that they check is that the sun has a wobble. Because if it has that wobble, it means it has a Jupiter. Jupiter is like the liver of the galaxy. And Jupiter actually causes the sun to move. So Jupiter is very important for all of us as the basic abundance planet. And Jupiter does what it does for the love of it's a cosmic love that comes through Jupiter. It's not doing it for others. Hey, Rishab, nice to see you. It's not doing it for others per se. It's doing it because it loves itself and it wants to share the love that it has for itself with others. It has talent. It has a nature that it can share with others. And, you know, when Jupiter's really well placed in a Libra's chart, it'll always still have a bit of a struggle with this theme of ultimately doing what it truly deeply wants to do. Rishab, we're quite a ways in. You know, we're more than halfway through the video now. So eventually you'll see me cut these into chapters and you'll see how the chapters go. But we've still got 3 planets left to go, Rishab, and we're talking about Jupiter now for Libra rising. So Jupiter, for all of us, doesn't just do things for other people in order to secure itself. Truth be told, Libra overall has this way of, you know, the Bhagavad Gita teaches us that we act as the nature of our action without looking for a result, without thinking of the fruit of your action. This is in the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna and Arjuna are together. Arjuna's in this cart, and he sees all the bad folks out there, and he sees all his enemies, but so many of his enemies he's loved. They're his own family that he has to fight in the spiritual journey of self-realization. He doesn't want to tell people no. He doesn't want to have boundaries. He doesn't want to tell his wife that I have my own life, my own destiny, my own Jupiter, my own karma. I don't want to tell my father and my mother that I have my own destiny, my own truth, my own karma. I don't want to fight these people who I love or my enemies. And he throws down his bow and arrow and he pouts. And Krishna says, Arjuna, if you've chosen not to decide, you still have made a choice. As the Rush song goes, I will choose free will. So when Arjuna throws his bow and arrows down, he doesn't want to act. He falls out of flow with the basic character of his action. He only wants to serve those and serve them well. He only wants to be good in everybody's shoes. This is especially relating to Libra rising. Not necessarily Arjuna. He's got his own karma. I doubt he was a Libra rising. Probably more like an Aries or something. But in the case of Arjuna, he threw down his arrows and he didn't want to act. But Krishna says, you have to act. Even by choosing not to act, you still have made a choice. You're still acting, and this is not action that's befitting to the nature of your truth. You have to act somehow. It has to come from what you intrinsically are. You have to do it without thought of reward or of gain. And this is Jupiter's true abundance that comes through with everybody. Now, essentially, Libra, this thing chases Libra like a dog at its heels. Because Libra is always feeling like I'm not acting basically from a place of knowing that this is true to my nature. What's true to my nature is to proffer diplomatic relations with all the people who serve me by serving them so that we all come together in harmony and help each other. It's a very Aquarian, Libran way of doing it. And truth be told, again, as we've talked about in the Mercury, Libra does still serve people in this way, and they have their own beautiful way of self-sacrifice. Self-sacrifice is, in some ways, it's what side Libra's bread is buttered on. But this is the problem. Self-sacrifice is okay as long as it's not actually compromising the self. Dharma is like sacrifice and surrender of the desires and needs of the ego for the sake of something greater, a greater evolutionary order of being, a higher evolutionary order of being. That's why Jupiter rules Sagittarius, which is a man and a horse. The horse wants to run wild and free. The man conscripts that horse to a higher evolutionary order by putting a plow on it, by getting it to help plow the fields that allows the grain to come so that the horse feeds more people with its wild energy by being conscripted to a higher evolutionary order, by being conscripted to guru, by following its father's advice, by following the advice of sages throughout the ages, listening to what people who know you ultimately have to say about what you should be doing with your life, not because it'll make you more comfortable, but because it's the deeper challenge and surrender to your soul. This is Guru Dev advice. And Libra doesn't Libra kind of wants to run sort of, at some level, how do I say it? Libra is ultimately thinking of others at the expense of itself. That self-sacrifice actually sacrifices itself. It compromises its own spiritual boundaries for the sake of doing things for people who might not even this is like a Libra who is like in the world of doing things with like helping animals, and someone comes along, it's the best friend since they were in grade 1, and the best friend says, hey man, I've got this business idea and I'm going to put money into it. Just if you give me a little bit of money, I've been your buddy for a long time, I promise I'll get it back to you. And Libra says, sure, what is it? And it's like, well, it's like, it's this farm that's raising animals and it kills them for a profit, and it's a quantity thing that's kind of really doing not so good for those animals. But I'm going to take that money and I'm going to donate some profits to PETA in your name, just because you helped with it. Once we get some money going on, we'll put some money into charity, and that's going to make it all better. And the Libra thinks, well, it's not really aligned with my personal principle and philosophy. And in the end, by serving this person, when I'm dead, that company is going to keep going and kill more sheep and do worse for my ultimate principles in the long run. But he's going to give some money to charity. He's my buddy from grade 1. If he helps me, I'm helping him. And maybe by helping him, he's going to help me get in the industry of animals and stuff, and where I can do more good being connected to the world of animals and stuff. Maybe that'll work out in my favor ultimately. Point is that proffering these networking connections caused him to invest in something which is against his principles. So this is something that Libra should watch for, and that ultimately, especially these diplomatic relations that Libra serves, people might ultimately find that he compromises his values. People might come to find in the end that Libra doesn't have the spine to show up for his principles. And Jupiter, when it's at its strongest, with people, like especially fire and water rising signs, they're just living for Jupiter. They're doing what Jupiter needs to do for Jupiter's own sake. Jupiter is either going to be their 5th lord or their 1st lord or their 9th lord. This desire to be aligned with their purposes is part of who they are, the fire and water signs. And in the long run, Jupiter serves the person, because everyone knows that guy is doing this because he gives a shit about this thing. He's not just doing it to serve diplomatic relations as a false politician. He actually gives a shit about this thing. Libra, some people don't know. Libra, in fact, what Libra is good at is ultimately kind of saying that I don't work for anybody at some level. But they will serve the interests that serve them, Libra. But they will do it by saying, this is who I am, is I'm a chameleon, I'm chicken. You put chicken into a curry, and then it becomes curry chicken. Put it into butter chicken, it becomes butter chicken. You put it into spaghetti sauce, it becomes chicken with pasta. Chicken is malleable to whatever flavor you cook it in. This is Libra. This is the chameleon. But people wonder about Libra's ultimate values because of this. And so the luck that would come for other signs, for other rising signs who hold on to Jupiter for dear life, people know that that person is doing it for the purpose of the thing, and they'll get luck. People will serve people with Jupiter. That's why Jupiter is the ultimate manifestation planet. It's what moves the sun. It is the true material abundance manifestation planet. And if Libra has a good Jupiter, it's going to take away a lot of the damage that comes from Jupiter ruling the 3rd and 6th house. It will get, essentially, the damage of people being gummed up about the idea of where Libra's values lie. That damage is going to be mitigated if you have a good Jupiter. If it's being delighted by friends, if it's exalted in the sign of Cancer, that'd be a really good one, because then it'd be close to the midheaven. If Libra has Jupiter in Cancer, it's in the 10th house, and it's going to be working to constantly show that it actually does give a shit about the things that it's doing. And it will, because that's Jupiter exalted. Beyond being a Libra rising, an exalted Jupiter is going to have that energy. But especially if Jupiter is in angles from its friends, the Sun and Mars, and the Moon, especially, having a good Jupiter for a Libra really helps with this abundance quality of people patting Libra on the back, and Libra believing in what it's doing, aligning itself with things that are good for its principles, and people trusting that. People can smell when you have principles, and it stops them from being getting into the nasty shadow side of politics, serving something that doesn't ultimately serve the community. Libra is Mr. I'm not with anybody, but then they get in with the conservatives who destroy a bridge. They destroy an ecosystem in order to build a bridge, and everybody for years remembers that it was the conservatives, those fucking conservatives, that killed that ecosystem, that ruined that pipeline, that ruined that river, and that person was the conservative leader at that time, and we're going to remember him for the rest of our lives as that asshole who did that. So that nasty shadow side of politics, having a good Jupiter is going to make sure that you don't step into that kind of shit. Right? So it's important for Libra. A good Jupiter just mitigates the damage of Libra's quality of inherently not serving Jupiter as a principle. Because Venus, which rules Libra, is an enemy to Jupiter. It's the guru of Earth, whereas Jupiter is the guru of the devas, of the sky, of principles, of values and virtue and dharma. Libra, by doing what it does, you can't serve, it's like they say, you can't serve two masters, right? But everybody has a Jupiter, and every Libra has the capacity to have a good Jupiter, and especially to have a good Mercury. Those two together can really show that Libra has just as much, if not more, capacity to invest in things that are ultimately ethical, meaningful, and moral than anybody else. Because we're all beyond our astrology charts, in our center of ourselves. So I hope I've put this in a way that makes sense. So, reading our notes from RYAN KURCZAK, my notes on Asheville Vedic Astrology. Jupiter is inauspicious for Libra rising. It rules the 3rd and 6th house for Libra rising. Jupiter and the Sun can be very difficult for Libra. Of course, we hear that Mars kills Libra rising. You'd hear that by listening to the section on Mars. And then Jupiter and other evil have Marika qualities. So Jupiter and the Sun can have this Marika quality of actually killing a person at the end of their lives. If they're 70 years old, they're in a Jupiter period, some transit with Jupiter's going on, or some big transit to their natal Jupiter is happening, and they've got a weak Jupiter. It could be Jupiter that kills the person. Most people only have 2 Marikas. Libra has Mars as the main Marika planet that could kill them at the end of their life. But Jupiter and the Sun can also be that. The 3rd house is difficulties with friends and peers, and the interests and criticalness of the mind. Libra can kind of have a hard time making friends, and, it's interesting that the 3rd house is kind of like, again, it's boundaries with friends. It's, you know, this is partly why Libras can get bullied, is because Jupiter has a hard time with the self-dignity of values, of knowing that there's certain things they shouldn't do, especially when they're growing up, that will cross somebody or make themselves look bad or ill dignity, so that the person will, you know, because they'll be a chameleon to try and proffer gains and respect from the right people in the right way, there's a compromise of their intrinsic values. People will see that and say, hey, you're being a fucking fake. You're a flake, dude. And then they'll get bullied and people will take advantage of their flakiness. Not all Libras are ultimately like this, but many Libras will experience the problem of chameleon syndrome while they're growing up. By being everything to everybody, they're nobody. They're not truly they don't truly have intrinsic values. And once people see you contradict yourself, I thought you were one of us, but you're actually one of them. You know, Libra hangs out with some stoner friends. He's like, yeah, I'm a stoner. I get it. And then he goes and hangs out with the jocks, and he's like, yeah, I get this. I see why people do the jock thing. But then they go and hang out with some, you know, usually what will happen is they'll hang out with some geeks because they feel like a loser. Or they don't have any inherent identity, and they'll align themselves with geeky people who don't care about how things look. They'll hang out with the geeky people, and then they'll go and hang out with the jocks, because they see that the chicks, as they get older, the chicks love the jocks. The jocks put on an air that people think is highty-tighty. And so they'll get the clothing, they'll get the high items and fancy things that align them with the jocks. And then the jocks will say, hey, I found some pictures of you hanging out with Tommy and Sam, those geeks who pick their nose and watch Star Wars. You're one of those people. Can you believe that? I thought you were one. You think you're one of us? And then these embarrassments can happen to Libra rising early in their lives. And it can be a difficult thing, especially if Jupiter's ill-placed, right? So the 6th house is the house of enmity, disease, obstacles, and conflicts. Venus is often overzealous about religious, philosophical, or political zeal in confrontation. So Jupiter doesn't really give good results to Libra rising, per se. Now we're going to hear from Ernst that this isn't as bad as it looks, folks. We're getting into the darkest of the shadow of Libra right now with Jupiter. Of course, Jupiter is such a good planet, as we're going to hear from Ernst, that even this shadow, Jupiter is the best shadow you could have. But at the same time, there's a shadow with the best planet. So it's a two-way thing happening here. The Libra's faithful and buoyant superconsciousness actually rubs people the wrong way, causing a head-in-the-clouds aloofness towards their behavior and conversation. Jupiter can often seem like the Libra wants to push its mystical peace man vibrations onto people that can make them seem like a sort of a cancel culture, flaky keyboard warrior, social justice warrior that people really don't like. It's like, you're not saying this because you actually believe in it. You just heard it from somebody so that you could show everybody that you're Mr. PC, Mr. whatever that is, something conservative or whatever. And people can hate this about Libra, especially when Jupiter is not good in the chart, and it is coming from a place of them just trying to have power over people. You know, they're trying to show, I'm PC conservative or whatever, and I've got respectable ideals and principles. But as time goes on, people realize if their Jupiter's wrong, if they're doing this for this way, then that faithful, buoyant super consciousness, quote unquote, can rub the people the wrong way. They may push their own beliefs on others subconsciously and enjoy doing so to everyone's detriment. You know, so this is the person who is like, you know, it's basically like a Libra rising who realizes that it looks good to, you know, let's say, for example, maybe this isn't the best example, but it's what's on my mind. Okay, let's say hunting. Libra knows that everyone loves animals, and so hunting is this terrible thing. And a Libra rising will like take red paint and pour it on a hunter in hunting clothing who just bought a hunting gun and say, "You pig, don't you realize those animals that you're killing?" And the person is like, an ethical hunter who's going and only hunting when the season, when there's too much rabbits and the rabbits are eating all the crops and it's a bad thing, or there's too many deer, whatever it is, hunting, there's an ethics to hunting where you thin out the numbers where there's too many animals so that you can help actually keep the ecology in balance, just like wolves do. You don't see any Libra risings working for PETA pouring red paint on wolves when wolves go out and eat deer and thin out the numbers in a natural way. But the point is that a Libra will go and do this, and then everyone will be like, "No, you idiot. He's the one ethical hunter here." He's like, "No, but I have my principles," And this is Libra. They're not listening. Jupiter listens. Jupiter is a planet of listening to the room. Read the situation. Don't just act on your principles because you think that's the safe, mechanical thing to do. And Libras will find that they're unconsciously amenable to doing these kinds of things. People will smell it and people will hate it about the Libra. So just be wary of that. Doesn't mean you're going to do these things, but be wary of not only, most Libras grow out of these things unless their Jupiter's really bad. But if this happened to you in childhood, you should be aware of it, digest it, and think about how these things might be manifesting in your personal life today. So, Jupiter is the 3rd and 6th lord. Now, this article comes from Ernst Wilhelm. He gives us a bit more of a clear and a bit more benefic view of Jupiter for Libra. Jupiter is the merchant's increase in profits. That's what Jupiter really is. Jupiter, as the 3rd and 6th lord, rules 2 Upachaya houses. Upachaya are the houses, Upachaya houses are the houses that get better as time goes on. That's the 3rd and the 6th house. And as a planet of wealth, it may give an increase of wealth throughout life as the person tunes into their ears, into sound, into hearing, into going beyond their principles and their ideals and learning to listen. Having a good Jupiter can be a great benefit to a Libra rising, to everybody. But Libra is this planet who enjoys wealth and likes to use intelligence and use all of its resources possible to bring it the best life that it can live. And Jupiter is one of the best for all of us. Now, Jupiter rules the 3rd and the 6th house. No matter what, these are testy, impatient houses. So Jupiter for Libra is a temporal malefic. And this reveals a selfish desire towards those things that Jupiter influences. Right? So wherever Jupiter is, whatever house or sign, or whatever it's conjunct, you're going to have Jupiter conjunct the 3rd and 6th lord. And there's going to be a desire to squeeze the most out of it, to get the most out of it, because they're impatient with getting the most out of whatever Jupiter is associated with. Jupiter's still a benefic. If you've got Jupiter conjunct the sun, then there's going to be a push to try and get the most out of the resources so that the sun can go further in its life. And Jupiter and the sun are friends, so there's goodness there. But Jupiter conjuncting anything or being in yoga with anything adds a impatient testiness and a selfish desire towards whatever it influences. But as a natural benefic, and a noble one at that, one will not pursue these things completely unscrupulously. Now here's where Ernst gives a little hope for Jupiter. Bhavarta Ratnakara states that for Libra rising, Jupiter creates a Raja Yoga. Why is not said, but this small classic is full of unusual gems that work in actual practice, so we should not judge Jupiter too harshly for the Libra native. Even though it rules 2 evil houses, it may give upliftment in life. Libra through Jupiter, whatever it's dealing with, it is this positive manifestation house, and especially if it's well placed, Libra can have a great way of dealing with debt, being strategical with its money and with its investments of time and effort, so that it's not wasted and it actually gives it more time, more money, more resources to do the schmoozing that Libra does to get ahead. As a natural benefic, Jupiter ruling these two houses of strength and effort gives a peaceful and not forceful nature. Because the 3rd and 6th are both forceful houses. The 6th house is a house of enemies, of enmity, lawyers, and legal battles. Often Libra will just like to settle things out of court, just deal with it so we don't look bad to the public, see? And Libra's the kind of person who will deal with that, who can deal with enemies. Libra rising, as the diplomat, can deal intelligently with enemies in an amicable and diplomatic way. Jupiter, especially Venus ruling Libra, being the guru of the Asuras. It's good at dealing with enemies in an amicable way. Its 6th house lordship gives forgiveness, not enmity. It's not that interested in holding grudges, really. Overall, it wants to deal with diplomatic things that go wrong in ways that are going to serve resolution in the long run. Unless it's dealing with the sun. The sun will remember when somebody slighted the Libra, made them look bad to a whole bunch of people, made them look like a pussy, and now they got to get back at them. It's harder for them to let go of those kinds of things. But when it comes to business and the diplomatic relations of a country with another country, or having to do things where I know this person is in a situation where they have to screw me over here because it's business. I'm not going to hold it against them. I'm not going to take it personally because it's just business. Right? Venus and Libra, for the sake of the resolution mentality, let's make we all want to increase our profit margins here. We all want to be easier with our lives. Let's not harm each other at the expense of, the ultimate root of abundance that's seeking to come through us all. It's not just about profits. I meant that in a spiritual way too. Right? Jupiter, being a natural benefic, also gives fulfillment in the areas it influences, but largely through work and effort, surrendering time and energy into removing the debt and doing what it needs to do to fix whatever it needs to fix and align with whatever it needs to align with. So Jupiter's willing to put in that energy in a Libra rising chart. If Jupiter's really afflicted, then it's not willing to, and that causes Libra way more problems down the line, right? Everybody's got to be willing to work. Jupiter is the, okay, all right, I know working is important kind of mentality. Libra's especially good at fixing problems between enemies and people who do things to each other. Libra's very amenable to working hard when it's screwed its friend over, especially. So there's a Jupiter that says, I gotta roll up my sleeves. I gotta, I borrowed my friend's car and I accidentally, through some unseen circumstances, I hit something with the front light, and now it's going to cost me $1,000 to fix that front light, and I don't have that money right now. Well, looks like I'm losing a bit of sleep. Looks like I'm going to take up an extra job. I'm going to work part-time at this place diligently for at least 2 months, at least until I can get the money to pay my friend back, because he let me borrow his car and I fucked his car up. I'm going to put in that effort, that 6th house energy, use it intelligently through my 3rd house to fix my mistakes for this person. And Jupiter is like, I want to do this. It's a spiritual thing. It's my word. It's fair. It's what's right. So Libra's good for that kind of thing, right? So I'm glad that we got to see the positive and the shadow side of Jupiter for a Libra, because that's what it is for all the planets, for all of us. We all got a light and a shadow. We all have needs, And we all have abundant surpluses of energy that comes from our nature. That's why we talk about this stuff here on How to Rock Astrology. Whew. Damn, my brain is getting cooked. I'm on fire today. You know, I can feel you can't, you know, these are long videos. I've been going for 5.5 hours. I got Venus on the Karkas, so. But I'm Leo rising. That's partly why I want to show up and do the thing that I said I would do. But I love to do this shit, you know. This is my way of, like, walking up a mountain and enduring through something. So I love to do it, folks. So thus far, we've done 5 out of 7 planets. We should be done in about another hour at least, hopefully. Thank you, Taurus Rising, sweetheart. I appreciate you for saying that. I am, though. I'm good. I'm full of kombucha. I got my chocolate. That chocolate is very cacao. It's like 70%. So I'm going to take one more break on that. Maybe eat a little bit more after Venus. And then I'm going to go eat some food. My dad made me some stew. And it's going to be stupendous. So let's do our 2 remaining planets now, folks. Scene break. Marker. Next. Roll film. We are next now going to be delving into a very important planet. You know, the next 2 planets are really probably Mercury is kind of even more important to Libra than Venus is in some ways. You know, they say that the 9th house is the most auspicious house. The 5th house is the second most auspicious. And the 1st house is the 3rd most auspicious. So it's the least auspicious of the 3 auspicious houses. But it's still auspicious. Still lucky. It's the rising sign. It's a key part of our power. Now, interestingly for Libra, this chameleon quality, well, we've been saying if you watch the Mars planet section of this video, you'll notice we often say that Libra rising can go out on a whim. Taurus rising, yeah, that is your name. You should be able to find the rising sign videos on my YouTube page. If it's not on the front, then you can just go to the playlists. Go on my channel, look up playlists, and then you'll find somewhere on there the rising sign series. And I hope that's helpful. Thank you for letting me know that and checking that out for me. I should put them on the front because they are a key part of my work here. Now, we've noted that, you know, there's this whole conversation of, is a Libra willing to risk its bottom line, its principle, when it's investing in friends and other people? And Libra has to be very careful. And honestly, in my opinion, Libra's not stupid. Libra senses people, reads people, and when Venus especially is very well for a Libra rising, they make very good researchers when it comes to investing. Because Libra can go out on a limb to make an investment on something that will ultimately proffer greater security, money, and a risky venture. You know, Libras can do a risky venture as long as they got some nest egg somewhere that they're not putting all of their eggs into any particular one basket. They'll always have a well-diversified stock portfolio, you know, but they will take their extra dividends from their investments and put it towards something that they think is going to rock and roll. You know, if you've ever read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, The Wealthy Barber, Rich Dad, Poor Dad in particular, he talks about how you want to take an investment, find some like company that has the makings for strength and goodness. Like, it's a good idea. It's in a good area. It's got everything it needs. It's just for some reason, the guy who was running it was an old grandfather who got like liver cancer or something. Now his son's running it. Son isn't exactly sure how to run the business, but he has all the makings for a great business here. He just doesn't have the money because they're put all their money into saving their grandfather. Now they're slowly building their business back up. If they just had a little bit more capital, the money would come in. They could use it to promote the company, and this thing would blow up. And then an investor's shares in that company would go from very low, or their shares in that company would be worth little at first, but as the company grows, it blows up. And that's how you take $1,000 investment and get like a 20% return rate on it, But you need to know that company. You need to know Jimmy, who's Tommy's grandson. He's my grandson. He's got this thing, And you need to know the books. You need to know the resources are there, that these people are committed to making this a good investment over a 10-year period. They've got all the money necessary. All these other investors are lined up, and it will be a success. Libra rising with a good Venus knows what is a good investment. This is the rising sign lord, the first lord, and being blended in with that unstable, risky, adventure-minded 8th house. Libras can be some of the greatest investors they're around. It's partly also because Saturn is exalted in Libra. Saturn is conservative and reads the bottom line, never goes out of pocket completely to buy some magic beans. And that's the story we gave at the beginning. Usually, Libra will learn early in their life. Libras are the ones who, they say, like they're operating a lemonade stand when they're like 5 years old to make money for gum. So they can chew more gum when they're in class, and they have a little lemonade stand. They buy the lemons for $2 a bag. They squeeze all these lemons in here, put a bit of water, put a bit of sugar. They stir it up and they sell it for $2. And then for that $2 bag of lemons, they're making probably $20 out of it, something like that, They learn the upcharge. They learn, oh, no one's buying it for $2. Maybe I'll try for $1. They learn the flow of this, and they learn early on when somebody tells them, hey, you should take your money and invest in these magic beans. The Libra's like, well, all right, you trust me, man, trust me. And I gave the example during the Mars part of the video. Libra eventually learns not to let its bottom line play into these things. But at the early part of their lives, they do it because it's a pressure from their friends for 2 reasons. Number 1, you got to be careful with friendships and business. Number 2, you got to be careful with emotions in business. Libra becomes very shrewd in a positive way eventually. It's because things like this happen to them earlier in their lives. They're these chameleons for whom friendship is very important. Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are these friendship planets, and they rule the air and earth signs. So Tommy, who you've always known since grade 1, comes up to you and says, hey, dude, I've got this idea. I know that you invest. I know that you put all your money into assets and you get these dividends. Just hear me out. Take some of your dividends and put it into these magic beans that I've got. Trust me, man. You can trust me. Have I ever screwed you over? We've been friends since grade 1. And I need this right now. I'm hurting for money, which is a red flag. Libra instantly should be like, you're hurting for money and you want this investment? Yeah? You think that's a good idea for me? But when they're early on, they're like, oh, yeah, man, for sure, dude. I mean, if you think it's a good idea. Oh, dude, trust me. It's a great idea. I've been working on this my whole life. These magic beans are going to make a beanstalk that's going to make us so much more beans that it's going to be the beans knees, man. So, okay, all right. If you, sure, it's like, how much do you need? Well, I need to kind of dig into your deepest part of your pockets here because these beans cost a lot. And I also need the manufacturing to the things that are going to make it, the plow. I need the soil. I need the land. I need all these things. And, if you help me out, we're going to help you out in the long run. You're going to get a big investment on your return. And I need it. It's the emotional thing. They're like, well, okay, if you really need it and if it'll get me money back in the long run, it's 2 good things. What the hell? Here's a bit of my bottom line. These are my savings for my education, for my future investments, but here you go. What the heck? Why not? And then Tommy gets these magic beans and they don't do shit, right? So Libra learns from doing that once or twice. They're like, okay, I'm never going to let someone pressure me into an investment with my bottom line ever again. That's especially Mars. You'll hear about that more in the Mars part of this video. But with Venus, they have to learn this shrewd capacity. And the 8th lordship of Libra, also Venus ruling Libra and Taurus, brings them to have this capacity to be able to do with these kind of deals in a way that's not going to allow them to be screwed over in the long run. Now, so they will kind of put a bit of their bottom line, though. But they have to, it's not that, Tommy screwed them over, so now I'm never going to invest in anything that deeply again. It's not that. It's Libra they can do the risk. They can go out on a limb, but they research whether these magic beans, where did you get these stupid fucking beans? Where did they come from? Are there examples anywhere in the world of these magic beans actually working? Show me. Take me to the other place where these magic beans are happening. Show me how they work. Show me the example of profit lines rising up from people who have been consistently using these magic beans over time. I need to see it. Again, going back to the rich dad, poor dad thing, most people aren't going to make that much money off an investment in like mutual funds or stocks. It's going to be like 7%. That's the natural market going up. And that's still a good thing. Everyone should learn to be financially savvy in that way. But they're not going to make outrageous amounts of money. People who make money are the people like, I guess I'll say it, somebody like Donald Trump, who he's got a rich daddy, and he goes and puts his balls out there and spends money on a business. It goes bankrupt. He claims bankruptcy, gets more money from dad, tries it with another company, keeps getting bankrupt until eventually he lands it on the one that he's learned over time how to not be stupid with your money. And this one thing that he puts money in blows up, becomes a thing. He gets known for it, fixes his bankruptcy with his schmoozy political ways that he has. It's not a great example, but the point is that the people who make the big dick money, as people talk about, are the people who are willing to invest and in a company that's in the low, on a low peak, but who has the potential. And they invest in the company. They bring they bring in the right people to give that restaurant that's failing the right feng shui, the right promotion. And all of a sudden, this restaurant makes huge profit, and that's how you get, instead of a measly 7% income return on a mutual fund, you invest in a company or a restaurant or some kind of business that blows up. Then all your shares are worth much, much more. Libra with a good Venus will take the time. They enjoy doing that kind of research. And furthermore, they will get involved with business groups. They identify with connecting with powerful people who know things about the market, who know things about business, entrepreneurship, and will butter their bread, will serve those people, will do things that they know how to make themselves valuable to these types of people, and they know how those people are valuable to them. Mergers of business interests. I own a restaurant, you own a restaurant, we're close together. Maybe if we share the load, whenever I got to get a guy in a truck to come and deliver me potatoes. Those huge trucks, they come in and I only need, I'm going to get it from the source. I'm going to get the potato farmer from down the road who's got all these potatoes. And in order to do that, I need a big truck, and I can only fit half the potatoes that I need in this truck. So I'm going to go to my friend who operates a restaurant just down the road and say, hey, I've got this truck that I'm using on the cheap to get me these local potatoes, but I can only fill half my truck with it. How about you and I get into business with this? We'll split the cost on it, and they'll take my potatoes, bring them to me, then they'll take them, bring them to you, and we both that's helping us both out, right? What else can we do this with in our business? Can we do it with asparagus and all these other vegetables that we need? Merging what their values are with the other person, knowing how to do it in a business savvy way, holding firm their boundaries and their values, what they're looking for in this business prospect, but how it's going to also be valuable to you. These are the kind of, this is what side Libra's bread is buttered on. This is what Libra's good at. Libra's the schmoozer. And especially with a good Venus, they'll enjoy doing these kinds of things. They'll take value and pride in their work and in serving others and investment and in luxury and in goodness and in wellness. This is what having a good Venus will do for a Libra. A bad Venus for Libra will probably get them involved with their money, involved with groups of people that either take advantage of them, that aren't serving their better interests, or the Libra will feel like I'm always, like, you know, when you've got a bad Venus for Libra, part of the reason that you don't feel powerful or comfortable in your own skin as who you are is because you don't feel comfortable doing business. You don't feel comfortable. It's like there's a hole in your soul where you would want to be a person who brings people together, who's a powerful networker. And because that's not happening for you, you don't put a value on this thing that feels important to you. You don't work on it. You don't work on your presentation, your appearance, and it gives you all the first house debilitations, depression, feeling small, feeling insignificant, which we know the self-esteem for Libra is already difficult because the sun is debilitated. The 11th Lord, the sun, is debilitated in the sign of Libra. Thankfully, even when a person is depressed and debilitated in this way, get out of here. Even when a person is got a really rough Venus, Mercury and Saturn can still bring this person greatness. Venus is not as load-bearing, really, as Saturn and Mercury are in a chart, in a Libra rising chart. And that's funny because it goes to show you the nature of Libra. Their bread is buttered more on their 5th and 9th Lord instead of their 1st Lord. For most other rising signs, not having a first house, a good first house, will really screw you over. If there's really bad afflictions with Libra, and if there's really bad afflictions with Taurus, or with Venus, Venus is debilitated, it's conjunct Saturn, it's conjunct the sun and moon. When there's problems going on with the sun and moon, when the sun combusts Venus, that's when a person is going to involve themselves in business associations, in marriage. You know, they're going to do things in marriage that serves their business mentality, you know, especially for a man. Gosh, a Libra rising man with the sun combusting Venus is going to find themselves doing whatever they can to get a marriage going on that will ultimately serve their, like, you know, it's like a wife who will, like, just, honey, just shut up, don't complain, I'm going to bring home some bacon and serve me whenever I need you, and that's going to allow me to relax. I'm going to put my feet up, you can rub my feet, woman, and then I can go, and because I put a value on you not bugging me, and that's going to allow me to go to my job. Well, what kind of, you know, that's the sun, the 11th Lord of gains, combusting Venus for a man, the true soul connection that they want to have with their partner. And it gets a lot of emotional angst and messed up energy that actually doesn't make them happy, makes them feel like they're using their partner, which also makes them feel, guess what, like your partner's also using you. In that situation, you think you're using your partner, well, your partner might just also be using you for your money in that situation. Why else would that be that way? But they don't care that you're a piece of shit, because they're not in this relationship for the relationship, just like you aren't either. And, you know, this kind of, that's very extreme. That's me being very Leo, saying this in this way. Most Libra risings are still going to have a beating heart, and their relationships are going to be more than that. But unconsciously,
The sun combusting Venus is going to have those kinds of themes where you're not listening to your partner. You're just using them to, so you're not lonely. So you're not like everybody else who doesn't have a partner. And now you've got a partner in marriage who just does whatever you say, but then there's huge fights that'll happen for a Libra rising with a messed up Venus, especially for a man, but for a woman too. With a Libra rising woman having an afflicted Venus, it's going to show that your goddess confidence, that you don't feel like you feel you need to use your money, your value, your family wealth. I'm associated with my daddy who's big in this business, or whatever you can to show that you have value externally that has nothing to do with your soul value, for who you truly are. And essentially, usually what will happen is that a really messed up Venus for a woman in a Libra rising chart will vibe to Venus in Virgo in the 12th house, which means that you'll have to get down on your hands and knees and use your mouth, use your words, use your yes dear, I'll do whatever you want, and you better grovel for me, baby, if you want to be my wife. A woman won't have confidence in what she intrinsically is as a soul. And she'll just be happy to serve in this 12th house-ish way if the Venus is really afflicted in any way. It doesn't have to be in the 12th house. Any affliction to Venus will have Libra rising lowering its dignity and its self-value, doing things that nobody else would do without consent. They're not really volunteering for it. They just feel like this is all they deserve. And so they'll be the annoying one holding the bag, doing the annoying shit that nobody else will do. And their partner won't respect them. And their business partners won't respect them. They'll just be a money suckhole. Everyone will know that you're just a rag that everybody uses, takes money from, or just, hey, you're in this business with us, we need you to do this. Go and do it. The big people are talking. And so, oh, well, I mean, at least if this is helping out, that's like a Venus that's ill-dignified, really afflicted for a Libra rising. They kind of feel like they're a piece of shit, and they'll operate like, I may be a piece of shit, but I have these skills that I can work really hard at to give. And what happens is that they put in 1 ounce of effort, or they put in 5 ounces of effort in order to get 1 ounce of grain. That's not how Libra is supposed to operate. How Libra is supposed to operate is like this. It's the magic of the market. I'm a peanut farmer, and I got a shit ton of peanuts. I got peanuts coming out of my ears. But what I don't have, because peanuts do a certain thing to my soil, I can't grow blueberries and I can't grow pumpkin. There's certain things that I can't grow. So I'm going to go to the market. Now I got these bags of peanuts that are worth nothing to me. Now I'm going to go to Tommy. Tommy's got blueberries and he's got pumpkins. But because he has blueberries and pumpkins, they leach from the soil the things that could grow peanuts. So Tommy can't grow peanuts and I can't grow blueberries and pumpkin. I'm going to sell everybody else. This bag of peanuts is worth $10 at the market. But for Tommy, I'm going to take a bag of peanuts and say, here you go, Tommy. I'm going to give you a bag of peanuts. I'll sell it to you for $2. How much are you going to sell those blueberries and pumpkin to me for? Tommy says, oh, well, I definitely need peanuts. You need my pumpkin and blueberries. I'll give it to you for cheap. You give it to me for cheap. And this is the magic of that one bag of peanuts that was worth $10 buys it $20 worth of pumpkin and blueberries. I don't know if I conveyed that properly. Yeah, the whole point was that you're not going to sell it to Tommy for $2. It's worth $10. But with your $10 worth of peanuts, you're going to buy $30 worth of pumpkins and blueberries. And this is how 1 + 1 = 3. It's the magic of Venus. My 1 ounce of effort I'm going to give 1 ounce of effort to you. It's worth 1 to me, but it's actually worth 3 to you. And you're going to give me your 1 ounce of effort, which is worth 1 to you, but it's worth 3 to me. This is the magic of Venus, the sexy goddess of Earth, of basically Venus, of someone's taste. This is the value of someone. Again, it's the kid with the lemonade stand. you know? Oh, I want to help these kids out. And I love lemonade. It's a hot day. I'm walking around. And these kids have just got fresh lemonade right outside my front door. It's worth that $2, Timmy. Here you go, son. And now I get this nice giant cup of lemonade. The kid paid 25 cents for the sugar, the lemon, and the water. But the kid gets paid $2. It's the magic of the market. It's the magic of being of service. This is the power of the goddess. And a good Venus will be on the positive side of that. A bad Venus for a Libra will always be giving 5 ounces of effort and getting only 1 ounce of reward back. And that's why they need Saturn to have friends that give them joy, that they love to serve, and Mercury that will allow them to manage their time and resources in an intelligent and servile way, so that ultimately, even though they feel like a piece of shit, no one sees them as a piece of shit. If you got a good Mercury especially, people have value of you. You have, you don't feel the value, because that's Venus feels the value. But the 9th Lord in the 12th house, serving in that way is of great value to people. That's why, as Ernst Wilhelm said in his little thing here, Mercury is the priceless, exotic, and rare items that the merchant Libra has for sale, right? So we're going to now start getting into what Venus is in this regard. But I hope this is clear. I feel pretty good about how we've conveyed Venus and Libra and the magic of Venus in general. And if you have this affliction of Venus in a Libra rising chart, do your best to love yourself. Find whatever ways you've got to do. Recognize and research what happened to you in your childhood to make you feel like you're a piece of shit, like you're not worthy. Check out your Mars to see what happened in your 2nd house to show why you could never fight to not be bullied and people just treated you like crap and you feel like a dish rag and a doormat, and why is it? Why has it all been happening? Look into your childhood. Get a therapist. Work out the child regression stuff. It's going to work out whatever has caused you to believe that this is the case for you. So you can develop self-strength and self-value and operate at the market with equal dignity to everybody else. It's an amazing thing how much consciousness plays into business. No one's going to buy something or get into business with someone at the market who you can smell is standing in their own shit. Right? So, Venus is neutral, ruling the 1st and 8th house for Libra rising. Now, this is, of course, coming from RYAN KURCZAK'S, the notes that I took from Asheville Vedic Astrology that was done by RYAN KURCZAK when I went to school there for 4 years. Venus is neutral, ruling the 1st and 8th house. So when we were reading Brihat Parashara Horoscope, Venus isn't evil, it's not auspicious. Parashara, the original guy who describes all things Vedic astrology, said Saturn and Mercury are truly auspicious for Libra. Venus itself is neutral, and it'll be good or bad depending on how it's placed. This is similar to Mars for an Aries rising, just in reverse order. Venus has a strong representation of its own sense of self, longevity, and life force, and what will allow it to continue to win the war. That's really what Venus is ultimately looking for. 8th house has to do with longevity, health, and it knows, Libra knows when Venus is healthy. Really, in general, Libra can sense who is a vampire draining from it and who is just a plant giving of its fruit. Libra is not stupid, but Libra, depending on its level of self-esteem, will get involved with vampires because it thinks, I need to get involved with a vampire who offers me this, and I'm going to vampire off them, and everybody's vampires. I thought everybody was a bit of a vampire. I thought that's how the word operated. That's a Venus with an afflicted... That's an afflicted Venus in general, is that everybody just seems to be screwing everybody over and draining from them. We're all using each other. I thought that's what we do. A good Venus knows, again, it's the peanuts and the blueberries. We're actually giving each other abundance. Venus can show difficulty with things like addiction, vices, difficulty with adaptability, being able to break apart. You know, Venus having this 8th house quality should believe in its own ability. So that 8th house instability should be a good thing. It breaks, it's unstable. When a group is not serving the Libra has to be able to say, this doesn't have longevity. This is going nowhere. This is a drain on my assets. I don't care if I'm friends with these people. This is draining my life. These are vampires. It's unstable that you've invested a lot of time and energy into that, but if you have good self-esteem, you respect yourself and your spiritual energy in this life, you're not going to let it get pissed away by something that isn't aligned with you. Hey, Susie Underwood, nice to see you. I haven't seen you for a little while. Hope your holidays were good. So Venus will take its energy from the thing that isn't serving it and put it into something that ultimately is serving it when Venus is well placed. It sucks that Venus has to do that. It breaks, and that's why the first house, the life path of Libra, goes through a lot of changes because it's with the unstable, power-driven 8th house. Libra will always go through breaks. It'll be associated with some people for a while, and then it'll break that and go into other people, especially if Venus is well placed. It's like investing in stocks at a stock brokerage, you know? If something shows you consistently it's not giving you good returns, you got to be able to just take the hit. I thought it was a good idea. It was bad investment, you know? Or, you know, you got to also be able to hold when things go down in the right way, knowing that things have to go down in the market. It sucks that I invested while things are high. Now they've gone low, but I'm going to invest still while it's low, knowing, if you've got a good Venus, if you've researched well, that this will ultimately boom again. The market goes up and down. Sometimes you got to hold when things go down. So good Venus knows when to break, when to hold, because it's been paying attention to the long view of things, because it's earthy in that way. It cares about its investments and it cares about its joy. And it has the self-respect to care for its own goodness and the goodness that it invests in. So this can go really good one way or really bad another way. Venus can have a stain to it, though the ascendant is generally more auspicious than not because of the association of the first lord with the unstable Dusthana, the 8th house. Now Libra learns how to curb these impulses and absorbing feelings for themselves and others. Not getting too wrapped up in other people's feelings in business. It's business, right? Venus as the 1st and 8th lord is the man in the bazaar. So Venus as the 1st and 8th lord for a Libra rising indicates that the native will undergo radical changes in life as they find themselves on a deeper level. This will be largely due to desires awakened in the heart through Venus, because that's what Venus is, that's what Venus does. Committing to somebody, a person, committing to people, committing to friends for the sake of it. Venus has to learn objectively when this thing is draining me, but ultimately they want to surrender and serve. They want to be connected at the heart with people. Venus can give an attachment and identification with others' resources. Venus sometimes, for better or worse, will stay in a marriage just because the partner is so well serving their resources by having their resources. As the rising sign lord, Venus is a temporal benefic. It's mainly because it's auspicious to Libra rising. So through diplomacy and worldly wisdom, the native finds a place in life. They find what they're seeking and the groups they're seeking to be associated with. But the 8th lord makes this somewhat unstable. Libra is a changeable, it's a cardinal sign. It's a movable sign. It's cardinal. So changes are indicated and natural to Libra. It's okay with change. Now, Venus is also a natural benefic. So Venus gives comfort and happiness with the areas it's influencing. But again, the 8th house lordship gives this an element of the unexpected. So Venus is a benefic. Wherever Venus is placed, it's going to use that house to give it some goodness. If Venus is placed in the 3rd house of Sagittarius, Venus is going to be there developing on and cultivating goodness through that 3rd house. And it's going to find goodness in the 3rd house, even though it's a tough place for any planet. If Venus is in the 5th house, it's going to find its goodness and apply itself to finding goodness through that 5th house. That's actually one of the best places for Venus to be, is in the 4th or 5th house. It likes to be in the 4th house. Either way, as a benefic planet, it's going to find goodness there, but this goodness will come with opportunities to spend and invest bottom line resources into this thing, believing in it, and schmoozing in it, having the goodness of Venus to really help with that investment of love, whatever it is. Because I talk often with Libra and Taurus and Venus as being this investment, this monetary thing, but also be energy. You got a friend who you like to play music with. You know, your Venus is in the 5th house. And I spend a lot of time with this person. He likes to drink. His life isn't exactly together, but the Venus still schmoozes, shows up. Hey man, how's it going? Do you want me to drive today? I know you're having a hard time. Listen, I'll pick you up and we'll come together to our jam spot. You can play sax, I'll play guitar, I'll play my instrument. You can play flute and I'll play guitar, and we'll just jam. And the Libra, through this 8th house investment, he's not getting anything monetarily from it, but he's had a friend throughout his whole life for whom their musical partnership has bloomed and expanded like he could have never dreamed or imagined. It's because he put that energy into that person. It was risky. He's associating with someone who could just be wasting his time. Someday he might not be able to jam with this person anymore. And all that time was wasted. But as I often say, this comes from Ernst Wilhelm. He's led me through so many good phrases. Ernst Wilhelm has said, a relationship does not need to last forever in order for it to be a success. When you understand that, you understand why Venus is exalted in Pisces. You understand the true wealth that Venus is capable of. It's when the smoke is cleared, you've stopped holding on to a hope for resources or for certain fruits, and you've loved the journey along the way. When you can apply Venus in that way, then you will find the abundance that Venus is really all about. Keep that one under your hat. Woo! So we're going to be going to about, this is going to be a 6-hour video. I can feel it. Crammed quite a bit into this here video we did, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Damn, I love me some chocolate. Dark chocolate. It's perfecto. Now we have one more planet left, folks. Thank you, Susie. I'm glad that you picked up on that last little. I felt good about that little bit on Venus there. I'm getting tighter. You know what I mean, folks? I'm getting better all the time at doing what I'm doing here on my channel. So let's remember, if anybody is ever interested, you want to get an actual reading from me, the best work I do, I love to do this stuff on YouTube, but the best work you could do is get right down to it. What does these planets mean to me? In order to know that, your best bet is to hang out with me and do an astrology session with me. I charge $200 US to sit with you for 2 to 3 hours and go through your whole chart, see what it's all about. So if you want to do that, you can email me at astrology@dustincormier.net. Excuse me. That's supposed to say astrology@dustincormier.net. Dustincormier.net. Maybe I'll delete this here. Remove. So feel free to email me at astrology@dustincormier.net. And this is my PayPal account. If anybody should enjoy the work that I do here, feel free to donate. Every little dollar helps me to feel better about doing the work that I do. Ultimately, I like to do it anyway, so keep that in mind. Oh, my brain. We got one more left. I need somebody to give me a scalp massage. Oh, right there. I can feel my like fascia just like expanding inside of my skull. All right, one more. This will be our last half an hour. We're going into 6 hours on this one. It's okay. I feel really good about my energy today. Everything happens for a reason, folks. Voila. Next up, marker, roll film. This is our final planet for this class today in our master class on rising signs here on How to Rock Astrology, where we teach tropical Vedic astrology. Of course, in tropical Vedic astrology, we learn about the whole sign system, and that is what we see with each of these planets ruling a certain set of houses. We often ask, why is it that Libra is the way it is? Why is it that Libras are so interested in connecting with people in 8th house, groups, holding groups together? Why are they so interested in selflessly serving people? Why are they so interested in developing deep, soulful connections that become creative connections as time goes on? In this case, of course, we'll be talking about Saturn ruling the 4th and 5th house for Libra rising. Of course, you can have house cusps falling into here as well. Delete scene. The house cusps can fall into these whole sign houses, but generally speaking, the whole sign houses are the true houses. That's at least how tropical Vedic astrology deals with, or Vedic astrology. Now let's discuss what might be considered by some to be Libra's most important planet. It's a bit of a tie between Mercury and Saturn. Mercury is most important because it's the 9th lord. The 9th lord is the most auspicious lord, gives us the most luck, affords us the most energy, and gives us the most joy, the 9th lord. That's Mercury. Now for Libra rising, Saturn is the 5th lord. And furthermore, Aquarius is the mula tricona for Libra, for Aquarius, excuse me. So the mula tricona is, every planet rules 2 signs, except for the sun and moon. They're kind of, Leo is as the mula tricona of the sun, Cancer is the mula tricona of the moon. But for all the other planets that rule 2 signs, there's a sign that's more the essential core of that planet than the other. In the case of Saturn, the mula tricona of Saturn is Aquarius. So Aquarius, whatever sign, whatever house Aquarius rules, is going to be an even more intrinsic aspect of Saturn for that rising sign. The example we could see here is that when you watch my Virgo rising video, Virgo rising has Capricorn on the 5th house and Aquarius on the 6th house. Makes sense that for Virgo rising, which is the natural 6th sign, Saturn mostly operates through Aquarius, which rules the 6th house. Here in Libra's case, Libra's granted a bit of a break. Libra gets a lot of blessings, really, all things considered. Saturn rules an angle and a trine. So Saturn is bumping into the world outside. Because remember, the angles are like, imagine you're holding a two-dimensional square and you're walking into a room with a bunch of furniture in it. And there's got these corners. The corners, boom, oh, excuse me, boom, oh, excuse me. The corners stand out and they bump into the objects in the room. Those are our angles. Those are our cardinal angles. They bring us opportunity. We bump into the world and gain opportunities in the world by our angular house lords. The 1st, the 4th, the 7th, and the 10th. Right? Saturn, so it doesn't often happen. In fact, it hardly, Saturn is the only planet that can have this particular magic. And it's only certain signs can have this magic. The other one would be Taurus. Yeah, both of the Venus signs. Very interesting. Taurus has Capricorn ruling its 9th house and Aquarius ruling its 10th house. So what I mean here is that for Libra and Taurus, Saturn rules an angle and a trine. Of course, the nature of the trine is that the trine is of the nature of the rising sign. So having the Mula Tricona of Saturn as the 5th house is a very special thing. Not only that, but the Lord of the 5th house is exalted in Libra. So what Libra does in its life, proffering diplomatic connections with all the people around it, helping people butter their bread so that people, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, I'll butter your bread if you butter mine. And that cohesion that happens is a very Saturnian thing. Like, it's a very Libra thing. And Saturn is exalted in Libra. Doing this is conducive to the health of Saturn. Something that I've written recently, I put it on my channel in my, you can put posts with text. And what I wrote about Saturn is that security that you have to sustain all by yourself is not true security. It's like if you're out on the ocean and you don't have something to help you float. It's like, don't worry, I'm secure. I've got my arms. My arms will take me through it. And it's like, yeah, well, number one, what if you're out in the ocean and you broke your left arm? So now you've only got your right arm to swim with. What if your right arm gets so tired because you've been swimming for miles that all you've got now, you can't. All you've got now is your feet. And you just got to float, and even your feet get tired. If all you've got is yourself to sustain you, you're not truly secure. What you want is a flotation device. That's why flotation devices are a thing. Because you can get tired, and when you get tired, you're in certain types of water where the water, you fall down heavier, you get a piece of seaweed caught on your foot, you've got no energy, and it just pulls you under. Anything can pull you under. Some kind of water current can pull you under. Once you're under, it's going to take you a lot of energy to get you back up to the surface, unless you have a flotation device. So security that you have to sustain yourself is not real security. And when things fall under, when this is why people get pensions. This is why people pay insurance. Saturn has got insurance has got Saturn written all over it. Checking out your bottom line, making sure your principal is called for and accounted for, making sure that you're not left holding the bag in any business that you deal, personal business, career business, or relationship business. That doesn't just mean monetary, trading money with your wife or husband. It actually means I'm in a relationship I'm serving you by doing what I do, because Libra's bread is buttered on the side of serving people. This is so a value that people put on the Libra rising person, is that they are willing to do so much in the relationship. Libra knows this. This is what I want to do. I want to take my extra time and be Mr. Incredible. It's part of the Mercury thing I was talking about that Libra does, is it takes its extra time with Mercury and manages its time serving the things that mean the most to Libra rising. So when you're in a relationship with Libra, it knows that it's going to put a lot of time and effort into you. That's the Libra thing. That's Mr. Incredible. But Mr. Incredible is going to be well served if he takes care to make sure through Saturn that the other person is also taking care of him when he's weak. When by being Mr. Incredible, as Libra does, it gets tired. It's serving everybody. Libra loves to serve everybody because it's that self-sacrificing nature of Libra, which is where the sun is debilitated, but which is where Saturn is exalted. That's the nature of Libra. It's the flip. It is autumn. And so the association that Libra rising makes with people who are ultimately taking care of it, just as much as it is taking care of them, is very important for the psyche, for the stability, for the security of Libra rising. And they're good at it. They're not stupid with it. They talk about it. They ask about it. They communicate about it. Sometimes Saturn will be gruff in how they communicate about it. But when it comes to relationships, Libra is probably going to say, what do you do for me? And what do I do for you? That's another thing. That's a smart thing for Libra to ask. What do I do for you? Why do you love me? What value do I have which interests you in getting into this business with me? Getting into this love contract with me? What intrinsic value do I have that will make sure that I'm always going to be valuable to you? Do you just love me because I got money right now? What happens when I am not as, the market changes? I got a lot of investments in mutual funds and real estate, and anything could happen. You going to love me if the world goes into a recession? What do you really love about me? And how is that going to sustain us when our finances are low and our emotions are high and everything is shaky and falling apart? What do I do for you, and what do you do for me at the bottom line? And will we be able to sustain what we've got going on when all the smoke is in the air and things are chaotic and we're having trouble? Libra rising is going to, right at the beginning, is going to be bugging their partner about this. Like, what is this all about? Why are we here together? What is this? Especially if they've got a good Saturn and a good Venus and a good Mercury. It needs all of these to really bring all this together, which is nice, because if you got a trash Venus and a trash Saturn, they're all got some kind of afflictions going on, but you got a good Mercury, you'll still be able to communicate and work through the feelings of this necessary dimension of Libra rising. So these three planets, Saturn, Mercury, and Venus, can kind of get each other's backs, which is a very Libra thing to do, if that makes sense. I digress. So Saturn is this capacity to be essentially conservative and to think about its principle. Saturn is what will protect it from, it'll always have nest eggs. When you have a very good Saturn, there's something called Sacha yoga. It's when Saturn is in its own sign or exaltation and it's in an angle. They say Saturn, when it's well placed, it carries the quality of Sacha, which is a rabbit. What does a rabbit do? A rabbit always has one hole dug that nobody would have expected. When a rabbit's traveling along, it's chewing on some roots, it knows its area very well, and it's always got a hole to escape into. All of a sudden, there's a wolf, there's a snake, there's something coming. The rabbit's gone, and the wolf's chasing it. And the wolf knows how to chase the rabbit, and then all of a sudden, well, where'd it go? Where'd the rabbit go? I just had it. Oh, it went down into this hole. And the fox digs into this hole, and when it goes in there, there's 3 diverting places. The rabbit has dug a hole and then put a left, a center, and a right. So you better guess correct, Mr. Rabbit. And by the time you better guess correct, Mr. Fox. By the time the fox goes to the right, it finds another diverted underground tunnel that the rabbit has gone through. The rabbit has always got a way out. And a Libra rising has always got its bottom line checked out in terms of finances, in terms of its energy. That's why Libra risings are big on like getting a pension, getting insurance, EI, employment insurance, and having a job where they know what their value is to another person. And they know how to make themselves valuable. Now, a good Saturn is going to especially proffer this. So that the Libra rising is investments. You know, and there's so much metaphors of investment that relate to Libra. Libra looks in the long run at what any investment is and says, I know that this will eventually increase in value over time, because that's Venus, especially applied in this masculine way. It's a wheeler and dealer. So I know that this thing is going to get appraised and upvalued over time, which means I'm going to commit to it for 15 years, put my word out there, and I promise that I'm going to be there night and day for my side of the bargain. And this is why Jupiter is chunked out by Libra, because I often say God will knock on Libra's door and say, hey, there's opportunities for you, there's things you could be doing, but Libra will say, I'm sorry, Jupiter, I'm sorry, Guru Dev, I told Saturn that I was going to be here for 15 years, because I know that the value of this contract that I have with him is going to go up over time, as contracts do. Now, if you don't have a good Saturn, this is a key part of Libra, is to hold contracts, is to be there for its word and for its responsibilities. A bad Saturn will A, bite off more than it can chew, and then B, not show up to chew it, because it's taken on too many things, because people have put pressure on the rabbit to only focus on, to focus too much on things that are ultimately eating at the rabbit's escape holes, at the Libra's bottom line, at the basic essential needs that Libra rising has that keeps it going. If Libra rising is an entertainer and it has all of these half-assed, it's got a bad relationship with its wife, and its kids, it doesn't pay attention to his kids, the kids are draining, and because he doesn't take care of them and teach them well, he's going to give them money just to make them be quiet, but that's draining on their finances. That's especially, kids are a good one here, by the way, because having a bad relationship with kids reflects on Saturn. Your kids are ultimately a positive investment. There should be a positive investment that don't ask for too much from you, but the necessary things that you can give to them for their future, that's going to give them the best that they need. You're going to be a person who protects those investments so you can give your kids a good future while not screwing your own investments over in the long run. These are the kind of things that Libra will attach itself to a contract for, to work for, and hold, and they won't screw over their boss, so they can keep feeding their kids and giving their kids that education down the line and giving their wife the things that they need. But they're also conservative. If the wife is like, honey, I really think we should go to the keg once a week and spend $180 on a meal because I need that, because it would make me feel nice, Libra will say, honey, we got to work this out. It's not in our budget. How about we go to a restaurant that's still nice, $60, $80 budget, and 2 times a week I'm going to rub your feet for you. I don't have time, but I'm Mr. Incredible. I can lose the sleep because I want you to feel good. This is a Saturn that's making sure that the things that keep Libra going, he'll sacrifice like Mr. Incredible to make sure that those things are still going. Mr. Incredible, we were talking about how he does all this stuff, climbs up to, he's late for his white wedding with his wife because he's doing all these good things for people. That's the Mercury part of this video. You can see that. Climbs up the tree, the cat, to get this old woman's cat who climbed up the tree. The cat scratches his face, gives it to the woman. Thank you. It's a thankless job. But then he goes and he makes it to the wedding. He's a little late. Hey, honey, how's it going? Holds her hand. She's like, where were you? He's like, I'm sorry. I had some things I had to do. And so Mr. Incredible is always kind of late, but he shows up and does the thing that he needs to do and protects. He shows up for his wife. His wife knows that he's Mr. Incredible. Sometimes he's bendy to everybody, but he's there. When Libra Rising doesn't have a good Saturn, he bends to everybody, and he's not there for any of them, especially the most important ones. He goes and wastes time. He has beers at the bar with his buddies just because the pressure of everyone bending him around is so hard. And he spends a lot of time getting fired up with his buddies about football because they're so important right now in this moment. And then he comes home and he's wasted, and he was supposed to have time with his wife and rub her feet. Today's the day that he would rub her feet. And he comes home and he's wasted. He's like, honey, I don't want to do it. And she's like, just as I thought. You're a flake. You're not showing up for your promises. You don't care about me. You don't care about the kids. And that's a bad Saturn for Libra. Is just basically not showing up for the most important things that allow that Libra to survive. That are the true values that the Libra loves. And Capricorn is an angle. So the bottom line emotional things that Libra needs, because Libra is somebody who's a performer, who needs to be seen by everybody as being happy. Put on a smile. You know, Arthur Miller, Death of a Salesman. As long as you just show up and smile and, you know, your whole world's falling apart, but it's okay because you got those white teeth and it's just all going to just be fucking fine, isn't it? You know, that's a Libra with a bad Saturn. A Libra with a good Saturn actually knows they're not worried because they got holes dug. They're the most important. Their bread is buttered. Their wife, they go through their shit because we're all struggling, but their wife knows what they're doing. Their wife knows that they are putting in effort to take care of the most important things for them. They're in debt and they're showing up and they are smiling. They are. Even though they've got this big low happening, this big lull, they are taking care of their soul. The things that rejuvenate them at the very bottom of themselves when they come home, the people that matter most to them, their friends that matter most to them, their family, the fourth house, and not only that, but their own soul. Even beyond what your wife and your kids can give you, you like to go and play golf. And you're good at golf, and you'll take the time when everything's going crazy. I'm going to go get with my buddies. We're going to go play golf together. And that's the fourth and fifth house being combined here. The soul rejuvenating quality of doing something you deeply love for no profit motive. No one in your career sees you playing golf with your buddies, showing up, playing music with your buddies who you get together with, and you play music and you're the Sultans of Swing, baby. He's got a daytime job. He's doing all right. You know, he goes and plays the music and he's not showing off for anybody, but he's the Sultan of Swing with his buddies. Him and his buddies get together. It doesn't need to be some big career photography event. They're just playing music and fucking ripping it because they love it. And this is the magic of Libra Rising, doing something that they love for the sake of loving it and gaining that Aquarius power through it, that creative energy that they can apply to the things that they love to do with the people that they love to do it with. It's true with their wife. It can be true with their kids. But if they don't have a good Saturn, they won't enjoy their own soul. They won't make joy from the nature of their own soul. And their whole life will just be essentially them vampiring off of others and vampires vampiring off of them. Everyone is sucking each other and not giving from an abundant place of the love and soul that is beyond all astrology. So Saturn is very important for this bottom line of investment money, of as well as emotional love and soul passion that gives that Libra the true smile, so that when they go and do their career stuff that's so public driven, that's networking, they bring bosses together, they got that flick. I got it, people. I'm happy. I'm swinging. You guys want to come to a party at my place after the corporate meeting? I'm going to have sushi. I'm going to have some nice shrimp and caviar. How about you, Tom? I know you like caviar, don't you, buddy? Come on. I know you do. Come on. Everybody hang out at my place. We'll listen to some music. We're going to have a great time. You know, so this is like him schmoozing with the bosses, and they're all like, yeah, all right, you're the new, all right, we'll come and hang out with you. You know, they have a big company cook-off. He spends money on the steaks and does all the things, and he's smiling. And there's no actual pressure because his personal life is actually happy. It'd be amazing, you know, the 4th house and 10th house are very connected. It'd be amazing how much your career expands when you are happy at home. Because people sense it, right? So this is all Saturn stuff for Libra rising. Now let's start digging into what we can see and say about this sign, about this planet. Now we've already read from Brihat Parashara Horoscope that Saturn and Mercury are auspicious. Saturn rules the 4th and 5th house and is auspicious for Libra. The 5th house represents our intelligence and our ability to improve upon our life situation, to use our resources and our connections intelligently. Especially, it's interesting that connections is especially a thing because Aquarius is that connections. It's creative 5th house about the connections it has. Aquarius, right? The 4th house is our contentment and happiness. This is why Libra Ascendant can be very good with intelligently managing their progeny, their children, intelligently managing their estates and legacies, giving their will to the right people, giving, you know, doing what they need to do with their estate, with their assets in an intelligently managed way. And in a way that brings them happiness and contentment. It doesn't need to be huge, big joy, but it just needs to, you know, insulate them from the hard, sharp objects of material reality with the soft cotton brains of youth, as Jim Morrison would say, the soft, cottony, edge softening Venus. So Saturn ruling the 4th and 5th gives Libras a focused, endurant, fixed kind of mind. It's that fixed sign in the in the 5th house. So they can latch onto something and learn it very well. They can be stern in their principles, too much so when Jupiter gets involved in the picture of the conversation at hand, mind you. The sternness of principles is like, again, the rabbit is not going to give up its holes of escape. It's not going to give up the principle and completely put all of its investments into Tommy's magic beanstalk. It's not going to give it all away. It's going to keep some for itself, no matter how good that investment looks. But this sternness, again, when Jupiter's involved, can make them zealous, religious, and kind of not listening in the wrong ways. You know, especially when it comes to getting business advice, Jupiter, the way it is, combined with Saturn being such a conservative pillar in Libra, Jupiter can make them not hear good financial advice. It's something to keep in mind. Check out the Jupiter part of this video if you want to hear more about that. Overall, Saturn does well ruling the 4th house. It's a malefic, auspiciously ruling an angle. And the 5th, where Saturn is its mula tricona. So there's a lot of good here. We've talked about how when a malefic like Saturn rules the 4th house, this is a malefic planet is standing guard over the 4th house, which is this angle, which bumps us into opportunities in the world. Things happen in the world, and it's like, an opportunity. What are you going to do with it? If you've got a benefic ruling that angle, it's going to be like, well, I mean, I suppose we could try it out. You know, so there's red flags and there's things that might not work out, but that's, you know, not that big a deal. But Saturn is like, no, my personal family life and happiness is important to me. You know, it's like it goes to a job interview and the interviewer says like, you know, there's going to be times where you got to work extra hard at the office and you know, times will happen where you got to stay late. Libra will kind of say, you know, like, I can do that as long as when I tell you, no matter what the day is, we've got to work it out. Okay? I get it. It's St. Patrick's Day. The bar is going to be full of patrons. I work at a restaurant. I'm an employee. It's St. Patrick's Day. I've got to show up and everyone wants to drink beer. It's going to make the bar lots of money. I won't take that as a day to hang out with my wife. But if it's a Tuesday and I tell you a week ahead, me and my wife need to spend this Tuesday on our anniversary. Look at me. Look at me when I talk to you here, boss. I will not come in with you on Tuesday, no matter how full it gets, and abandon my wife's anniversary. And the boss says, well, if you're going to act that way, you know, then gosh, I don't know if we could do business. I don't know if you could be a good employee. And it's like, well, listen, man, I'm going to be here. I'm a good team player. I can be, I'll probably show up on days where you need me more than most people will. I'll have your back. I just need to be able to say, if I tell you in a week advance that on a Tuesday, me and my wife have an anniversary, I'm going to be there for it, no matter how much you need me at work. You can call me. I'll go to the bathroom and I'll say, what's the deal? You know, what is it? We need to do more of this in the restaurant, whatever, you know, like I'll call this guy. I'll get it dealt with before I sit with my wife back at the table. I'll be there on call, but I've got that day off. And the person says either will say yes or no. The person says, nope, sorry. You have to be at my whim and beck and call. And if your wife and you're having your anniversary with your wife, you have to abandon her in order to show up to the restaurant. Libra will say, this isn't the job for me. You're not going to compromise with me. I'll compromise with you. But if you're not going to compromise on my basic needs, on my Saturn, sorry, buddy, you got the wrong guy. I'm better off without you. I'll find what works for me while keeping my rabbit being able to dig its hole so it can run away and go back to the things that are most important to me. If you're not going to let me do that, sorry, buddy, find someone else. You know, so that value is something that the Libra holds and has, right? That's the malefic, that is a malefic holding the fourth house. If it was a benefic holding the fourth house, it would be like, oh, maybe I'll schmooze it. You know, my wife, we've got our anniversary, but, you know, I'll tell her that it's good for me to help the restaurant. I'll make a little extra money. And with that money, I'll buy her something nice. I'll buy her a nice ring. And that's like a benefic being pedantic with this very important thing, with its personal life. Libra won't do that. It's a beautiful thing. Libras can be so beautiful as a relationship partner for these reasons, you know. Saturn itself is the scale. So, of course, we know Ernst Wilhelm gives us a little image for each of the planets as it relates to Libra rising. Saturn is the scale. Saturn, as the fourth and fifth lord, becomes a Yogacaraka by ruling an angle, the fourth house, as well as a trine, the fifth house. And it's, here we go. It's the best temporal benefic for the Libra native. That's according to Ernst Wilhelm. Even more than Mercury. It's Saturn. Especially because it's a Yogacaraka by ruling an angle and a trine. Saturn gives a very practical, I should say, what this also means is that when you have an afflicted Saturn, or when you have a trash Saturn, if it's debilitated, if it's starved by its enemies, if it doesn't have good Shadbala, if it's closer to the first house where Saturn doesn't have as much strength, you know, if Saturn is really strongly afflicted in this chart, you've got your best player on the team is sick at the game. Your best asset is not showing up. This is the thing with a planet like Saturn, it's such a load-bearing wall in the chart that if it's really strongly agitated or has difficulty in the astrology chart, then what should be this very critical, important thing is not there. So it's good when it's good and it's bad when it's bad. It's essentially what that's saying, right? But it's still always at least a little bit good. That's just the funny thing about a lucky planet like Saturn for Libra. Saturn gives a very practical, intelligent mindset, patience, and a cold, analytical, and discriminative mind when needed. It's good at looking at contracts. It's good at looking at the fine print. You know, Tom Waits has a great song where he says, "That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the large print giveth and the small print taketh away." It's one of my favorite songs. It's called Step Right Up by Tom Waits. It's such a Libra Rising song. I invite everybody to check it out and listen to it. And Libra Rising knows that the large print giveth and the small print taketh away. So the Aquarius ruling the 5th house as the Mula Tricona gives a practical, intelligent mindset and a discriminative mind and an analytical mind when it's needed, especially with contracts and this kind of thing. Saturn gives the mental balance and poise to make correct decisions. But this is a skill that's learned throughout life. It can be said that Libra knows how to learn from their errors. And Saturn, of course, doesn't fully mature till 36. So Libras, it makes sense them being the autumn sign. They're going to do better in the latter part of their life, pretty much always. Especially after the Sun period, when they're in their Saturn period, is when they can make some great joy. But Saturn essentially doesn't mature in everyone's chart until 36. And that's when the 4th and 5th house of Libra really blooms. Because Libra knows how to learn from their errors. Now, linking the 4th house of the inner mind and feelings with the 5th house of intelligence, Saturn becomes capable of creating a very balanced mentality, but only after one has conquered fear and insecurity. That's an important thing that Libra needs to learn, especially being the chameleon, the kid that was pushed around in school and bullied. Once they conquer fear and insecurity, they have a very balanced mentality. They can make good judges. They can sympathize with people. Saturn gives the dignity appreciated by the common man. Libra is empathic. It's a true empath. It can see a person's situation and won't necessarily have to judge them too harshly based on the situation. That's what makes a good judge. A kid who's in school, he's actually a good kid. He's always been in church, but he got in with the wrong crowd, which they went and busted it. They broke into a house, and the kid is crying and saying, "I'm sorry, this isn't something I would usually do." The judge looks at it, sees that he got in with the wrong crowd, says, "Look, kid, I'm going to give you a break, but you're lucky. You're real lucky, but I got a good feeling about you. Don't do this again and keep your nose clean," right? A judge will give the kid a break instead of putting him into juvenile whatever. That's the same quality that Libra takes to lots of people. But it also it's discriminative. It appreciates the common man, and it also appreciates fucked up psychology. It can see it and smell it a mile away. So this is why Libra Rising is qualified for public office. So as a natural malefic, Saturn may serve to separate a person from the areas that Saturn influences due to a greater need for long-term happiness or one's long-term highest good. And so this basically means wherever Saturn is situated in the chart. If it's in the 3rd house, the person might not be as sharp with 3rd house stuff because they, instead of learning how to strategize and be talented with their 3rd house, they ultimately were learning about relationships. They were learning about personal psychology and happiness and sharpening their mind, as opposed to just putting all their money into investment in the third house. Saturn is in the, let's say, the ninth house. It's a pretty good place set for Saturn still, but because Saturn's a malefic, there will be a heaviness in learning how to fully appreciate the ninth house. It'll bond them more deeply later on when Saturn matures, etc. But Saturn will cause a separation from ninth house things in order for them to develop happiness in their fourth house and their fifth house. So this is their intelligence, their personal thing that they want to do with their life, their soul happiness might get in the way of their soul joy through the ninth house. It's technically the same, but the ninth house is a soul joy that comes from us having a role that we appreciate in life. Libra rising with Saturn in the ninth might be so focused on the joy that they get in a personal way through the fourth and ninth, through the fourth and fifth house. It's really not even that bad of a place. But the malefic Saturn will put a strain on the Libra's capacity to explore their dharma to the fullest, explore the role that would make them happiest, because Saturn is in the ninth house. Ultimately, Saturn likes being in Gemini. The ninth house is a lucky sign. Saturn likes being closer to the seventh house. That wouldn't be that bad of a place. Anywhere where Saturn is going to cause a bit of difficulty, but it gets better over time, especially in the third, the sixth, the ninth, and the 10th houses, which are Upachaya houses. Sorry, the 10th and the 11th houses are Upachaya houses. In the ninth, in any house, there's going to be a bit of strain wherever Saturn is. But for Libra rising, the strain experienced in that house will be worth what the fourth and fifth lord, this most important planet for Libra, gives. It's really when Saturn's afflicted in its house that it really damages whatever's going on in that house. But it will be necessary in order to have that bottom line, in order to have that pension, in order to have that wife or husband, in order to have those children, in order to have that security, in order to have that safety net. Saturn will wreck whatever is going on in the house it's sitting in, especially if it's afflicted, in order to keep its bottom, in order to survive, keep its bottom line at bay. Amazing. Krishna at Venusian Astrology and Reiki. Wow. Oh, Krisha. Kirisha. Kirisha. Kirisha at Venusian Astrology. What a wonderful video to have you here with. Thanks, Lucas. Yep, still going, but we got to call it a day now. I'm pooched. This has been a long video, so let's call it a day here, folks. This has been How to Rock Astrology, looking at Libra rising through tropical Vedic astrology. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I hope this gave you a sense of what Vedic astrology is all about, how deep it is, how deep it can be, how deep it can go. Now, I'm going to do this one more time. What the heck? Astrology at DustinCormier.net. If anybody watched this and you found that you got a lot out of it, you can email me at astrology@DustinCormier.net, and you'll be able to find if you email me there, you and I can do a personal session where I spend 2 to 3 hours talking with you about your chart. As well, if anybody enjoyed this and you feel like donating, you can donate to me at paypal.me/DustinCormier91, just like you see in the comments here. Happy New Year, Susie. Blessings and a happy new year to you as well. I think Susie, you were here for my original Libra Rising video. I redid it because wasn't as tight. I didn't have my thing down yet. I feel much better about this video. I hope you do too. So, happy New Year, Susie, and happy holidays. For everybody watching, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'm Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. Let's call it a day. Give me an email if you feel like it. Stay tuned. We're still, for the moment, I'm writing some books right now, and I'm up in my dad's cottage, and it's allowing me the time and energy to write these books. I'm going to put them out there eventually. Along the way, I'm still doing astrology stuff. I'm going to do 2 cold readings a month, the 2nd Thursday and the 4th Sunday. So stay tuned for this 4th Sunday. We should have another cold reading happening. Until then, Lots of love, folks.